Chapter 147. The words of the group of playboys made the face of the Hu girl beside Li Wanyu turn gloomy. Although she didn't want to be a slave or a hostess, as a girl who loved to look pretty, who would want to be called ugly in front of others. In the pavilion, not only were the group of silk pants rocking back and forth with laughter, even the Hu courtesans were covering their mouths and snickering. In their eyes, the young Hu courtesan beside Li Wanyu was indeed very ugly. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He couldn't be bothered to correct the aesthetic standards of these country bumpkins. Thinking about it secretly, Li Wanyu felt a little happy in his heart. Angelina Jolie was such a great beauty, yet no one could recognize her. The feeling of a bright pearl being covered in dust and being able to recognize the pearl with his discerning eyes felt pretty good. Li Wanyu ignored the group of playboys and turned to look at the beautiful teenage version of Angelina Jolie beside him. He subconsciously compared her with his beautiful boss. In the end, they were neck and neck. His beautiful boss had the typical temperament of an Oriental beauty. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she didn't lose to the teenage version of Angelina Jolie at all. Li Wanyu stopped his fantasies and started chatting with the Huji girl in a low voice. "Can you tell me your name?" Li Wanyu's tone was gentle, like a weird uncle who was about to trick a little lowly into looking at goldfish. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Aphrodite." Her accent was a little strange, but Li Wanyu could still understand it. Hearing her answer, Li Wanyu's eyes lit up. The ancient Greek goddess of love. The girl was stunned. She looked up and stared into Li Wanyu's eyes. "You know about the goddess of love? You know about ancient Greek mythology?" She had been sold from faraway Europe to the Tang dynasty for a few months. Whether it was the barbarian merchants or the people of the Tang dynasty, she had never seen anyone who knew about ancient Greek mythology. Li Wanyu shrugged. He had only read about ancient Greek myths and was not proficient in them. However, he did remember the names of the goddesses. He was especially impressed by Aphrodite, the goddess of love, whose Roman name was Venus. Back then, Li Wanyu almost licked the screen when he saw the painting The Birth of Venus by the Italian painter Botticelli. In the oil painting, the young girl Aphrodite had just jumped out of the water and was standing naked on a lotus leaf-like shell. Her figure was slender and fit, her figure was slim and full, and her posture was graceful. "Aphrodite, where is your hometown?" Li Wanyu asked curiously. This girl was clearly not an ordinary West Asian Yahoo, but a European. "Byzantine, I'm from the Byzantine Empire." Aphrodite replied in a low voice, but her tone was obviously depressed. "Byzantium?" Li Wanyu used his limited knowledge of the history of the world to recall. It seemed to be the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Tang dynasty called them the Great Qin. It was really a long distance. Li Wanyu remembered reading about it in the future. It was about 10,000 kilometers from Rome to Chang, and a caravan would need to spend about a year and a half on the journey. It was a long and suffocating journey. Li Wanyu could not imagine spending a year and a half on horseback or camelback. It was simply driving people crazy. And this girl in front of him obviously would not have the chance to complete such a journey again in her life. She would have to spend the rest of her life in the Tang dynasty, which was 10,000 kilometers away from her hometown. Li Wanyu could only sigh with emotion. The temptation of money was indeed incomparably great. It could prompt those merchants to spend 2 to 3 years on the road just to earn incomparably generous returns. Li Wanyu looked at Aphrodite sympathetically. He did not know how to comfort this slightly sad girl. Li Wanyu did not want to make this girl version of Angelina Jolie sad, so he quickly changed the topic. "Aphrodite, your Tang dynasty language is pretty good. Did you learn it for a long time?" Aphrodite nodded. On the way to the Tang dynasty, someone in the caravan had been teaching me. We walked on the road for a year and a half, and I only learned it. Your Tang dynasty language is really difficult. Speaking of this, Aphrodite patted her chest, indicating that she had learned it really hard. However, the trembling of the mountains in front of her chest almost caused Li Wangyu to have a nosebleed. This European girl's development is too good. She's only 15 or 16 years old, and she's already this big. From this point of view, Aphrodite had completely won over his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "You're already very talented to be able to learn this in a year and a half. The Tang dynasty language is the most difficult language in the world." Aphrodite stuck out her tongue. "Hee, I can also speak Greek, Persian, and Roman." Damn, she's actually a language genius. This made Li Wangyu feel a little ashamed. When he was in college, he barely passed the English test band for. The two ignored the group of foppish young masters in the pavilion and chatted with each other. They soon became familiar with each other. Although Aphrodite was forced to accompany them to drink, she did not expect to meet such a humorous young man like Li Wangyu, who even knew a lot about the customs of her hometown. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not touch her like other men, which made Aphrodite have a good impression of Li Wangyu. In the few months since she came to the Tang dynasty, she didn't even have time to take a closer look at Chang, and the greatest city in the world, before she was locked in the tavern. Every day, she was whipped to learn singing and dancing, musical instruments, the Tang dynasty language, and drinking techniques. Today was the first time she was forced to come out to receive guests. She tried her best to resist, but she did not expect to meet such a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. For a moment, Aphrodite even felt that this life was not as bad as she imagined. In the tavern, after 3 rounds of drinking, the group of foppish young masters began to shout, "Serve the country with loyalty," at the top of their voices. Ever since the banquet in the county prison of Chang and County, this group of foppish young masters all fell in love with this song and would sing it every time they drank. Li Wangyu did not shout with them this time. Instead, he pulled the girl version of Angelina Jolie to the side to watch the fun. The girl, who was forced to accompany them to drink, looked at this group of foppish young masters and listened to their extremely unpleasant singing. Finally, a girl's bright smile appeared on her face. In the pavilion, the foppish young masters with high noses and white skin played a cheerful Western music. They danced under the 3 strokes of the drum. In the Tang dynasty, the most famous dances were the Hushuan dance, the Hateng dance, and the Zhizhi dance. As the saying goes, the Hateng dance returns to the snow, and the sound of the strings and drums dance. A group of foppish young masters with graceful figures spun rapidly in the pavilion. Their colorful skirts and long hair fluttered together. The lively rhythm and strong performance made Li Wangyu fascinated. Sure enough, it was the dance of a phoenix and the shadow of a phoenix behind. At this moment, it was not the wine that made them drunk, but they were drunk. Chapter 148. The Huji girls finished their dance. It was bold, erotic, and charming. At this time, the wine was half drunk and the dance was joyous. Although it was not dark yet, the atmosphere in the pavilion had become dreamy. A group of rich playboys also entered after drinking and danced with the Huji girls. But no matter how you looked at it, it was like a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Especially the 3 Chung brothers and the Yuchi twins, they were like a few gorillas dancing. Li Wangyu deeply suspected that these guys would climb to the top of some tower and fly for the Huji girls. Li Wangyu laughed heartily. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a poetic mood. He shouted, "Bring me a brush and paper." Seeing that Li Jia Shaolang was about to compose a poem, the group of rich playboys gathered around. Li Wangyu asked the Huji girls to spread the paper on the table and grind the ink. He held a wine cup in his left hand and a pen in his right hand. He recited and wrote on the paper with his thin muscles. Before a bottle of wine, Li Wangyu wrote down the title of the poem. This guy was drunk and started to copy Li Bai's poem again. The spring breeze comes from the east and passes by suddenly. The golden bottle of wine ripples. The falling flowers feel a little too much. The beauty is drunk, and the beauty is drunk. When the poem was copied to this point, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. This poem seemed to be lamenting the passing of time, right? The last line, how many peach blossoms can there be? The flowing light deceives people and wastes time, seemed to be not for a young man like him to say. Li Wangyu's brain worked very quickly. He might as well give Li Bai's poem a shortened version. He would remove the lines in the middle that set off the sadness and hinted at people's declining years. He paused for a moment, drank a mouthful of wine, and continued to write. The lute plays the dragon gate's green tree. The jade pot of wine is clear as the sky. Urging the string and brushing the column to drink with the gentleman, looking at Zhu Cheng's face redden. The Huji girls are as beautiful as flowers, smiling in the spring breeze. Smiling in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes. The gentleman will not be drunk today, and will return in peace. The shortened version of Before a Bottle of Wine became a poem of Carpe Diem, which made the rich playboys applaud, especially that last sentence. If you are not drunk today, you will return in peace. It was even more to the liking of a group of profligate sons. What she meant was that she was laughing in the spring breeze while dancing in her silk dress. In front of this beautiful scenery, if you don't get drunk today, you're a fool. What's there to talk about? Ha ha, Zio is indeed a genius. How are you going to return home in peace if you don't get drunk? Ha ha, this is delightful. Come, everyone, let's drink. If we don't get drunk, shall we return peacefully? Cheers. In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was good at playing and singing, immediately began to play and sing Li Wangyu's There's a Bottle of Wine in Front. Unlike the poems of later generations, since ancient times, poems were actually meant to be sung. As the saying goes, 300 hymns, 300 string poems, 300 song poems, and 300 dance poems. Every poem in the Book of Songs can be played, sung, and danced with musical instruments. Tang poetry was naturally the same. A large portion of poems were spread through the singing of prostitutes. For example, now in Chang and City, in the Ping Kong Square, the most popular poem was Li Wangyu's plagiarized poems. In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was holding a pipa, plucked the strings. Other Hu Ji, who were holding musical instruments such as ivory boards and Dutton drums, also played the accompaniment to the tune of the pipa. A clear and beautiful female voice came out from Hu Ji's red lips. The group of rich playboys, including the sons of the martial artists, were all intoxicated by the music and could not extricate themselves. The poem was repeated 3 times before it ended. The beautiful poem was like rich wine, intoxicating and intoxicating. In the pavilion, there was a fight again. The cause was to snatch the manuscript of There's a Bottle of Wine in Front, written by Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu quietly reached out to the manuscript on the table. He gently pulled, but did not move it. He looked up and saw that Du He's hand also grabbed the other end of the rice paper. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Du He suddenly shouted, "Brother, come and help me." Du Go was his brother. Since his brother asked for help, he would naturally help. He immediately rushed to Wei Shuyu. Chai Lingwu saw the commotion and also ran up to help. The group of rich playboys fought over Li Wangyu's manuscript and made a mess in the pavilion. Only the 3 Chung brothers and the Yuchi twins were not interested in the manuscript. In the end, it was the Du brothers who overpowered Wei Shuyu and snatched the manuscript. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he cursed loudly. After the laughter, the atmosphere in the pavilion was even more intense. Wine was poured into everyone's mouths like water. Li Wangyu was already intoxicated by the music and wine. He did not notice that Aphrodite, who was beside him, had left at some point. When she came back, she had already changed into a special dance costume. She wore a tomato hat decorated with golden bells, thin and narrow sleeves, a purple gown embroidered with golden silk, red brocade boots, and a colorful belt around her waist. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie smiled sweetly at Li Wangyu. She began to dance with the beating of the drums. The drumming became more and more urgent. The frequency of Aphrodite's waist also became faster and faster. Her soft and boneless waist danced in a circle. Li Wangyu was so captivated that he could not bear to blink. Her red brocade boots kicked and curled according to the rhythm. When the music ended, Aphrodite gently took off her gown, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She looked at Li Wangyu with her watery eyes. At this moment, she was extremely shy and full of tenderness. Li Wangyu's heart palpitated. This temptress, Aphrodite, had already drunk several cups of wine. Her face was flushed red. At this moment, she seemed to have thought things through. It was difficult to return to her homeland. Perhaps in this life, she could only helplessly stay in this wine shop and become someone's plaything. No matter how much she resisted, she could not resist the whips of the barbarian merchants. In the end, she would fall into a boundless sea of suffering. Since that was the case, she might as well give her first night to a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. The group of wastrels had already seen Aphrodite's soul-stirring gaze. They could not help but kick up a fuss, telling Li Wangyu not to let down the beauty's grace. Although these wastrels felt that this barbarian was ugly, they did not care about that. They only treated it as watching Li Jia Shaolang make a scene. After the dance, Aphrodite sat back down beside Li Wangyu. She began to raise her cup and urge him to drink. Li Wangyu did not refuse and drank all the wine. The group of wastrels drank from the afternoon until the evening drum sounded and the sun set. However, no one prepared to leave. They stumbled and hugged the barbarians they had chosen and prepared to stay in this wine shop. In the barbarian wine shop, not only did they provide drinking and entertainment, these barbarians also provided special services. Naturally, there were enough rooms for guests to rest and enjoy the night. The wastrels giggled and left with the barbarians in their arms. Aphrodite's face was flushed red. She looked at Li Wangyu, who was already drunk. She bit her sexy red lips and bent down to help him up. Then, they walked towards the room in the backyard of the wine shop. The door of the room slammed shut. The red candles in the room flickered, and the rings on the red gauze gown made light sounds. As the saying goes, drunk in the bosom of a tortoiseshell banquet, what can the hibiscus do to the monarch in the tent? Chapter 149. In the tavern, Aphrodite struggled to help the drunk Li Wangyu onto the bed and put down the red gauze curtain. Her face was flushed red. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind and began to undress the gauze skirt while trembling. On the ground, the gauze clothes slipped off one by one, revealing Aphrodite's flawless white body that was full of fatal temptation. Her eyes were twinkling, her breasts were bouncing, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was as beautiful as a Jiao cicada. At this moment, Aphrodite's beauty could cause the downfall of a country. Her skin was as smooth as milk. Her long blonde hair was scattered on her bare shoulders. Her beautiful face showed a faint sense of confusion. Her pair of innocent eyes were shrouded in melancholy and resentment. It was as if she was blaming the unfair fate that sent her to the distant east to become someone's plaything. If Li Wangyu was not drunk, he would definitely feel that the Italian painters were reliable. The Aphrodite in front of him was far more captivating than Venus in the oil painting. In the tavern, a gentle breeze blew, causing the red candles to flicker. Aphrodite's bare skin was stirred up a series of small bumps. She bit her red lips, climbed onto the bed, and went into Li Wangyo's arms. However, the expected scene did not happen. Li Wangyo was already drunk. After Aphrodite helped him to the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. In those movies or literary works, drunken men and women would wake up without knowing what happened the night before. That was basically nonsense. As a normal man, Li Wangyu did not know that a naked blonde beauty was lying beside him. He also did not have any physiological reaction. Aphrodite was only a virgin. Although she was forced to learn how to please men in the tavern, it was only in theory. She was so busy that she was sweating, but Li Wangyu did not have any reaction. The drunk Li Wangyu turned sideways and pulled the naked Aphrodite into his arms. Then he hugged the beauty and fell asleep. Such an erotic scene. If Li Wangyu woke up and saw it, who knew if he would regret it to the point of slapping himself a few times after Aphrodite was pulled into Li Wangyu's embrace. She breathed in his masculine scent and felt ashamed. She wanted to push Li Wangyu away, but he held her tightly. She had also drunk a lot of wine. At this time, the alcohol had gone to her head. As a result, in Li Wangyu's arms, she slowly fell into a dream. Aphrodite seemed to have returned to her hometown in her dream, but it was still the same unchanging nightmare. Amidst the sound of the Persians' iron hooves, the castle in her hometown was set ablaze. She could still clearly remember the pungent smell of smoke and dust. She suddenly woke up from her sleep. The air was still filled with the smell of smoke and dust. The tavern was bright and orange light was reflected from the window. Before Aphrodite could distinguish whether this was a dream or reality, she heard a terrifying shout from outside. "Fire! Someone come quickly! Fire!" The night watchman and Wuho also struck the gong, clanging loudly. Aphrodite suddenly reacted. The smell of smoke and dust was not a dream, but a fire in the tavern. Aphrodite could not help but cry out in alarm. She quickly broke free from Li Wangyu's arms. She hastily grabbed her clothes and put them on while shaking the sleeping Li Wangyu with all her might. "Wake up! Wake up! There's a fire! Wake up!" She did not even know Li Wangyu's name. She only heard those debauches call him Ziyu at the banquet. But at this time, Li Wangyu was drunk and was sleeping soundly. No matter how Aphrodite pushed and shouted, she could not wake him up. Aphrodite rushed out of the room in panic, wanting to call someone to take Li Wangyu away. But as soon as she opened the door, a thick smoke hit her face and almost suffocated her. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with her hand and looked up. The tavern in the backyard of the tavern was already ablaze, with smoke everywhere. There were disheveled and panicked figures running around everywhere. The flames emitted crackling sounds of explosions, and the momentum was terrifying. She tried to shout a few times, but not only did she not attract the rescue personnel, she was choked by the smoke and coughed. The buildings of the Tang dynasty were all made of wood. In addition, the tavern's backyard was covered with flammable gauze curtains. The fire spread even faster. Anyone with a little knowledge of fire safety knew that the most terrifying thing in a fire was not the flames themselves, but the billowing smoke brought by the flames. Most of the people who died in the fire were suffocated by the thick smoke instead of being burned to death. Aphrodite panicked and almost rushed out of the door to avoid the fire. But just as she stepped out of the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious on the bed. This Tang dynasty youth looked very handsome and warm when he smiled at her. If Aphrodite left, Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious in the red gauze tent, would undoubtedly die. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she retracted her foot. Aphrodite ran to the bed and used all her strength to pull up Li Wangyu, who was in a drunken stupor. Fortunately, although Li Wangyu was a man, he was only 16 years old and his body was thin and weak. He was less than 165 meters tall, half a head shorter than Aphrodite's 170 meters, long legs. Aphrodite barely managed to lift Li Wangyu up and dragged him out with great effort. In the billowing smoke, she covered her mouth and nose with one hand, coughing while dragging the man beside her. The flames roared and jumped on the roof not far away, destroying everything with tyrannical power. Dark red sparks floated in the air, even burning a few strands of Aphrodite's golden hair. Her originally gorgeous clothes had long been splashed with holes by the sparks. The raging fire seemed to have gone crazy, flying everywhere with the wind and scrupulously swallowing everything. The red flames were like a tyrannical king, destroying all obstacles in front of it. Aphrodite used all her strength to drag Li Wangyu, but the smoke was everywhere, and she almost couldn't tell the direction of escape. After all, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and her strength was not that great. Soon, under the roasting of the flames, her body was sore and weak, and she fell to the ground. But even so, she still hugged Li Wangyu's body tightly, lying on top of him, trying to resist the coming erosion of the flames for him. At this moment, Aphrodite didn't know why she couldn't let go of this man. Perhaps it was because she gave up resisting the tragic fate, or perhaps it was because of Li Wangyu's unforgettable smile, or perhaps it was because this Eastern man knew that her name was the goddess of love, but it didn't matter. Aphrodite didn't regret her decision, and she was vaguely proud that she didn't escape alone. She no longer had the strength to drag this young Eastern man to heaven with her, so why not just leave it like this? Ascending to heaven with a man she didn't hate. Perhaps this was her final destination. Aphrodite's breathing became more and more difficult. She slowly closed her eyes and quietly lay on top of Li Wangyu. Chapter 150. When Aphrodite had already given up on her desire to live, a few water pillars fell from the sky and drenched her and Li Wangyu's bodies. The two of them, who had been roasted by the fire, finally regained their vitality after being doused by the cold water. Li Wangyu, who had been unconscious due to his drunken stupor, finally woke up under the stimulation of the cold water. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Aphrodite's alluring face, which was covered in soot. At this moment, Aphrodite was still lying on Li Wangyu's body, the two of them hugging each other tightly. What happened? Li Wangyu's throat was hoarse and painful, as if it was on fire. Aphrodite's face was full of water droplets. It was unknown whether it was from the water droplets or tears of joy. There's a fire. You didn't wake up. I wanted to drag you and run. Li Wangyu struggled to sit up. He had a splitting headache. Looking up, half of the originally exquisite, who wine shop's backyard had been engulfed by the fire. But at this moment, water pillars continued to spray out from the sky. Streams of water began to suppress the fiercely burning house. The fire was quickly brought under control. Li Wangyu then noticed that not far behind the two of them, many people were holding thick bamboo tubes to extinguish the fire. The water pillars were spraying out from those bamboo tubes. Water bags. He immediately knew what those bamboo tubes were. They were the fire extinguishing tools of the Tang Dynasty, water bags. The Tong Jian recorded, "If the enemy sets fire to the building, use thick bamboo tubes that are 10 feet long and cut off the joints. Use thin skin to make a bag that can hold 3 to 4 stones of water. Place the tubes in the bag and tie them to the bag like a splashing tube. Order 3 to 5 strong men to fill the holes and put out the fire in an emergency." It meant that a leather bag made of animal skin was connected to a 10 feet long bamboo tube. When the fire needs to be put out, 3 to 4 stones of water would be poured into the leather bag, and the bag would be squeezed with human strength. Under the effect of pressure, water would be sprayed out from the bamboo tube. Its function was the same as the fire hose of the modern era. In Chang and City, every marquee shop in the market had the responsibility of being the fire brigade. After the fire broke out in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop, the marquee shops in the West City took action. They brought water bags and other fire extinguishing tools and quickly extinguished this sudden fire. In the end, due to the speed of Wu Ho's arrival, the fire did not spread. It only burned down 6 or 7 rooms in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop. The losses were not too severe. It was only at this moment that the group of drunkards came to look for Li Wangyu. It wasn't that this group of debauches were afraid of death and disloyal, but they weren't much better than Li Wangyu. They were all drunk and awakened by the fire, so they pulled Hu Ji and fled in a panic. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. Coupled with the thick smoke everywhere, there was no way to confirm who had escaped and who had not. It was not until the fire was under control that the group of rich playboys gathered together. Only then did they discover that Li Jia Xiaolang had disappeared. They hurriedly ran into the fire to look for him. Seeing that Li Wangyu was safe and sound, and holding the extremely ugly Hu Ji in his arms, the group of rich playboys finally relaxed. This group of top-notch scions of the Great Tang were usually dressed in bright clothes. But at this moment, not only were they covered in smoke and dust, their faces and hands were also covered in black marks. Their clothes were not even neatly worn and were dirty and filthy. There were also many holes burned by the sparks. The group of rich playboys looked at each other. They couldn't help but point at each other's sorry state and laugh. Li Wangyu asked in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, what's going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire?" When he mentioned this matter, the group of rich playboys also became angry. It wasn't easy to invite the Li family's young master to this Hu wine shop to indulge in sensual pleasures, but something like this actually happened. Cheng Chumo roared, "Where's the shopkeeper? Get out here." Following his shout, the Hu shopkeeper ran out from the crowd in fear and trepidation. He repeatedly bowed to them. Young Gongye, please forgive me. Why did the shop suddenly catch fire? This slave really doesn't know." Among the martial marquises of the West Market who came to put out the fire, an official wearing an 8th-grade military uniform stepped forward to greet the rich playboys. "I am the colonel of the marquises of the West Market. Greetings, young duke." The marquises of the Tang dynasty's Chang and City had both public security and firefighting functions. It was similar to the combination of the local police, urban management, and firefighting of the future. The marquises of the West Market had 100 people at the West Market, 30 at the West Market, 20 at the West Market, and 5 at the West Market. They were under the jurisdiction of the left and right Jinwu's subordinates, the left and right Manners. The East and West Market were special cases. They had the same organization as the West Market and had 100 marquises. Because of the large number of people, this sudden fire was extinguished very quickly. The military system of the Tang dynasty was that every 100 people formed a brigade, and there was a colonel. Each brigade had 2 teams, each team had 50 people, and each team had a squad leader. Each team was divided into 5 fires. Each fire had 10 people, and each fire had a squad leader. The managers of the marquises of the East and West Market were all colonels. They were 8th-grade military officers. Cheng Chumo glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, why did it suddenly catch fire today? Have you investigated clearly?" The colonel carefully looked at the group of rich playboys, and then looked at the Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop standing to the side. He hesitated and did not speak. Yuchi Bao Lin was impatient and shouted at him, "Why are you being so wishy-washy? If you have something to say, Hurry up and say it. Why did it catch fire? Did someone deliberately set the fire? The colonel was forced into a corner and could only point at the unrecognizable tavern, replying to the young duke. According to this one's judgment, it shouldn't be someone who set the fire, but what? But someone accidentally knocked over the candlestick, causing it to catch fire. It was really an accident. After the colonel finished speaking, he looked at the rich playboys with a strange expression. Yuchi Bao Lin did not know and was about to speak, but was secretly pulled away by her twin brother. Other than this idiot, the other rich playboys heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the fire. They all understood half of the situation. The few taverns that were burned down seemed to be where the group of rich playboys lived. If the fire was caused by accidentally knocking over the candlestick, then it meant that the main culprit was among them. This was hilarious. They all looked at each other, trying to figure out which bastard set the tavern on fire. The Hu shopkeeper naturally heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the group of rich playboys with a bitter face. His expression was as if his parents had died. "Don't be noisy. I will not forget your money." Niu Zhengping, who could not walk, roared at the Hu shopkeeper. Niu Zhengping also had a stomach full of anger. Was it easy for him to run out with a limp? Which bastard was it? He must find him and give him a good beating. Wei Shuyu pulled the colonel to the side and softly asked which tavern was the first to catch fire. After the colonel secretly pointed it out to him, Wei Shuyu was so angry that his face turned red as he stared fiercely at Chai Lingwu. That's right, the first tavern that caught fire was Chai Lingwu's room. Without a doubt, the fire was caused by this bastard. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people all looked at Chai Lingwu. Fong, EAI suddenly shouted, "Beat him! Let him set the tavern on fire!" All the rich playboys rushed up. Even Li Wangyu did not hesitate. The group of people rushed up and trampled on Chai Lingwu, who was holding his head and squatting on the ground. Chapter 151. Chai Lingwu, who was originally in a rather sorry state because of the fire, was beaten to the ground by a group of playboys. His clothes became as filthy as a beggar's. With a long face, he cupped his hands and bowed to the playboys. "Brothers, I really don't know what's going on. I'm also drunk and don't know how the fire started." Chung Chumo and the others called Hu Ji, who was with Chai Lingwu last night. After asking her, they found out the whole story and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that after Chai Lingwu entered the tavern last night, he and Hu Ji made love before falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he probably got up to drink water because he was thirsty and accidentally knocked over the candlestick on the table. He didn't realize it and continued to climb back to the bed to sleep. Hu Ji, who was with him, was awakened by the fire and the smell of smoke. She quickly woke Chai Lingwu up and escaped. The fire spread very quickly. By the time Hu Ji called for someone to put out the fire, it had already spread. Li Wangyu heard this and was so angry that his nose almost crooked. He had finally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. If Chai Lingwu accidentally set a fire and burned him to death, where would he go to complain? Could it be that his soul could transmigrate again? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu looked gratefully at the young version of Angelina Jolie next to him. If it wasn't for the Italian girl risking her life to save him, his soul would probably have been scattered. Li Wangyu tenderly stroked the girl's golden hair. Looking at the girl's pure yet sorrowful eyes, Li Wangyu's heart throbbed. 6 or 7 taverns of the Hu Tavern were burned down, and the loss was about 700 to 800 strings of copper coins. The reason why it was worth so much money was not because of the houses themselves. It was said before that houses in the Tang dynasty were not worth much. Although houses in Chang and were very expensive, it was not easy to live in Chang, and houses in good locations sold, for at least 500 strings of copper coins. However, that was mainly because the land was expensive. It would only take a few dozen strings of copper coins to demolish and rebuild the tavern. But what was even more ridiculous was that in order to provide a better consumption experience for these high-end customers, the Who Tavern's furniture, displays, paintings, and antiques in the tavern were all very valuable. 700 to 800 strings of cash was already taking into account the status and face of the rich playboys. What he wanted was only the cost price. Naturally, the money had to be paid to the barbarian merchants. Chai Lingwu had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at the group of silkpants. "Brothers, I don't have the copper coins with me right now. Please help me." Although they were the top hedonistic sons of the Tang dynasty and spent money like water, they were not ordinary people. In fact, most people could only get 100 strings of cash from their families every month. This was already a lot. It was equivalent to more than 400,000 yuan of pocket money in the future. It was really corrupt. The more he took from his family, the more he spent. At most, Chai Lingwu could take out 200 or 300 strings of copper coins. The rest of the money would have to be borrowed from a group of wastrels. The group of profligate sons glared fiercely at him, but they could only open their wallets 100 or 200 strings of coins each, which could be considered to be enough money to compensate the Hu merchant. Of course, what they paid was not cash. It was impossible for the rich playboys to bring dozens of ox carts worth of copper coins to drink wine, much less bring a few hundred taels of gold with them. In an era before paper money was invented, it was indeed very inconvenient to spend large amounts of money. However, the Hu Tavern's shopkeeper was not afraid that they would renege on their debt. In the Tang dynasty, the rich playboys would not go so far as to bully others with their power. After the fire in the tavern's backyard was completely extinguished, the Hu Tavern's shopkeeper hurriedly arranged for people to clean up the mess. He also politely sent the rich playboys to other courtyards and arranged for people to help them bathe and change their clothes. After tossing and turning for half the night, Li Wangyu bathed and changed his clothes. Only then did he lie down in a clean and refreshing tavern to rest. However, Aphrodite's figure was no longer beside him. The fire burned so much that the rich playboys no longer had the mood to play with women. They all sent away the barbarians. Li Wangyu was naturally embarrassed and left the barbarian girls alone. The tavern's housekeeper came out to take the barbarians away. Aphrodite raised her eyes to look at Li Wangyu. Her ash-covered face was filled with worry, and there was a trace of indistinct grief in her eyes. She did not resist and did not say anything. She lowered her head and silently followed behind the housekeeper, who was disciplining them. Then she turned and left. Li Wangyu's throat seemed to be blocked. He raised his arms slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then lowered it sadly. He also did not know what he should say to the barbarian girl. Thank her? Ask her to stay? Li Wangyu only felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the girl's blue eyes looking at him with faint worry. With great difficulty, he finally endured until the morning drum sounded. Li Wangyu yawned and walked out of the tavern with a headache. The group of rich playboys had also woken up, looking at the ruins of the barbarian tavern's backyard that were still emitting smoke. The rich playboys' faces were all shocked. This matter was really too troublesome to talk about. If this matter were to spread back to their families, these rich playboys' days would not be easy, especially Chai Lingwu. His expression was even uglier. Chung Chumo listlessly called out to everyone and prepared to go home. Li Wangyu muddle-headedly mounted his horse and followed everyone out of the market. But what lingered in his mind was Aphrodite's aggrieved eyes when she was taken away by the housekeeper. When he thought about how this girl who he met by chance but saved his life last night would become a prostitute in this barbarian tavern, drinking and dancing with those strange men, and even being pressed down by those strange men to vent their bestial desires, Li Wanyu felt a stab of pain in his heart. Finally, Li Wanyu made up his mind. He pulled on the reins and shouted, "Brother Chung, brothers, can you lend me some money?" The group of dispirited playboys was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "Sia, why do you want to borrow money?" "Ransom?" Li Wanyu cupped his hands towards everyone. "I want to go back to the barbarian tavern and ransom that Hu concubine. I am embarrassingly short of money, so I can only shamelessly ask for help from my brothers." He really did not have the money. The price of a beautiful female servant of the Tang dynasty could be hundreds of thousands or even millions. Although the young version of Angelina Jolie was ugly in the eyes of the Tang people, she was still a Hu concubine. The price of a Hu concubine was much higher than that of an ordinary female servant. Li Wanyu estimated that if he wanted to buy Aphrodite from the barbarian tavern, he would have to spend at least 100 or 200 strings of copper coins, or even more. The group of playboys was slightly stunned by Li Wanyu's words. Then they whistled and cheered one after another. Taking a fancy to a Hu concubine was not a big deal. The key point was that the Hu concubine had saved Li Jia Xiaolang last night. Li Wangyu's request to ransom the Hu concubine was exactly what the group of playboys wanted. "Let's go back." "What are you talking about? Brother will pay for it." Chung Chumo laughed. The playboys were also excited. They laughed and turned their horses around, escorting Li Wanyu back to the barbarian tavern. Chapter 152. When the shopkeeper of the Hu wine shop saw the group of wastrels returning, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Chung Chumo waved his hand and said directly, "Shopkeeper, my brother wants to buy the Huji from last night from your wine shop. Name your price." In the eyes of the crowd, this was a very simple matter. It was just a matter of paying more copper coins. If the Hu wine shop needed Huji, there were many people selling them in the West City. They thought that the shopkeeper would not refuse them. Unexpectedly, Chung Chumo's words were rejected by the shopkeeper. "I'm sorry, young duke, but we're not selling that Huji." "What? Why not? Speak clearly for this old man." Chung Chumo was furious. This Hu shopkeeper was clearly not giving him any face. He said in front of the group of wastrels that he wanted to buy the Huji and give it to Li Wanyu. Now, the shopkeeper of the wine shop actually refused to sell it. Did he not put the Duke Lu's residence in his eyes? Most of the who did business in Chang and city were Sogdians. They had 9 surnames, and Chow, Shi, Mi, He, Shi, Mu, and Bai. The Tangs called them the 9 surnames of Zhaowu, also known as the 9 surnames of Hu, the great Tang dynasty's terminator, and Lu Shan was a Sogdian, a member of the 9 surnames of Zhaowu. Just like the Jews in Europe, the Sogdians were also good at business. They bought silk from the Central Plains and transported it to the West regions. They also brought in glass beads, jade, agate, pearls, and other jewelry from the West regions. Selling livestock and even slaves was a way for the Sogdians to make money. They almost controlled the lifeline of the Silk Road trade. Almost every Sogdian merchant was a loan shark. Not only did they lend money, but they also lent silk. It was recorded in the Sufu Yuan Gui that the inner circle disciples of the capital were mostly fan merchants. The wastrels in Chang and city who borrowed money from the Sogdians could not afford to repay it. This showed how rich the Sogdians were. These Sogdian merchants were also good at relying on various political forces to gain political status and make it easier for them to do business. If it was an ordinary Chang, an wastrel, they would not be able to do anything to these Sogdian merchants. However, Chung Chumo and the others were not ordinary wastrels. They were the top wastrels of the great Tang. No matter how powerful the sweet merchants were, in the face of Cheng Chumo's fury, they could only keep quiet out of fear. The Hu wine shop's shopkeeper repeatedly cupped his hands and said, "Young Duke, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't have the final say in this matter. I really can't sell that Huji. Why can't I sell it? If you don't make things clear today, do you believe that I won't set fire to your wine shop and burn it down completely?" Chung Chumo was not the only one who was angered by the Hu shopkeeper's evasiveness. The group of Silpants also surrounded the shopkeeper furiously. They were all prepared to take action to teach this Hu shopkeeper, who did not know the rules, a lesson. He wanted to let him know who the Tang dynasty belonged to. How dare a man with a surname of Hu mess with them in Chang? And he was really out of his mind. The Hu shopkeeper was on the verge of tears as he was surrounded by a group of hedonistic sons from the founding families of the Tang dynasty. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to such a task. He even regretted summoning that Hu Ji girl to accompany the guests yesterday. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the Hu shopkeeper had no choice but to invite everyone into the wine shop. He found a quiet room and respectfully invited everyone to take a seat. Then he ordered someone to bring wine. After sending all the servants away, the Hu shopkeeper lowered his voice and explained to Li Wangyu and the others why he couldn't sell the Hu concubine. After hearing the Hu shopkeeper's explanation, Li Wangyu and the group of Silpants looked at each other in shock. No one would have thought that there was such a hidden story. Cheng Chumo silently scratched his head and said to Li Wangyu with a bitter face, "Brother Zio, there are plenty of Hu Ji girls. Why don't we change to another one? How about I go to the West Market and buy you another 2 beautiful Hu Ji girls?" Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, and the others also persuaded, "That's right. Zio, Hu Ji girls are all the same. We will buy you a few other beauties." Li Wangyu only shook his head. He wasn't after beauties. He just wanted to save Aphrodite from her misery. What the Hu shopkeeper said didn't make him give up on his plan. Instead, it made him even more determined. "Brothers, if I don't buy that Hu Ji girl back home and let her become a lowly prostitute in this wine shop, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest easy. Last night, that Hu Ji girl risked her life to drag me out of the fire. How can I just walk away now? If I really do that, will you still be willing to be friends with me?" Li Wangyu's words were sincere and sincere. Fang Yai and the others were speechless. Everyone said that prostitutes were heartless and actors were unloyal. However, they saw how the Hu Ji girl saved Li Wangyu last night. But as Li Wangyu said, if he just walked away, even they would despise Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo slammed his palm on the table and said, "Bastard, I don't believe that the Zoroastrianism can go against the heavens. They don't have the final say in Chang, and that's right. Let's go back to the residence and play the Qi troops. Today we are going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple. Let's see if my spear is better or that Zoroastrianism's Sa Bao is stubborn." The Yuchi twins also shouted. The Zoroastrianism temple was the place where the Zoroastrianism worshipped. The Zoroastrianism, also known as the fire worship sect, was the religion that the Persian Empire and the Sogdians believed in. Sa Bao was the leader of the Zoroastrianism region and the leader of the Sogdians. Once he heard that the wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, the Hu shopkeeper knew that he was in trouble. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed, asking the dukes to be magnanimous. If Sa Bao knew that it was because of him that these wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, he would lose his head. Li Wangyu also quickly got up and stopped the agitated crowd. "Brothers, don't be rash. If we really cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, it won't end well. Why don't we discuss it with Sa Bao? If he agrees, then it's fine, but if he doesn't, then we'll think of another way. The wastrels calmed down a little and nodded in agreement. The Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade. Even the big shots of the imperial court were not willing to offend them. If this group of wastrels really went to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, they might really cause a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu then looked at the Hu shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll settle this matter ourselves and won't tell anyone. You're the one who told us this. However, you have to promise me that you won't let Aphrodite come out to meet customers until we settle this matter. Is that okay? The Hu shopkeeper quickly nodded and promised to take good care of the Hu girl. Seeing that he had promised, Li Wangyu and the others left the wine shop and prepared to go to the Zoroastrianism temple to negotiate with Sa Bao. Chapter 153. In Chang and City, the Zoroastrian temple of the Sogdians was located in the Lichuan Square in the north of the West Market. It was only separated from the West Market by a 100-meter-wide Golden Gate Avenue. Everyone rode on horseback and soon arrived at the entrance of the Jia Temple. The Zoroastrianism temple was different from Taoism or Buddhism. There was a fire altar inside the Zoroastrian temple. Bronze cauldrons of different sizes were placed on the altar. Inside the cauldrons were burning with raging flames. This was the sacred fire that the Zoroastrian religion worshipped. The holy flame of Zoroastrianism was a flame extracted from the consecrated flames of the Sogdians, who were pure in their beliefs and words. Precious wood was used as a fuel to incinerate the fire in the Zoroastrian temple for worshippers to worship. They went to the Zoroastrian priests in the Zoroastrian temple and asked to see Sabeo and to speak with him. The Sabeo in Chang and City was called Milamon. He was the political and religious leader of the Sogdian people in Chang and had a high status. Although he did not have an official position in the Tang dynasty, because the Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade, Pai Lupi had met him many times and bestowed him with gifts in order to win over the Sogdians. When Milamon learned that a group of Grand Dukes of the Tang dynasty had come to visit, he did not think much of it and asked the priests to invite them into the Zhuang temple. Young Dukes, excuse me for not going out to meet you. What business do you have with me? Milamon was a middle-aged man who looked like a Persian. When he saw the silk pants, his attitude was amiable, and he exchanged greetings with everyone. Seeing Zoroastrianism Sabeo's attitude, the group of silk pants relaxed. They felt that with their reputation, it would be easy for them to ask Zoroastrianism for an insignificant female slave. Li Wangyu bowed to Milman. Sabo, we have a request. Please do us a favor. Oh, what is it? I heard that your sect has a female slave from the Great Qin Empire, and I would like to buy this female slave from your sect. Would that be convenient? Li Wangyu chuckled as he made his request. However, as soon as he said this, Milman's expression changed. Lord Xiaolang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Our Zoroastrianism doesn't have any female slaves from the Great Qin. Where did Xiaolang Kuan hear this from? Seeing Milman immediately stop smiling after hearing about Great Qin's female slaves, the other profligates felt quite startled. Was Milman really not going to give them any face? Li Wangyu smiled and said, I'm very curious about Great Qin's women, and I've been looking for them everywhere. Su Li of Chang and County told me that your Zoroastrianism has female slaves in the hands of the Great Qin. That's why I'm here to sincerely purchase them. Sa Bao, please do us a favor. The price is negotiable. We will definitely not let Sa Bao suffer a loss. Although there were all kinds of huji for sale in Chang and Shi City, there were very few European women. The main reason was that the Tang dynasty was too far away. It was not cost-effective to sell women from faraway Europe to the Tang dynasty, most of the prostitutes in Chang and Shi City came from Central Asia, West Asia, and even South Asia. As for these concubines who entered the Tang dynasty, they had to apply for permission to enter the border and provide coupons when entering Chang, and they had to register at the county government. Therefore, when Aphrodite was brought into Chang, and by the Sut caravan, it was registered at the Chang and county government. The Suli of Chang and county knew about this matter. However, Milamon still shook his head and said with a hint of impatience, "My Zoroastrianism did have a female slave from the Great Qin. However, a few days ago, she died of a sudden illness." Hearing Milamon deny it, Chu Chuliang became anxious. Just as he was about to accuse Milamon of lying, he was pulled back by his brother. Only then did he remember that they had promised the wine shop owner that they would not reveal the truth. If he questioned Milliman's lie, it would be the same as betraying the wine shop owner. Seeing Sa Bao Milamon deny it, and even use the excuse of a sudden death, Li Wanyu was speechless. Facing the head of the Sut religion, even the wastrels could only beg. However, no matter how much Li Wanyu and the other wastrels begged and expressed that they were willing to pay, Milamon used the excuse of the female slave's death to send them away. The wastrels had never been treated like this before. If they were not worried about the influence of the Zoroastrianism, they would have already made a ruckus. Seeing this, Li Wanyu could only say a few perfunctory words and helplessly bid farewell to the wastrels and left the Zoroastrianism temple. Bastard! This Milamon won't cry until he sees the coffin. He's full of nonsense. As soon as they left the Zoroastrianism temple, Chung Chumo whipped the wall and said angrily. Fang Yai was also angry. Ziyu, what do you plan to do now? This Sa Bao Milamon is stubborn. He's a bastard. If it were up to me, why don't we just take that Ji away? Would they dare to report it to the authorities? Yuchi Baolin's words made the wastrels nod their heads. This was what they thought. However, Li Wanyu shook his head. If we do that, I'm afraid the matter will get out of hand. It's hard to guarantee that the Sut people won't report it to the court. That would implicate my brothers. How can I make things difficult for my brothers for myself? What he said was the truth. Using force to take someone away would cause endless trouble, not to mention that after taking back Aphrodite, it would be difficult to solve the problem of her identity. After the Zoroastrianism temple suffered a loss, they would definitely cause trouble for the Sut people and ask the court to deal with the wastrels. At that time, Chung Chumo and the others would definitely be affected. Chung Chumo angrily cursed. This group of damn profiteers, the 9 surnamed, who are not good people. The imperial court should issue a decree to arrest all of these who surnamed Jiao. Left is wrong, right is wrong. Ziyu, what do you think we should do? Are we just going to let it go? The wastrels were now unable to restrain their anger. Now it was not just the problem of Li Jia Shaoleng wanting to buy a female slave, but they felt that their face had been swept to the ground by Milamon. If they just let it go, this group of wastrels would not be able to calm down and would lose face in front of the Zoroastrianism temple. For these wastrels, the world was big, but their face was the most important. If the Zoroastrianism temple did not take them seriously, how would they be able to establish themselves in Chang and city in the future? Li Wanyu was also speechless. He silently looked at the fire in the bronze cauldron on the Zoroastrianism temple not far away and carefully thought about how to resolve this situation. The reason why the situation became so complicated was because of Aphrodite's identity. According to the information that the owner of the tavern learned, this female slave named Aphrodite was not an ordinary person, but the daughter of a noble in the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire had fought several wars in the past 100 years. A few years ago, the Persian Empire once again sent troops to attack the Byzantine Empire, and the 5th Persian Byzantine War broke out. At the beginning of the war, the Persians were unstoppable. They broke into the Byzantine Empire, took over Kharsadan city, and started to besiege Constantinople. This noble girl named Aphrodite was captured when Kharsadan city was conquered by the Persians. She was only 12 or 13 years old at that time. However, the war that followed ended with the defeat of the Persians. The Persians lost. They needed to return the Byzantine Empire's territories, release the prisoners of war, return the Holy Cross that they took from Jerusalem, return all the treasures that they took from the Byzantine Empire, and pay back the military expenses for the past few years. The Persian flew into a rage out of humiliation and vented his anger on Aphrodite. They lied to the Byzantine Empire that she died in the war and secretly sold her to the Sogdians. They let the Sogdians sell her to the distant Eastern Empire. They also asked the Sogdians to demote her to a prostitute to humiliate the Byzantine Empire and vent the anger in the hearts of the losers. The Persians and the Sogdians followed the same religion, so the Zoroastrians naturally followed the Persians' request. Therefore, the poor Aphrodite became a sacrifice in the war between the two sides. She was forced to follow the Sogdian caravans for more than 10,000 kilometers and spent a year and a half to travel from the distant Europe to the Tang dynasty, the Zoroastrians of Chang, and handed the girl to the owner of the tavern and asked him to train the girl well and send her out to serve customers as a prostitute. Of course, the owner of the tavern didn't dare to disobey. Therefore, when Chung Chumo proposed to buy the girl, he immediately refused. This wasn't up to him to decide, and he was only following the orders of Zoroastrians in order to save Aphrodite. Other than taking her away like what Yuchi Baolin said, the only way was to force Zoroastrians to give in. Li Wanyu looked at the burning holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple and suddenly asked without thinking, "What do you guys think will happen if the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out?" "If it goes out, then let it go out. We can just light it up again with a lighter," Chai Lin Wu replied in a bad mood. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he slapped his head and said, "Do you think this is the fire in your kitchen? If the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out, I'm afraid the Sogdians will go crazy." He knew a little about the religion of Zoroastrians, and he knew that the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple was the lifeblood of the Sogdians. Once it went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wanyu suddenly smiled and revealed 8 white teeth. "Brothers, I have an idea. Let's go and prepare. Later, we will ask Milamon to kneel down and bring Aphrodite to me." Chapter 154. Wei Shuyu hurriedly stopped Li Wanyu. "Ziyu, you can't act recklessly. You can't be thinking of extinguishing the sacred fire of the Jia temple to threaten the Soot people, right? This will cause a big problem." Li Wanyu laughed mischievously. "Hee, I really have such a plan. But don't worry, Brother Shuyu, the Soot people won't make a fuss because I will extinguish the flame by itself. No matter how angry they are, they can't blame anyone else." "What? How is that possible? How can a flame extinguish by itself?" Wei Shuyu pointed at the believers in the Jia temple. "These priests are always watching over the flame and adding fuel at any time. How can it extinguish by itself? You don't make a fuss." Wei Shuyu's doubts made Li Wanyu laugh even more happily. "Brother Shuyu, brothers, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Bet that I can extinguish the flame. If I can do it, you have to help me. If I can't do it, I will treat everyone to lunch at a restaurant. How about it?" Li Wanyu proposed this condition, but the group of wastrels was stunned. "Ziyu, are you going to use your hand to extinguish the flame or blow it out? That doesn't count." Fang, EAI shouted. "Of course not. I definitely won't do that." The wastrels looked at each other, not believing Li Wanyu's words. "Let's bet, Ziyu. If you can really extinguish the flame, we will play with you this time." Chung Chumo laughed. Li Wanyu snapped his fingers. Then let's go. I will go prepare some things and show you my skills. Everyone laughed and joked as they walked towards the West Market. Li Wanyu found a grocery store and mysteriously went in to buy 2 things, which he then kept in his bosom. Let's go, I am ready. I will find a place to show you how I extinguish the flame. Seeing Li Wanyu speak so confidently, the Silk Pants' interest was piqued. Seeing that it was almost noon, everyone went to a restaurant in Shi City and asked for a private room. After asking the doctor to bring over a brazier, the debauches began to urge Li Wanyu, wanting to see how he would extinguish the fire. Li Wanyu asked for a wide-mouthed bottle. He took out something from his bosom and poured it into the bottle. What's that smell? So sour? Did you pour vinegar? Fang Yai shouted. Li Wanyu smiled, but did not answer. He shook the bottle in his hand a few times and then gently tilted the mouth of the bottle towards the burning brazier. Under the shocked gazes of the rich kids, Li Wanyu clearly did not pour out anything from the bottle in his hand. However, the flame in the brazier actually flickered a few times before it was extinguished. It was as if it had been extinguished by an invisible hand. Fang Yai opened his mouth in shock and pointed at the brazier, not knowing what to say. The others were no better than him. They all looked at Li Wanyu as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, Chung Chumo cautiously asked, do you know any magic? How did you extinguish the fire in the brazier? The rich kids all stared at the bottle in Li Wanyu's hand. They felt that it was clearly a magic treasure. Otherwise, how could it be so magical? Li Wanyu almost burst out laughing. This group of country bumpkins had no knowledge of chemistry at all. The 2 things he had bought in the grocery store before were vinegar and alkali powder. Both were very common items. In the Tang dynasty, the steamed cakes, steamed buns, or steamed buns would have alkali powder in the flour to soften the dough. However, anyone who had studied chemistry in junior high school would know that the main component of vinegar was acetic acid, while alkali powder was sodium bicarbonate. When the 2 met, a chemical reaction would occur and carbon dioxide gas would be produced. Carbon dioxide was heavier than air. When the carbon dioxide gas was poured out of the bottle, it would eliminate the air in the brazier and cause a suffocating effect, extinguishing the flame. It was a very simple chemical experiment, but it made the rich kids of the Tang dynasty dumbfounded. They thought that Li Wanyu had learned some magic to be able to extinguish the flame so quietly. Li Wanyu couldn't explain to this group of country bumpkins what a chemical reaction was and what carbon dioxide was. He simply demonstrated to them and told them that when vinegar and alkali powder were mixed together, a gas would be produced, and this gas could extinguish the flame. The group of rich kids was dumbfounded. They all stepped forward and did the experiment themselves. The brazier was constantly lit by them with matches, and then they put the vinegar and alkali powder into bottles. They were all having a lot of fun. In order to snatch the right to experiment, a few of them almost got into a fight. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. The discipline of the first chemistry experiment class in the Tang dynasty was worrisome. After the group of rich kids had personally experimented and had their fun extinguishing the fire, Li Wanyu smiled pretentiously and said, "How is it? Brothers, are you willing to help me and extinguish the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple silently?" Fang Yai and the others looked at each other and laughed. "Of course we'll help. Haha, with Zio's method, Milamon will definitely be caught in a trap of his own making. I wonder if those Sushans will go crazy when they see the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple inexplicably extinguished. Haha, just thinking about it makes me happy. I'm afraid they'll think that the gods are blaming them, right? Hee, these profiteers. We'll scare these bastards to death." The group of foppish playboys all laughed and joked. Not many Sushans in Chang and liked them. Just like the Jews in Europe in the future, the profiteers were always disliked. They asked the restaurant's doctor to send them food. The group of people ate and drank while discussing in low voices what to do later. It had to be said that this group of rich kids had the potential to cause trouble and destroy. As for Li Wangyo's plan, they gave various opinions and soon perfected the extinguishing plan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone began to split up. Chai Lingwu, Wei Shuyu, and the Du brothers accompanied Li Wangyu to the Zoroastrian temple in Li Quanfang to visit Sabeo Milamon. The Chung brothers, the Yuchi twins Fang Yai, and Niu Zhengping went to prepare other things. In the Zoroastrian temple in Li Quanfang, Sabeo Milamon reluctantly received Li Wangyu and the others when they visited again. "What's the matter, young lords? If it's about the female slaves of the Great Qin, there's no need to talk about it." Milamon spoke in a tone that said there was no room for discussion. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. "That's not the case. We came to visit Sabeo to save you." Milamon was stunned and looked unhappy. "What nonsense are you talking about, Xiao Lang? Why do I need you to save me? Could it be that there was still a strong person who dared to cause trouble in Chang and city in the light of the universe? Aren't you afraid that we Sushans will complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty?" He thought that Li Wangyu and the others wanted to cause trouble and use force to threaten him. Therefore, Milliman's words were a warning to Li Wangyu and the others that the Sushans were not pushovers. Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. No, why would Sabeo say that? We're sincerely here to save Sabeo. Don't you know that you're in trouble? Chapter 155. The Sogdian Sabeo Milliman naturally did not believe Li Wangyo's words. "Mr. Xiao Lang, what trouble do I have?" "Sabeo, the holy fire that your Jia temple enshrines is the fire of fire, right?" Li Wangyu asked. Milliman did not understand what he meant and nodded. "Yes, that's right." "So what?" The Jia temple, also known as the fire worship sect, divided the holy fire into 3 levels according to the lighting ceremony. The lowest level was the ordinary holy fire. The ordinary holy fire was enshrined in the Sogdian family and could be extinguished. The second level of holy fire was the fire of fire. It was ignited by the holy fire embers contributed by the believers of different classes. The fire of fire was enshrined in the Jia temple in each city. There were dedicated priests who added wood and spices at least 5 times a day to ensure that the flame would never be extinguished. The Jia temple in Chang and city enshrined the fire of fire. The wood used to ignite the fire was sandalwood, which was very luxurious. The highest level of holy fire was called the fire of victory. It came from the heavenly fire, which was the flame produced by lightning. The Jia temple that enshrined the fire of victory was the main temple of the Persians and Sogdians. These things were not a secret in Chang and city as the Sogdian Jia temple preached. For his plan, Li Wangyu had specially asked someone to inquire about the teachings of the Jia temple. He was more confident in his heart. Li Wangyu said, "Sabeo, as far as I know, your Jia temple has 3 kinds of redemption, right? Good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, right?" Milliman nodded again. "Yes, that's right." Li Wangyu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Milliman and said, "The teachings of the Jia temple, good words prevent people from lying and cheating. Sabeo, can you tell me if you were lying and cheating when you said that the female slaves of the Great Qin Empire were infected?" Milliman did not expect Li Wangyu to suddenly change the topic and could not help but be speechless for a moment. Li Wangyu did not wait for him to answer and continued, "Sabeo, as the leader of the Jia temple, how can you lie? You will be punished by your gods. Be careful that the holy fire of your Jia temple is extinguished because of this." Milman was like a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. He was instantly enraged. He pointed at Li Wangyu and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to curse our holy flame to be extinguished? He, if the holy fire of your Sabeo temple is extinguished, then it can only be caused by you, Sabeo, not abiding by the teachings. What does it have to do with us? I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." A few of the silk pants immediately became spirited and began to spit at Milliman. As long as they did not smash the Zoda temple of the Sogdians, the top playboys of the Tang dynasty did not take Milman's words to heart. Milliman was angered to death by this group of debauches, but he couldn't do anything to them. He flung his robe and prepared to send them off. A Zoroastrian priest stumbled into the room and shouted, "Sabo, something's wrong." For some unknown reason, the sacred fire enshrined in the Zhuang temple suddenly extinguished. "Sabao, go take a look." When Milman heard this, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the clear sky, causing him to feel dizzy. After a long while, Milman finally regained his senses. He glared fiercely at Li Wangyu and the others. His expression was fierce and ferocious, like a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. "It's you. It must be you who did this. Do you want to become enemies with all of us Sogdians? You will suffer retribution." Just as Li Wangyu and the others said that the sacred fire was extinguished, the sacred fire in the Zhuang temple was extinguished. If this matter had nothing to do with this group of debauches, Milman would not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. Sabeo, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We are standing right in front of you. Which eye of yours saw us extinguishing the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? If you falsely accuse us, you will be punished." Chai Lingwu sneered disdainfully. Wei Shiu also ridiculed. "Sabeo Mafe, do you think we are immortals? When we are talking to you here, can we extinguish the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? That's ridiculous." Fortunately, we can testify to each other that we have not been to the Zhuang temple's fire altar. Otherwise, it would really be yellow mud falling on our crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it would be shit. TSK. Sabeo, you can't slander others. We're so scared. Haha. Dugo had a smug look on his face. He did not care about Milman's identity and directly mocked him. Milman glared at them fiercely with an expression that said this matter was not over with them. He did not dare to delay any longer and turned to run towards the Zhuang temple's fire altar. On the fire altar, the priests who had received the news rushed over. They all looked at the bronze cauldrons with their mouths agape. On the fire altar, there were 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons of various sizes. Originally, the sacred fire was fueled by sandalwood. This was the sacred and inviolable object of the Zhuang temple. Now, Milman was dumbfounded. The priests were dumbfounded. In the 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons, the burning sandalwood had all been extinguished. Only the wood was left emitting faint green smoke. Milman roared furiously at the priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire. Who extinguished the sacred fire? Why didn't you stop them? The priests in charge of guarding the fire altar were already scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling. Finally, an elderly priest bowed and replied, "Sabeo, we don't know why the sacred fire was extinguished. No one tried to put out the fire. The sacred fire was extinguished by itself." "Did any Tang enter the fire altar?" The priests shook their heads. "Sabeo, no Tang entered the fire altar. You know that the fire altar does not allow non-believers. Then how did the sacred fire extinguish by itself?" Milman roared. "Immediately check the wood on the fire altar. Someone must have done something to the wood. The priests of the Zhuang temple began to check the wood in the cauldrons in a panic. The wood used to ignite the fire was all sandalwood. It was dry, and the size was suitable. There was no problem. After checking it several times, many priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire also came to check it. There was no problem with the wood. The priests guarding the fire altar also swore to the gods that no one had tried to put out the sacred fire, and no one had used water to put it out. This was something that everyone could see. Milman fell on the fire altar. He murmured as he looked at the cauldrons. He could not believe what he saw. As the Sabeo of the Zhuang temple in the Chang, an area of the Tang dynasty, if the fire of the fire in the Zhuang temple was extinguished, his position as Sabeo would be over. It was even possible that he would be escorted back to the Zhuang temple and burned at the stake as a punishment. Thinking that he might lose his glory and wealth, the best result might be that he would be called back to the Zhuang temple in Persia and become a low-level priest. It would be better for him to leave the prosperous world of the Tang dynasty, leave Chang and the most magnificent city in the world, and return to the Gobi Desert in the western region. Milman had been in charge of the Zhuang temple in Chang, and for almost 10 years, since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, he had been infatuated with the life in the East. In his view, this was the city that a high-level person like him should live in. Chang, and of the Tang dynasty, was the center of the world. In Chang, and as the Sabeo of the Sogdian people in the Chang, an area, his life was quite carefree and happy. He even thought that the Sabeo of the distant Persian temple was not as comfortable as his current life. But now, the sacred fire of the fire was extinguished for no reason. All his glory and wealth were in jeopardy with the extinguishment of the sacred fire. He could not help but regret it. Milman was sure that all of this must have been done by those playboys of the Tang dynasty. Although he racked his brains, he still could not figure out how they did it. They made the sacred fire extinguish for no reason in front of everyone, but his intuition told him that this must be the truth. The sacred fire was extinguished by someone. Milman regretted it very much. He regretted being so stubborn and unwilling to hand over the female slave of the Byzantine to those playboys. Because of a damned, lowly female slave, he could actually give up everything he had. This was simply too ironic. Milman's eyes were confused, and his pupils had completely lost focus. More and more Sogdians came from all over Chang, and when they heard the news that the sacred fire in the Zhuang temple had been extinguished, more and more people gathered around the fire altar. Many devout believers even cried and knelt on the ground, praying that the gods would not abandon them. Li Wangyu, Chai Linggu, and the others also followed Milman to the fire altar of the Zhuang temple. They all crowded around the fire altar with smiles on their faces. When Milman saw Li Wangyu and the others in the crowd, he only felt a rush of blood. He rushed over regardless of anything, wanting to fight with those playboys. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously, leaned over to Milman's ear, and whispered something in his ear. His words shocked Milman, and he looked at Li Wangyu with a complicated expression. Chapter 156. Li Wangyu whispered into Milliman's ear, "Do you want the flame of victory? I can help you get the best sacred flame." To Milliman, this was a fatal temptation. He stared at the Tang youth in front of him in disbelief. He said that he could help him get the best sacred flame. How was this possible? The so-called flame of victory was not just the heavenly fire. More importantly, it was formed by gathering all the sacred flames of different levels and adding the heavenly fire. When the Persians fought, they would even send the flame of victory to the battlefield to boost morale. However, Milliman was like a drowning man at this moment. Even if it was a straw, he wanted to hold on tightly to it. Milliman looked at Li Wangyu expectantly, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Sa Bao, why don't we find a suitable place to talk? You won't be talking about this in front of everyone, right?" Milamon stared at Li Wangyu silently for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out whether he was telling the truth or not. Finally, the hope in his heart won out. He extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. He turned around and led Li Wangyu and the other playboys into the Jia Temple. The sacred flame in the Jia Temple fire altar in Lichuan Square had inexplicably extinguished itself because of the Chung brothers, the Yuchi twins, and Fang Yai. The Sogdians did not allow non-believers to enter the Jia Temple. However, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With the influence of these playboys and their families in Chang City, it was not difficult to find people who were willing to sell their souls for money, not to mention some Sogdians who were not pure believers. After promising a few Sogdians great rewards, these Sogdians did not hesitate to be the accomplices in extinguishing the sacred fire of the Zoroastrian shrine. The Chung brothers and the Yuchi twins immediately ordered people to make a few leather bags and tied them into the clothes of the Sogdians. One end of the leather bags was opened, and they were worn through the sleeves of the clothes. With the wide clothes covering them, no one could see any flaws. After that, he poured vinegar and alkali powder into the leather pouch. Then he asked the Sushans to pretend to be devout believers and enter the fire altar to pray to the sacred fire. None of the priests who were guarding the fire altar noticed that among the Sogdians who were praying in the fire altar, a few of them were secretly aiming their sleeves at the bronze cauldron that was burning with the sacred fire. The vinegar in the leather bag had a chemical reaction with the alkali powder, constantly producing carbon dioxide gas. The carbon dioxide gas flowed into the copper cauldron through the opening of the leather pouch and into the cuffs of the Sushans' robes. Carbon dioxide gas was heavier than air. After flowing into the copper cauldron, it quickly gathered in the copper cauldron, isolating the air needed to burn the wood and extinguishing the flames. This carbon dioxide gas was colorless and odorless, so the priests guarding the fire altar in the Jia Temple naturally could not find any clues. When they noticed that the holy fire in the copper cauldrons on the fire altar had been extinguished, the Sogdian believers who were praying in the fire altar also noticed it. The scene was in chaos. The Sogdians who had completed their mission took advantage of the chaos and slipped out of the Jia Temple. All of this happened without anyone noticing. In an era where there was almost no knowledge of chemistry, even if the priests and priests of the Jia Temple racked their brains, they would not know how the holy fire was extinguished. In fact, the Sogdians who were acting as spies did not know either. They only followed orders and tied a large leather pouch under their robes. After that, they stood beside the holy fire and aimed their sleeves at the holy fire in the copper cauldron. When the holy fire in the copper cauldron was extinguished, the Sogdians were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. They only vaguely sensed that the extinguishing of the holy fire had something to do with them. The Sogdians began to feel afraid. After collecting money from the rich playboys, they left Chang and went to the western region. This matter became an unsolved case. Milman invited Li Wangyu and the others into a quiet room in the Jia Temple. He changed his arrogant attitude and asked humbly, "Xiaolang, Kuan, what do you mean by the holy fire?" "It means the heavenly fire. I can help you find the purest heavenly fire," Li Wangyu said with a smile. He had already thought of how to fool this Jia Temple Sabeo. Although Milman did not know how the holy fire was extinguished, he was sure that it had something to do with the people in front of him. However, he did not have any evidence. He did not even know how the other party operated it. It was meaningless to continue to dwell on this matter. Now, he just wanted to know if Li Wangyu was telling the truth. "If it's just the lightning fire, I don't seem to need your help," Milman replied calmly, as he regained a bit of his rationality. The best holy fire was not so easy to collect. Although it was difficult to collect the lightning fire, the Jia temple could do it. The key to the victory fire was to collect the holy fire of the various classes of believers. This was a very complicated ritual that could take years to complete. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No, I think you are mistaken. The lightning fire is not the real heavenly fire. The real heavenly fire should come from the sun. The sun? Yes, the fire from the sun is the purest holy fire. You want it? I can help you collect it. Li Wangyu's words made Milman stand up and stare at him. After a long time, Milman's expression became serious. He asked word by word, "Are you sure it's the heavenly fire from the sun?" Xiaolang, Kuan, think carefully. The consequences of deceiving our Jia temple are very serious. Milman had never heard of the sun's heavenly fire being collected, but if it was really the sun's heavenly fire, he was sure that it was the best holy fire. It was even rarer than the victory fire stipulated in the doctrine. Li Wangyu chuckled. "What's the benefit of lying to you? I will collect the sun's heavenly fire in front of your Jia temple." He was confident that he could collect the so-called sun's heavenly fire. Wasn't it the same as the process of collecting the Olympic holy fire in the future? By concentrating the sunlight in the center of the concave mirror, the high temperature generated to ignite the holy fire was the only way to collect the Olympic holy fire. Although Li Wanyu couldn't make a concave mirror in the Tang dynasty, he could collect the so-called sun's holy fire by similar means. Even the Olympic Games in the future recognized the holy fire. How could he not fool the Jia temple? Then please start quickly. What do you need? Jia temple will provide everything. Milman believed Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu really couldn't fool them. If Li Wangyu dared to deceive them, Milman swore that he would complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He would even ask all the soup merchants in Chang and to go on strike to pressure the Tang dynasty. Milman did not believe that the emperor of the Great Tang would not uphold justice for them, given that he controlled the trade of the Silk Road. Li Wangyu waved his hand. "I can help you collect the heavenly fire, but what can you give me in exchange? I'm not a follower of your Jia temple, so I have no obligation to help you. Gold, jewels, women. I can give you anything you want as long as you can collect the sun's heavenly fire," Milman said arrogantly. To the Sogdians, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Li Wanyu looked at Milman with a faint smile. "Sabeo, you know what I want. Give me that female slave of the Great Qin in exchange for the sun's heavenly fire." Milman hesitated. Turning the Great Qin woman into a prostitute was an order from the Persian Jia temple. He didn't know if he should go against it. He had completely forgotten how much he regretted not giving the female slave to the wastrels when they asked for it. Seeing Milman hesitate, Li Wangyu said again, "Sabeo, Persia is far away from the Tang dynasty. You can just say that the female slave died of illness. You should know that compared to an insignificant female slave, the sun's heavenly fire is a 1 in a million divine item." Milman was convinced by Li Wangyu and nodded. "Xiaolang, Kuan, as long as you can help me collect the sun's heavenly fire, you can take the female slave away and do whatever you want with her." After a long time, Milman finally agreed. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. No matter how arrogant Milman was, he was just a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that Milman would act out of desperation and harm Aphrodite, Li Wangyu wouldn't have let him pass so easily. Chapter 157. Milman also had a good plan. If he could really collect the heavenly sunfire in front of everyone like this Tang young man said, Then Li Chuan Feng's Zhan Temple would be able to turn the situation around and sing like a serf. Not only would the Zoroastrian temple not hold him responsible for the extinguishing of the solar heavenly fire, but he would also get more rewards. Compared to that, a female slave from Byzantium was nothing. Besides, after learning the lesson of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire, he didn't dare to offend Li Wangyu again, even if Li Wangyu collected the solar heavenly fire for them. If the solar heavenly fire was extinguished again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Maybe the easiest thing he could think of was to kill himself on the cauldron of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire. Mr. Xiaolang, how long will it take for you to collect the solar heavenly fire for us? Milman asked anxiously. Any time. As long as the sun is shining, noon would be the best. Milman lowered his head and thought for a while. How about 3 days later at noon? You have to collect the pure solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to let me take the female slave away first." Since Milman had already agreed to this deal, he didn't reject it and nodded. If Li Wangyu could collect the solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple in Chang'an City, then everyone would be happy. If Li Wangyu was lying to them, the Zoroastrian temple wouldn't let him off easily. Milman summoned a priest and asked him to go to the tavern with Li Wangyu and ask the tavern owner to release the slave. Li Wangyu and the others left, and Milman went to prepare for the solar heavenly fire ceremony in 3 days. It was a tedious job. At the same time, he had to comfort the believers and tell them that the solar heavenly fire was extinguished for no reason because the Zoroastrian temple was about to collect the pure solar heavenly fire. In front of the purest and noblest solar heavenly fire, the solar heavenly fire would naturally extinguish. This was their respect for the solar heavenly fire. These words, coupled with the fact that the sacred fire on the Zoroastrian temple's fire altar had automatically extinguished for no reason, made the Zoroastrian believers believe them. After all, there were many believers praying in the fire altar at that time, and they witnessed with their own eyes how the holy fire in the cauldron was extinguished one after another. Thanks to Sabeo Milliman's propaganda, everyone, including the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple, believed this story. The Sogdians began to pray, anticipating the arrival of the sacred fire of the sun 3 days later. When they exited the shrine, the Chung brothers, the Yuchi twins Fang Yai and Niu Zhengping were already waiting for them at the entrance. Due to the presence of the Zoroastrian priests, everyone held back their laughter and winked at each other to pass messages. Today's matter was simply too satisfying for this group of silpants. Extinguishing the sacred flame of the Zoroastrianism, this kind of thing was simply too exciting for this group of idle playboys. However, they also knew that this matter couldn't be made public. It wasn't even convenient for them to tell their parents, so they could only secretly laugh amongst themselves. This made the silpants feel very regretful, as they felt like they were walking in the dark. The group once again returned to the Hu wine shop in Shi City. The Zoroastrian priests passed on Sabeo Milliman's orders to the Hu shopkeeper, asking him to hand over the Qin female slave. The Hu shopkeeper didn't expect that in just half a day, Li Wangyu would be able to convince Sabeo Milliman. This made him very surprised. The Hu shopkeeper naturally obeyed Sabeo Milliman's orders. He asked someone to summon Aphrodite and prepared to go to the Chang and county to handle the procedures. After the fire last night, when Aphrodite turned to leave, she closed her eyes. That drop of tear, carrying a sense of persistence, a sense of waiting, a sense of determination, and a sense of sadness, fell. 2 years ago, when Carthagena City was conquered by the Persians, to the 13-year-old girl, it was as if she saw the entire world collapse in front of her. In the burning ruins, every tile was engraved with her vivid memories. From a proud daughter of heaven to a female slave, Aphrodite lost her faith and hope in God. After that, the long journey of a year and a half made Aphrodite lose hope in the future. She could never return to her hometown. She was just a pitiful person who was exiled from her memories. Yesterday, she was dragged out to meet the guests after resisting in every way possible. Aphrodite thought that would be the beginning of her life, the endless darkness of hell. She didn't expect that the handsome young man from the Tang dynasty would squat beside her gently and ask her in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" With just one sentence, Aphrodite's heart seemed to have been shot by Cupid, the god of love. She obediently allowed the young man from the Tang dynasty to hold her hand and take her to a seat. When she was mocked by his friends for being ugly, Aphrodite bit her lips hard to stop her tears from falling. She took the initiative to change into a dance costume and perform a branch dance. She wanted to show her best side to the young man from the Tang dynasty. At that moment, she forgot her identity as a female slave. She was willing to give up everything she had to return to the world of her dreams. However, he still left, but he didn't take her with him. She heard from the other Hu girls in the tavern that the young man tried to buy her, but he was rejected by the Hu tavern owner. Aphrodite knew why. Zoroastrianism, the common religion of the Persians and Sogdians, they wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate her and the Byzantine Empire. After the young man from the Tang dynasty left, she had already made preparations. A sharpened hairpin. Before she was forced to meet the guests, Aphrodite was going to insert it into her heart. She would miss him until her body withered. However, at this moment, Aphrodite hated him. All the beautiful days were long gone, and they would never return. Aphrodite's heart couldn't produce a trace of sadness because there were no ifs in the world of living. When the Hu tavern owner ordered someone to summon her, Aphrodite's hand was already clenched tightly around the sharp hairpin. To her surprise, the person who appeared in front of her was the young man from the Tang dynasty with a warm smile on his face. A drop of tear fell from Aphrodite's wooden face again. She wiped her tears and smiled like a flower. "Are you here to take me with you?" "Yes. Are you willing to come with me?" "I'm willing." Li Wangyu reached out his hand to the young girl again and held Aphrodite's hand. Her hand was soft and a little cold, but she held on to Li Wangyu's hand tightly, as if she was holding on to her own happiness. The Hu tavern owner accompanied them to the Chang and county to complete the procedures. Li Wangyu asked him to write a document to release Aphrodite. He took the document from the Chang and county and the document from the Hu tavern owner and said goodbye to the foppish young masters. He was going to take the Hu girl back home. Li Wangyu originally wanted to borrow a horse from the foppish young masters for Aphrodite to ride, but the Hu girl refused. Aphrodite didn't feel shy at all when the foppish young masters were laughing at her. She stubbornly asked to ride with Li Wangyu. Ever since they left the Hu tavern, the smile on her face never disappeared. The two of them squeezed on the horse. She curled up in Li Wangyu's arms and looked around curiously. They rode the horse to Dingzhou village, but Li Wangyu was a little troubled. How should he explain Aphrodite's situation to his beautiful boss? "It's urgent. I'm waiting online for an answer." Chapter 158. Li Wangyu brought Aphrodite back to Dingzhou village while feeling uneasy. With a 16-year-old beauty in his arms and such a beautiful young girl version of Angelina Jolie, it would be a lie if Li Wangyu said that his heart wasn't moved. The girl's delicate body was in his arms, bumping and rubbing along with the galloping horse. Li Wangyu almost turned into a wolf. If Li Wangyu wasn't worried about how to explain it to his beautiful boss, he might have really done it. Anyway, Aphrodite's heart was now completely tied to Li Wangyu. If he really wanted to do something bad, the girl would never refuse. Only now did Aphrodite know that this young man from the Tang dynasty was called Li Wangyu. It was a very nice name. Wangyu, forget your worries. Is this a hint from God to me? Does he want me to forget my worries and live happily in the Tang dynasty? Aphrodite knew that it would be difficult for her to return to her hometown thousands of miles away. The man who saved her from the fire pit might be her life support. She began to think about random things again. Will Li Wangyu marry me? Does he have other wives? Will his wives accept me? Although the Byzantine Empire had a monogamous system, Aphrodite didn't mind sharing Li Wangyu with other women at this time. As long as I can stay by his side, it's enough. For a moment, the two people on the horse were thinking about their own things and didn't speak anymore. It was less than 100 miles away. No matter how slow the horse was, it only took them an hour to return to Dingzhou village from Chang. And when the old butler and Niu Wu saw their Langjun return, they quickly came out to greet him. Ma Zhou also came out to greet his teacher. The three of them were surprised to see the girl who was riding with Li Wangyu. Li Heng, this is Aphrodite. She is... Li Wangyu got off the horse and scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain the girl's identity, so he just laughed it off. I'll tell you later. Li Heng, go and let the maids arrange a room for her. She will stay at home from now on. Li Heng and Niu Wu's old faces showed a smile that all men understood. Their Langjun finally grew up. Although he brought back a girl, it was nothing. In the Tang dynasty, who didn't have a few girls as concubines? Madame Su at home was also good, except that she was a little old. However, these days, the old butler admired Su Chongqing's ability to take care of things in the manor. Not to mention that the four-wheeled carriage company was now managed by Su Chongqing. In less than 2 days, the group of Guanzhong men in Dingzhou village all listened to her. Now in Dingzhou village, Su Chongqing's words were more effective than the old village chief's. Therefore, in the old butler's heart, Madame Su should be the main wife of the family in the future. And Li Wangyu brought back a girl who was obviously his Longjuan's concubine. However, Li Heng and Niu Wu both complained in their hearts that the women their Langjun found were really not good. The old ones were old, the ugly ones were ugly, as people of the Tang dynasty in the eyes of Li Heng, Niu Wu, and even Ma Zhou. Aphrodite's appearance was the ugly type, the same as those rich playboys. As for Su Chongqing, being old, if Su Chongqing knew that Li Heng and Niu Wu were secretly criticizing her for being old, there would probably be a bloodbath in the Li family. Langjun, this old slave understands. Hee, this Afu. What? Do you need a maid to serve her? The old butler asked with a smile. Aphrodite's name was too long for the old man to remember. It's Aphrodite. Forget it. You probably can't remember it either. Arrange a maid to take care of her. Li Wangyu repeated it again. However, looking at Li Heng's confused eyes, it was obvious that he still couldn't remember Aphrodite's name. He simply turned to the girl. Can I call you Aphrodite in the future? Your name is too long for people of the Tang dynasty. Aphrodite nodded obediently. Okay, I like the name Aphrodite. Li Wangyu introduced both parties, and Aphrodite gave everyone a standard Tang dynasty curtsy. She clasped her fingers together and placed them on the right side of her waist before bowing respectfully. Everyone, I'm Aphrodite, Longjuan's woman. Aphrodite's words caused Li Wangyu, Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Ma Zhou to choke on their saliva and cough at the same time. Li Wangyu blushed and didn't dare to let Aphrodite continue speaking, so he pulled her inside. Ma Zhou didn't know what to say. His teacher's concubine was too bold. Li Heng, on the other hand, smiled and stroked his beard, thinking that this concubine actually said that she was Longjuan's woman in front of everyone. Hee, this mansion is going to be lively in the future. Li Heng, is Chongqing at home? Li Wanyu asked as he walked inside. The old steward hurriedly replied, Lang Jun, Madame Su has yet to return from Chong and City. Perrin and Niu Yong went with her. Got it. Li Wanyu didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed when he heard that Su Chongqing wasn't at home. However, looking at the sky, there were at most 2 hours left before the evening drum sounded in Chong and City, and his beautiful boss was about to return home. If he died prematurely, Aphrodite would also say that she was his woman in front of his beautiful boss. That would be a lot of fun. Li Wanyu wanted to tell Aphrodite not to say that in the future, but looking at Aphrodite's smiling face, he couldn't say anything. Damn it, so be it if I die. At worst, I'll just go all out and wait for my beautiful boss to flip out with jealousy before I use my ultimate move. I'd better instruct the maidservants to tidy up the washboard in the house first. I don't dare to take it out. Fortunately, there weren't any keyboards or computer motherboards in the Tang dynasty, let alone fruits like durian. Looking at their Longjuan's conflicted look, the old steward Li Heng and Niu couldn't help but shake their heads. What a scandal, what a scandal. How could the head of the Li family be afraid of a woman? If word got out, the Li family would lose all face. Ma Zhou also felt that his young master was good at everything, but why was he so afraid of women? He could learn everything from his master, but this was something that he absolutely couldn't learn. If Li Wanyu knew what Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Ma Zhou were thinking, he would definitely snort in disdain. In the future, a goddess like his beautiful boss was in existence that could instantly kill a group of men with a single look. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the more I'll cry. Women's rights are rampant, Li Wanyu thought with grief and indignation. However, Li Heng's disdainful look made Li Wanyu somewhat unable to put down his pride as a man. He suddenly straightened his back. This isn't the future. This is the Tang dynasty. I want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what? Li Wanyu decided to be tough, for once. He absolutely couldn't face his beautiful boss with the same mentality as he did in the future. Otherwise, in the future, his wife wouldn't be respected, and that would be a terrible thing. As a man, he couldn't be a coward. He had to be tough. Li Wanyu coughed softly. Just as he was about to assume the posture of a family head, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves outside the door. Then a figure jumped off the horse and rushed through the door with a gust of wind. The one who rushed through the door was Niu Yong. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely as he shouted, Lang Jun, something happened. Su, Miss Su is trapped in the East Market. Quickly go and save her. Chapter 159. Li Wanyu was shocked when he heard the news. Niu Yong's appearance scared him even more. This one-armed strong man had bruises on his face, and his clothes were torn in many places. Some of the wounds even oozed blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. Brother, who beat you up like this? I'm going to get even with them. Niu Wu was furious when he saw that his brother was injured. Niu Yong ignored him and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm tightly. Lang Jun, let's go and save Lady Su. Niu Yong, what happened? What happened to Su Chongqing? Tell me the details. Li Wanyu supported Niu Yong. Niu Yong gasped for breath and said hurriedly, Lady Su is trapped in the carriage. Lang Jun, let's go quickly. We'll talk on the way. The city gate of Chong and is about to close. If we're late, we won't be able to enter the city. Li Wanyu looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dusk. There was not much time left before the city gate of Chong unclosed. He was also anxious and shouted at Niu Wu, go and prepare the horse. We're going to Chong, and Niu Wu agreed and was about to run outside. Li Heng grabbed him and said, Wait, let's go find the village chief first. Go quickly. Niu Wu was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. He jumped onto the red horse that Li Wangyu rode back and ran towards the village chief's house. Although Niu Wu didn't know what had happened, he knew that he and his elder brother might not be able to break into Chang and city to save Madame Su just by relying on the two of them. They might have to rely on the villagers of Dingzhou village to help out. When the old village chief heard that Lady Su was trapped in the carriage of Chang, and he rang the old copper bell in the village without saying anything. The copper bell in the village could not be rung casually. If the copper bell was rung 12 times, it meant that the village was facing a threat. After the old village chief rang the copper bell, the men who were originally squatting in front of their house holding big bowls and chatting with others were suddenly startled and rushed back into the house. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of strong men with all kinds of weapons had gathered on the grain-sunning ground in the village. They were led by 12 middle-aged strong men who were wearing leather armor and holding weapons, but their bodies were all handicapped. These 12 strong men were the comrades of the Niu brothers who had survived the bloody battle with the Turks at Yanmen Pass. Back then, 60 former Sui soldiers from Dingzhou village went to war. Those who were able to survive all had their own abilities. Although their bodies were disabled, their battle prowess was not to be underestimated. Almost all of the youths in the village were trained by these 12 people, and the Niu brothers according to the military methods. No one would have expected that a small village like Dingzhou would have the military strength of 2 brigades hidden within it. If they were equipped with armor and long weapons, their combat effectiveness would not be inferior to that of the imperial army in Chang. And at all, when the village had conflicts with the surrounding villages, they had never lost a fight. Even in the village, there had never been any blind thieves who came looking for trouble. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that Dingzhou village was too poor. For a village that was so poor that it only lacked pants, naturally, no thieves would be stupid enough to come here and steal. Village chief, why are you ringing the bell? Are there any blind thieves? One of the 12 handicapped soldiers asked in a low, muffled voice. He held an old long spear in his hand. The body of the spear was covered with all kinds of scratches. It was obvious that this weapon had been used for a long time. This long spear was a prohibited weapon among the people, but no one in the village cared. Almost all of them had such prohibited weapons in their homes. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, the old village chief did not have time to talk nonsense. He raised his voice and shouted, "Lady Su of the Li family is in trouble. She is trapped in the East Market of Chang. And, good people, come with me. Let's go and save Lady Su." Ever since Su Changqing took over the four-wheeled carriage business, the carriage business had already begun to take shape in just a few days. Many of the villagers of Dingzhou village had already started driving carriages to help the merchants in the East Market and West Market transport goods. However, due to the insufficient number of carriages in the early stages and the poor quality of the carriages, Su Changqing limited the carriage's transport distance to 300 miles around Chang, and city, which was the distance that a four-wheeled carriage could travel in a day. Su Changqing also contacted many merchants in the East Market and West Market and recommended the four-wheeled carriage business of Dingzhou village to them. Dingzhou village and the Li family jointly opened the four-wheeled carriage business. Li Wangyu shamelessly named it the Shunfeng Express four-wheeled carriage business. His beautiful superior just rolled her eyes speechlessly. She did not object to this. The Shunfeng Express four-wheeled carriage business charged 2 copper coins for each carriage of goods for a distance of 100 miles. Su Changqing had formulated a detailed distribution plan for the transportation of these 2 copper coins. The first was to pay taxes. However, the business tax in the Tang dynasty was frighteningly low. Each copper coin was 20 copper coins. The tax rate of 2% was almost nothing. In the Tang dynasty, only high-end goods such as silk, bamboo, tea, and lacquer had a business tax of 10%. After deducting 40 copper coins from the business tax, the remaining 1,960 copper coins would be 200 copper coins for each carriage and 2 coachmen. 30% of the carriage business's income would be added to the public account of the carriage business. It would be used to purchase horses, expand the scale of the carriage business, and pay for its operating expenses. The Li family would take 60% of the remaining money, while Dingzhou village would take 40%. The old village chief would distribute the remaining money equally according to the number of households. In this way, each carriage of the Shunfeng Express could bring the Li family more than 700 copper coins for every 100 miles of transportation. Dingzhou village could get about 500 copper coins. It might not seem like much, but the carriage business now had nearly 30 carriages. It could bring in an almost endless stream of cash flow every day. In just a few days, not to mention the villagers who had taken up the post as coachmen, even the ordinary villagers could get a few hundred copper coins out of thin air. It had only been a few days, and there were not many carriages in the village at present. The villagers of Dingzhou village now walked with the wind and felt that their backs were much straighter. Carpenter Lu's family was even busier. Every day, with the help of the villagers, they were busy forging and repairing carriages. They even selected a few clever young men from the village to be their apprentices. Therefore, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, the Li family was the Buddha of all families. Madame Su was the goddess of wealth and the lifeblood of the entire village. Now that they heard from the old village chief that Madame Su was trapped in Chang, an East City, more than 100 young men were furious. Mother Kerr, who dares to touch Madame Su? I'll chop him up alive. Village chief, stop talking. Tell us, should we attack Chang and city now? Mother Kerr, how dare they touch Madame Su of the Li family? We'll fight them to the death. Nearly 200 young men, under the leadership of the 12 disabled soldiers, wanted to immediately attack Chang and city and fight the Southern Yamen Imperial Army to the death. Li Wangyu, who had just arrived at the grain sunning field in the village, saw this scene. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Are you going to start another rebellion like what happened at the Black Tortoise Gate? Chapter 160. Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward and stopped the furious old Muramesa. He had already communicated with Niu Yong. Su Chongqing was not in danger for now, but he was trapped in the SF Express carriage and could not leave. If he really led 200 people and farmers with all kinds of weapons to Chang, and the guards at the city gate would be mobilized. With great difficulty, Li Wangyu managed to calm down the agitated village chief and the villagers. However, under the unanimous request of the villagers, he finally led the Niu brothers and the 12 soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles. They mounted their horses and galloped towards Chang and city. The huge Chang and city had many city gates, palace gates, halls, pavilions, and streets. It took hours to open and close these gates every day. Night fell. After the first drumbeat, the palace gates closed. After the second drumbeat, the palace gates began to close. After the second drumbeat, the palace city gates, left and right eternal light gates, the imperial city gates, and the capital city gates began to close. After 800 drumbeats, the city gates closed. Li Wangyu led 14 horses and galloped all the way. They did not care about the horses and kept whipping their horses. Finally, they rushed into the illustrious Virtue Gate after the first drumbeat. Let's not talk about how Li Wangyu and the others were rushing to the East Market. This morning, Su Chongqing led Peilon and Niu Yong to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company in Chang, and city as usual. The little girl Perrin and Su Chongqing rode on the same horse. Niu Yong rode beside them to protect them. Perrin curled up in the arms of her beautiful boss. The two of them chatted in a low voice. Perrin wanted to go to the East Market, so she begged Su Chongqing to take her to Chang. And Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun did not come back last night. Humph! It must be that group of rich playboys who took him to indulge in wine and women. Perrin pouted and said unhappily, "Yesterday, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons of rich families stayed overnight at the Hu People's wine shop in the western city. He only sent someone back to inform them that he would not be returning to Dingzhou village that night." Regarding this, the little girl Perrin had a rather strong opinion. The beautiful boss reached out and pinched her face. "Little girl, you have a lot of little ideas." Perrin twisted her body and said, "I'm not. I'm just thinking for you, Sister Chongqing." "Hee, sister, don't you care about Lang Jun?" "Men, humph, they're all like this. Let him be." Su Chongqing came from the future, so he wasn't surprised by such things. She also knew that in the company, including Li Wangyu, it was not uncommon for white-collar workers like them to accompany customers to places like nightclubs in order to get an order. For Su Chongqing, she didn't care much about men playing outside. She cared more about whether the two of them could be together for the rest of their lives. Some of the beautiful bosses liked the lyrics of the song, the most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Until we're old and can't go anywhere, you'll still treat me as a treasure in the palm of your hand. Ever since Su Chongqing transmigrated to the prosperous Tang dynasty, she regarded Li Wangyu as her lifelong partner. In addition to having a good impression of Li Wangyu, the main reason was that in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was the only one who could understand her. It was like a man and a woman living on a deserted island. If you didn't choose him, did you have any other choice? Although the Tang dynasty was not a deserted island, in Su Chongqing's mind, except for Li Wangyu, there was no one else she could open her heart to and communicate with. To her, this world was no different from a deserted island. Su Chongqing didn't think that she could be like those female protagonists in novels who transmigrated to ancient times and lived happily with an ancient person. That was too much of a fantasy. She couldn't imagine marrying an ancient person from the Tang dynasty and then living a life of seclusion in the backyard. That was simply a disaster. However, the beautiful boss also had some worries in her heart. That was the age gap between her and Li Wangyu was too big. Although she knew that Li Wangyu was actually 2 or 3 years older than her, no matter what, Li Wangyu's physical age was only 16 years old, and she was already 24 years old. As the saying went, a woman 3 years older than her husband would hold a golden brick. A woman 8 years older would make a fortune. However, Su Chongqing was nervous. For her, this matter had become a sore point. The soul of the man she liked was possessed by a young man. It felt really strange. It was precisely because of this fear that Li Wangyu would despise her age that she did not want to be intimate with Li Wangyu. The two people holding hands already made her feel very awkward. This kind of worry about personal gains and losses made the beautiful boss jealous of the young maidservants sent by Cho Kuan on one hand, but on the other hand, she was particularly indulgent with Li Wangyu. Even if she knew that Cheng Chumo was a playboy and took Li Wangyu to indulge in wine and women, she did not want to interfere. Contradiction. Entanglement. This was Su Chongqing's current state of mind. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, the three people entered Chang and City and went straight to the East Market. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had rented a courtyard in the East Market as a temporary stop for the carriage company in Chang and City. Usually, because of the delay in transporting goods, the four-wheeled carriages and coachmen who could not return to Dingzhou village would temporarily spend the night here. This was also the location of the Shunfeng Express, which contracted the freight business of the merchants in the East and West markets. The reason why they chose to open the carriage company in the East market was mainly because the Cho family had a business here. Since planning to open a carriage company in Chang and City, Su Chongqing first contacted Cho Kuan and asked him to help find a suitable shop in Chang and City. The Cho family was surprised to learn that Li Wanyu actually wanted to open a carriage company business. However, after Cho Yuanliang saw the carrying capacity and speed of the four-wheeled carriage, he immediately decided to cooperate with the Shunfeng Express for a long time. The biggest problem for the Cho family in the grain business was the transportation of grain. The Shunfeng Express simply made Cho Yuanliang overjoyed. The courtyard in the East Market was the property of the Cho family. It was rented to Su Chongqing by Cho Yuanliang at a very low price. The condition was that all the grain of the Cho family would be transported by the Shunfeng Express in the future. In this regard, Su Chongqing naturally had no objection. The two sides happily signed the contract. In the past few days, the Shunfeng Carriage Company had helped the Cho family transport several batches of grain. Both the speed and the price made Cho Yuanliang very satisfied. After Su Chongqing and others arrived at the carriage company, she first checked the account book and confirmed that there was no problem. Then she dealt with some trivial matters of the carriage company. These days, the most troublesome thing for the beautiful boss was that there was no one to help her. Now, the carriage company had just started, so she could do it by herself. But once it developed, she would have to do all these things by herself. That would be really terrible. In Dingzhou village, there were many farmers who worked, and they were all good at it. But there was no one who could read to help with the management. Sure enough, talent was the most precious thing even in the 21st century. After busying himself for more than 2 hours, he was finally almost done. Only then did Su Chongqing lead Pei Lan to stroll around the Eastern Market. Niu Yong wanted to accompany them, but Su Chongqing refused with a smile. In Chang and City of the Tang Dynasty, especially in the East Market, the security was still good. She and Perrin were not worried about any accidents. Shopping was a woman's nature. Maybe no matter where, no matter which era, women liked to walk around and look around because they liked this feeling. It was the first time that Perrin came to the East Market. In this era, the most prosperous shopping center in the world was located, which made the little girl very excited. Although Perrin insisted on serving Li Wanyu in the mansion, no one treated her as a maid in the mansion. After asking Li Wanyu and the old housekeeper for their opinions, Su Chongqing simply set a monthly salary for Perrin, which was the treatment of a member of the family. The servants in the Tang Dynasty were the property of the master. Naturally, they were not like the maids in Dream of the Red Chamber, who had a monthly salary. Generally speaking, the master would take care of the servants' food and accommodation, and reward them according to his mood. Today, Perrin came to the East Market of Chang and City with all the copper coins she had saved these days, saying that she wanted to buy something. But whether it was a rouge shop or a jewelry shop, the little girl could go in and look around. However, although the little girl had money in her pocket, she just looked around and did not spend money to buy anything. Perrin, what do you want to buy? Su Chongqing asked curiously. Perrin blushed and stuck out her tongue at her. Sister Chongqing, I want to buy a sachet for Langjun. The sachet she was talking about was a hollow metal ball with a pattern of flowers or animals. A metal incense pot was suspended on a balance frame inside, and the outside could be rotated at will. In the Tang Dynasty, not only women liked to wear sachets, but men were no exception. Whether hunting, traveling, or playing, they all carried sachets with them. Wherever it went, the fragrance would spread. At that time, men even had the custom of comparing spices with each other, which was called competing in incense. Even the generals of the Tang dynasty used incense. In the Tang poem, Young Man's Journey, it was written, Pingming little hunting out of the middle army, exotic fragrance filling sleeves. It was obvious how popular incense was in the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing was speechless. In her mind, she could not imagine Li Wangyu wearing a sachet around his waist, and the fragrance was overflowing. Perrin, your Langjun definitely doesn't like to wear that stuff. You'd better not waste your money. Su Chongqing said firmly. Li Wangyu was a standard straight man. In the company of later generations, some male colleagues would wear perfume for men. But on Li Wangyu, the beautiful boss had never smelled any fragrance except for the smell of sweat. He was the representative of smelly men. Really? Lang Jun used to like it. Perrin was a little confused. Shouldn't wearing sachets be the favorite of men in the Tang dynasty? She remembered that her Lang Jun used to wear sachets. It's true. Let's go over there and have a look. I'll treat you to candy, okay? Su Chongqing could not explain to the little girl that her Lang Jun had been replaced. She could only say perfunctorily and pull Perrin away. When they passed by the door of a shop that specialized in women's ready-made clothes, Perrin looked at the colorful women's clothes in the shop and waved to Su Chongqing. Sister Chongqing, let's go in and have a look. The clothes here are so beautiful. Su Chongqing naturally would not refuse. She smiled and held Perrin's hand and walked into the shop. But she did not expect to meet a noble person in the shop. Chapter 161. This East City's ready-made clothing store was expensive, so there weren't many customers. Su Chongqing saw two beautiful women who were about the same age as her, so she smiled and nodded to greet them in a friendly manner. The two women also smiled and greeted her. After transmigrating for almost a month, even Su Chongqing could see that these two women obviously had a high status. Their hair was tied up in a bun, their breasts were exposed, and their shoulders were covered with a gauze. They were wearing a short-sleeved shirt, a long skirt, and a belt. One of the women was pregnant, and her belly was already showing. There were maids serving them. Although Su Chongqing didn't know much about history, she still knew a phrase called Tang Dynasty clothing. The Tang Dynasty clothing was the heyday of China's clothing development. Even in later generations, the shadow of the Tang Dynasty clothing could still be seen in East Asian countries. The Tang Dynasty women's clothing was the most wonderful chapter of China's ancient clothing. Their clothes were beautiful and gorgeous, and the decorations were strange and complicated, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Speaking of which, Su Chongqing was secretly shocked by the Tang Dynasty women's clothing, because even in the eyes of later generations, the Tang Dynasty women's clothing was too bold. The light, thin, and transparent fabric, coupled with the bare-chested clothing, which was the low-chested clothing of later generations, and the slow-chested gauze skirt, made Su Chongqing, as a woman, blush when she looked at it. In the Tang Dynasty, where plump breasts were considered to be beautiful, the white patch on the chest of a woman with a bit of status was a cheap sight for many men. Not to mention that there was no such thing as underwear in the Tang Dynasty. With such a low neckline, when these women bent down, the fatal temptation of exposing their bodies was simply too deadly. In the Tang Dynasty, bare-chested clothing was not something that just anyone could wear. Women from ordinary families were not allowed to wear such clothes. Only women with high status could wear such clothes, just like the two beautiful women in the store at this time, who were wearing bare-chested clothing, revealing their plump and snow-white chests. Obviously, they were of noble status. Su Chongqing didn't want to disturb them, so she led Perrin and whispered about the various clothing in the store. But she accidentally overheard the conversation of the two beautiful women. "Sister, look at this belt. It suits you so well. It does look good, but it's not convenient for me to wear this belt right now." The pregnant woman sighed and said, "I look ugly no matter what I wear now. I don't even dare to let Erlang see me like this." The beautiful boss stole a glance at the pregnant woman and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter immediately alerted the two beautiful women, and they both cast inquisitive gazes over. Su Chongqing hurriedly bowed to them and explained, "Ladies, I'm really sorry. I accidentally overheard your conversation and disturbed you." However, the two beautiful women didn't blame her and just laughed it off. Su Chongqing was a little embarrassed. His laughter just now was indeed a little impolite. He hurriedly said, "My two wives, actually, I know of clothes that are suitable for pregnant women. Would you be interested?" Oh, the pregnant woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, "Young lady, tell me about it." What Su Chongqing thought of was the maternity clothes of the future. When women in the future were pregnant, they would usually buy maternity clothes that were wide, comfortable, breathable, sweat-absorbent, and easy to wear. And women in the future would pay more attention to the beauty of maternity clothes. Aside from the large waist, the style wasn't inferior to ordinary fashion. Su Chongqing asked the female shop assistant of the ready-made clothing store to bring over a chest-length skirt. He pointed at the waist of the skirt and said, "Actually, this chest-length skirt is the most suitable for pregnant women. You just need to modify the waist a little." The chest-length skirt looked like the Korean clothing of the future. The so-called Korean clothing was passed down to Korea during the Tang Dynasty. The chest-length skirt tied the belt high above the chest. This style could achieve a different elegant effect, regardless of whether the figure was plump or thin. Furthermore, the chest-length skirt that was modified at the waist was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked dignified and elegant, and the wide skirt perfectly hid the pregnant belly. Whether it was a 6-month pregnant woman or an 8-month pregnant woman, it couldn't be seen after wearing it. It was the best combination for pregnant women. Su Chongqing's words made the two beautiful women quite interested. The female shop assistant on the side was also very tactful and quickly said, "Honorable guests, there are tailors in this small shop. If you need, I can ask them to modify it right away. It can be done in a moment." The two beautiful women smiled and looked at each other. They nodded and asked her to take the chest-length skirt to the back of the shop to modify it. Su Chongqing said with a smile, "Ladies, it's better not to wear silk clothes when you're pregnant. It's better for the fetus to wear cotton clothes." "Oh, why is that?" the beautiful woman asked. "Because cotton clothes are not irritating to the fetus and the pregnant woman. Moreover, cotton clothes are breathable and comfortable to wear." The beautiful woman immediately called the female shop assistant and asked if there were any cotton clothes. Cotton clothes were not common in the early years of the Tang Dynasty. It was just a novelty. It wasn't until the middle of the Tang Dynasty that cotton clothes became popular. There was no cotton cultivation in the Tang Dynasty. At that time, there was only cotton from Gaochang in the western regions. The 7 indigenous people in Gaochang planted cotton, then spun and weaved cloth before sending it to the interior of the Tang Dynasty. Because of its high price, its quality was not as smooth as silk, and it was much more expensive than linen. Therefore, cotton clothes were still a very small luxury at this time. This ready-to-wear shop specialized in making all kinds of women's clothes. They also had chest-length skirts made of cotton. The beautiful woman immediately asked the female shop assistant to modify it. While waiting for the shop to modify the clothes, Su Chongqing talked with the two beautiful women again. He talked about many methods and tricks for pregnant women in the later generations, which greatly interested the two beautiful women. In fact, these were all common sense for women in the later generations. Although the beautiful boss was a virgin, she also had relatives, friends, and classmates who were married and pregnant. Therefore, she also knew a thing or two. The beautiful boss now understood why Li Wanyu often shamelessly plagiarized. She was also the same now. Showing off some common sense of the later generations made the two beautiful women exclaim again and again, giving her a great sense of satisfaction. The two sides chatted happily. Then, the topic changed to the problem of maintaining a pregnant woman's figure. Although women in the Tang dynasty were beautiful with plump bodies did not mean that they were fat. However, it was easy for women to gain weight and lose their shape when they were pregnant. In this regard, the two beautiful women, who were already mothers, were also very distressed. Su Chongqing said, "Ladies, you can try practicing yoga. It is very effective for maintaining your figure." "Yoga? Isn't that a Buddhist technique?" the beautiful woman asked in astonishment. Yoga had been introduced to China as early as the Han Dynasty along with Buddhism. It was mainly used as a Buddhist cultivation method. The Chinese transliteration of yoga was also yoga, which first appeared in the Chinese translation of Buddhist scriptures. However, yoga at this time was very different from the yoga of the later generations. Ancient yoga was mainly used for meditation, which was the so-called repair of the soul. However, the modern yoga of the later generations was used to exercise the body. Modern yoga could adjust the body's muscles, bones, and endocrine system to the healthiest state through long-term exercise. In order to maintain her figure, Su Chongqing specially learned yoga exercises and insisted on practicing every day to maintain her good figure. In response to the two beautiful women's questions, Su Chongqing smiled and explained the difference between her yoga and Buddhist yoga. Hearing that yoga could maintain one's figure and make one young, the two beautiful women's eyes lit up. Women loved beauty, and this was the case no matter which dynasty it was. "Young lady, I wonder if it's convenient for you to teach us yoga?" the beautiful woman asked expectantly. Chapter 162. Su Chongqing didn't refuse the two beautiful women's request. She didn't mind getting to know a few more noble women of the Tang dynasty. Since she and Li Wanyu were going to live in the Tang dynasty for a long time, she still needed to expand her network. These two beautiful women, whether it was their conversation or temperament, made Su Chongqing have a good impression of them. Naturally, she was willing to get closer to such beautiful women. However, she was slightly embarrassed. "I can teach you yoga, but I need a convenient place. When practicing yoga, you can't wear too many clothes, otherwise it will affect your physical activity." The two beautiful women were stunned. This was a problem. The pregnant woman asked, "Are you from Chang'an?" Su Chongqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm from Dingzhou Village in Hu County. I run a carriage business in the East Market." "Dingzhou Village in Hu County?" The beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Do you know Li Wanyu from the Li family in Dingzhou Village?" The beautiful woman's words caused Su Chongqing to be stunned as well, and only after a long time did he reply, "Of course I know him. I'm Li Wanyu's cousin. May I ask how the two of you know my cousin?" Her cousin's words were even vague, but the smile in the pregnant woman's eyes deepened. "I'm Li Jia Xiaolong's elder." "So, you're also my niece." "What? Li Wanyu's elder?" Except for the Li family in Hu County, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Wanyu's current identity. What other elders did he have? Su Chongqing was confused by the beautiful woman's words. She didn't know how to address these two beautiful women. "Hee niece, let's go. I'll tell you in detail when we go to my house." After learning Su Chongqing's identity, the beautiful woman became very enthusiastic and stepped forward to hold her arm. Su Chongqing was dumbfounded. These two beautiful women didn't look much older than her. The two of them were about 27 or 28 years old. How did he suddenly become the junior of these two beautiful women? It was too late for regrets. She hated Li Wangyo's fabricated identity so much that her teeth itched. Damned Li Wangyu, why couldn't you have made up an identity? Su Changqing still didn't want to acknowledge this relative, but he was pulled out of the house by two enthusiastic, beautiful women. He didn't even bother to take the dress that he had asked the shop to modify. A simple-looking two-wheeled carriage was parked at the entrance of the clothing store. Su Changqing was forced by the two beautiful women's warm invitation and had no choice but to follow them onto the carriage. Perrin was also invited by the beautiful woman's maid to get on the horse at the back of the carriage and follow the carriage all the way. The little girl also didn't know what was going on. Since when did his Lang Jun have any elders? Perrin, who grew up in the Li family, knew very well about Li Wangyo's relatives. She had never heard of any elders or relatives in Chang'an City. However, the two beautiful women didn't seem to be bad people. Perrin could only suppress the suspicion in her heart and follow the carriage all the way. After the carriage drove out of the East Market, Perrin found that there were many strong men on horseback in front and behind the carriage. They were guarding the carriage with solemn faces, which made her even more surprised. It was obvious that the two beautiful women's family power couldn't be underestimated since they had so many troops. Inside the carriage, Su Changqing had been carefully inquiring about who exactly the two beautiful women were. However, the two beautiful women just smiled and didn't say anything. They only told her that she would know when she arrived at the mansion. Perrin, who was riding behind the carriage, was horrified to find that after the carriage left the East Market, it went all the way north and then turned in the direction of the Imperial City. Finally, the carriage drove straight to the Yanxi Gate on the east side of the Imperial City. From here, the Imperial City was to the south, and the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty, Taiji Palace, was to the north. When the carriage passed by the Yanxi Gate, the Imperial guards guarding the gate of the Imperial City didn't stop them for inspection. Instead, they all bowed and saluted. Even if the little girl Perrin was slow, at this moment, she realized that the two beautiful women were nobles in the Imperial Palace. This discovery frightened Pei Lan to the point that her entire body trembled. She rode on horseback in a daze and followed the carriage into the Taiji Palace. Su Changqing didn't know where the carriage went like Perrin. She didn't know the way, nor did she know the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty. However, when the two-wheeled carriage stopped, she and the two beautiful women were helped out of the carriage by the maidservants. She was still shocked by the buildings in front of her. Even in the future, she had visited the magnificent palace complex in the Forbidden City, but she was still shocked by the Taiji Palace in front of her. The continuous Imperial City and the Imperial City, the Imperial Palace was majestic, gorgeous, solemn, and had strict security. It had an irreplaceable sense of oppression. In the magnificent era of the Tang Dynasty, whether it was the 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue or the palace complex in front of her, they were all so magnificent. The palace complex in front of Taiji Palace was 40 feet above the ground, with its back against the blue sky. It was tall and majestic, and it was breathtaking. On both sides of the stairs leading to the main hall were bluestone handrails. The handrails on the upper level were engraved with the image of a swordsman's head, while the middle and lower levels were engraved with the image of a lotus flower. Su Changqing was stunned. A group of palace maids bowed to the two beautiful women beside her and saluted, "Welcome back to the Imperial Palace, Your Highness. Welcome back to the Imperial Palace." Empress, Imperial concubine, the beautiful superior was completely dumbfounded. Her body was stiff, and she didn't know whether she should bow like those palace maids at this time. She actually saw the living Empress Zhongsun. She didn't look like the Empress Zhongsun she had seen in the TV series, but she looked more graceful and luxurious, with a myriad of manners. Perrin had already rolled off the back of the horse. She anxiously bowed and didn't dare to raise her head for a long time. The two beautiful women in Su Changqing's eyes were Empress Zhongsun, who was 5 or 6 months pregnant, and one of the 4 concubines of Pai Lupi, Concubine Yang. Concubine Yang's identity was also very noble. Her father was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. She was a princess of the royal family and was born as an emperor. After Sui dynasty was subjugated by Tang Xing and replaced the Sui dynasty, Concubine Yang married Pai Lupi and gave birth to the 3rd Prince Li Gu and the 6th Prince Li Gu. Because of the special background of Concubine Yang, she didn't want to fight for power. Among the concubines in Pai Lupi's harem, she had a very harmonious relationship with Empress Zhongsun. Today, because Empress Zhongsun felt depressed in the imperial palace, and because she was pregnant, she took Concubine Yang out of the imperial palace and went to the East Market to relax. Even the Honorable Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang had a strong interest in things like shopping. Although the two women were already the mothers of several princes and princesses, and Empress Zhongsun was the mother of the world and the ruler of the imperial harem, in the end, she was only a young woman in her 20s. As the most powerful and open country in history, the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty didn't have the same strict restrictions on the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Not only could the imperial harem leave the imperial harem, but even the concubines didn't live in the imperial palace and built their own mansion outside. Compared to the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was simply a heaven-like existence. Therefore, it wasn't very surprising that Su Changqing would encounter Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang in the East Market today. Su Changqing understood a little bit why Zhongsun and Concubine Yang said that they were her elders. Li Wangyu was born in the imperial family and hadn't left the imperial harem. Weren't Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang her and Li Wangyu's elders? My life. I'm afraid that my fake cousin will be exposed. Chapter 163. While the beautiful boss was feeling uneasy, she didn't notice that Empress Zhongsun and Concubine Yang were both smiling. She didn't know that ever since Li Wangyu did a series of things, the Li family had entered Pai Lupi's sight. The 100 Horsemen Department, the secret service of the imperial family, had already secretly investigated Li Wangyu and reported all of his recent activities to Pai Lupi, Su Changqing. This woman who suddenly appeared in the Li family, even the 100 Horsemen Department couldn't find out her origin. She was very mysterious. The 100 Horsemen Department even found those servants who were released by Li Wangyu, but they only found out that this woman appeared out of nowhere in the Li family's residence a month ago. As for where she came from, and where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department didn't know. It was as if this woman suddenly fell from the sky. The 100 Horsemen Department didn't know that Su Changqing really did fall from the sky, but she fell into Li Wangyu's bathtub. If they wanted to find out her origin and where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department would have to travel 1,300 years and go to the police station in the future. The Li family announced to the public that this woman named Su Changqing was Li Wangyu's cousin, but no one believed this. However, the 100 Horsemen Department's report clearly stated that this woman was very smart and capable, and that she had feelings for Li Jia Xiaolang. Not only did Pai Lupi read the 100 Horsemen Department's report, but Pai Lupi also showed it to Empress Zhongsun for a look. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun didn't care about Su Changqing's origin. A woman wasn't in the eyes of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was just Li Jia Xiaolang's concubine, although she was a bit older. However, because Empress Zhongsun had a good impression of Li Jia Xiaolang and met Su Changqing today, she admired Su Changqing very much after talking with her. The more Empress Zhongsun looked at her, the more she liked her. In addition, The yoga that Su Chongqing mentioned made her and concubine Yang very curious, so they simply brought Su Chongqing back to Taiji Palace and revealed her identity. The so-called niece was just a joke between Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang and Su Chongqing. Empress Zhongsun smiled and invited Su Chongqing to follow her into Lijun Hall, which was Empress Zhongsun's bedroom. Lijun was the main hall of the second courtyard. In the courtyard was the imperial palace's palace, the palace's palace. Li SDSS books as always, strictly speaking, this place was not part of the harem, but Empress Zhongsun lived here in order to accompany Pai Lupi. Only the Tang dynasty had this kind of tolerance. Other dynasties hated that they couldn't lock the harem's empress and concubines behind the palace walls, not to mention that they could go out of the palace to play from time to time. Perrin was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly and didn't dare to enter the palace. Su Chongqing simply let her stay outside the hall. Although Su Chongqing respected Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang because she came from the modern era, she didn't have much respect for imperial power. After all, except for a few countries in the modern era, in most countries with monarchs, the monarch was just a decoration. Therefore, even when facing the empress and the harem's imperial concubines, Su Chongqing was relaxed and didn't have much uneasiness or nervousness. She asked the palace maids to bring her 3 soft mats and put a towel on them to act as yoga mats. Yoga mats were necessary to practice yoga. Firstly, it was to prevent slippage and protect the safety of the trainer. Secondly, it was to protect the knees and spine. Su Chongqing also asked the palace maids to bring them close-fitting clothes. Women in the Tang dynasty often wore short skirts, which couldn't be used for exercise. Fortunately, women in the Tang dynasty also liked to wear clothes which were narrow sleeves and tight, with separate clothes and pants, which could barely be used for yoga exercise. After telling the palace maids to close the door, Su Chongqing began to teach Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang the method of yoga exercise. 2 hours later, the door of Li Main Hall slowly opened. Su Chongqing, Empress Zhongsun, and concubine Yang all came out with fragrant sweat. Empress Zhongsun asked the palace maids to bring snacks and food. The 3 of them sat in the side hall to rest and chat. Niece Chongqing, your yoga is really magical. I feel much more relaxed after exercise. Empress Zhongsun said while stroking her slightly bulging belly. Concubine Yang also smiled and nodded. Indeed, Chongqing's yoga is really effective. I also feel much more energetic. Your Highness Imperial Concubine, yoga requires long-term exercise. Today is just the beginning. If you want it to be effective, you must persist in practicing every day. Su Chongqing said. Empress Zhongsun said, that's good. Niece Chongqing, if it's convenient for you, you can come to the palace every day to teach us. Is that okay? Su Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. She naturally wouldn't refuse to have a good relationship with the royal family of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongsun took a jade pendant from her body and handed it to her. This is my jade pendant. You can keep it well. With this jade pendant, you can enter and leave the palace at any time. Su Chongqing didn't refuse. She thanked Empress Zhongsun and took the jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a phoenix that symbolized the status of the empress, and the back was carved with 8 characters. Ding is fire virtue. He is a phoenix. Su Chongqing didn't know seal script or history, so she naturally didn't know that these 8 characters were taken from the ancient legend of the emperor. Run has water virtue. He is a dragon. Ding has fire virtue. He is a phoenix. Therefore, the emperor was a combination of dragon and phoenix, incomparably noble. Ding is a phoenix and calls herself the empress. This jade pendant wasn't just a certificate to enter and leave the palace, but also represented the status of Empress Zhongsun. In a sense, it was like the imperial sword and the golden token arrow made up in the TV series of later generations. It was like the emperor himself. Although she couldn't use the jade pendant to do whatever she wanted or order the court officials, it was enough to avoid a lot of trouble when necessary. This jade pendant represented that the holder had a close relationship with Empress Zhongsun. At least no one in Chang, and would be blind enough to offend the holder of the Empress's jade pendant. The reason why Empress Zhongsun gave the jade pendant that represented her status. She gave it to Su Chongqing to give Li Wangyu a backer. She had long known about the filthy things that the Li clan of Hu County had done before. Empress Zhongsun wanted nothing more than to have Pai Lupi remove all of them from the imperial family. They had simply lost all of the imperial family's face. Li Wangyu was now showing more and more ability, so Empress Zhongsun's impression of him was getting better and better. That was why she gave Su Chongqing such a jade pendant. She hoped that Li Jiaxiaolang could use this jade pendant to dispel some people's distracting thoughts if he encountered a similar situation again. Su Chongqing naturally wouldn't think so much. He simply thought that this jade pendant was a certificate similar to a pass. So he didn't think much and put it away. While the three people were chatting by the table, Yang Fei suddenly looked at Su Chongqing's clothes and sighed. Chongqing, it's really been hard on you. Li Jiaxiaolang actually let you wear Huanzhua clothes. Su Chongqing was stunned. What did this mean? Wear Huanzhua clothes? Huanzhua referred to clothes that had been washed many times. Who didn't wash clothes? Why did it become him suffering? While she was still confused, she saw Yang Fei turn to Empress Zhongsun and say, "Sister, Li Jiaxiaolang is very pitiful." This made the beautiful superior even more confused. What was Li Wangyu pitiful about? Chapter 164. Su Chongqing didn't understand. Concubine Yang meant that Li Jiaxiaolang was so poor that even his woman was still wearing washed old clothes. Yes, in the eyes of Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, wearing washed clothes was too shabby. Su Chongqing's impression of the Tang dynasty and Empress Zhongsun came from a TV series he watched in modern times, The Rule of Xinguan. In the TV series, Empress Zhongsun was thrifty, righteous, and a motherly model. She once made her beautiful superior cry. In the TV series, Empress Zhongsun even wore patched clothes. In history, Empress Zhongsun and Empress Ma of Zhu Yuanzhang were known for being thrifty, but the difference between the two was too big. Empress Ma was only born in an ordinary family. Her family was even increasingly poor. It could be said that she was born in a bitter family. Therefore, in history, the only imperial concubine who was thrifty enough to wear ragged clothes was Empress Ma. Empress Zhongsun was born in the imperial family of Northern Wei. As the imperial family, the Zhongsun family produced many capable people from Northern Wei to sway dynasty. It could be said that the family has mountains and rivers. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun's thrifty was just not extravagant and wasteful. In the old Tang book, it was recorded that Empress Zhongsun was very thrifty. She only gave what she wore. Translated into the vernacular, it meant that Empress Zhongsun was a very thrifty person. She only asked that the clothes and jewelry she wore and the carriages and horses she used were enough. The so-called enough was not to change the old jewelry and then reuse it, nor was it to reduce the grade of the carriages and horses. It was just that the overall quantity was not excessive. That was all. In the Tang dynasty, including the nobles, they absolutely did not wear washed old clothes. In other words, they would throw away the clothes if they were dirty. Empress Zhongsun, who was known for being thrifty, was also like this. The so-called thrifty was 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and 3 years of sewing and patching. That was a plot purely imagined by the scriptwriter. In history, wearing washed clothes was the model of being thrifty and would be recorded and praised in the history books. For example, in the Book of Sway, Food Records, it was recorded that the emperor bowed and walked frugally while the 6 palaces wore salty clothes. This was similar to modern luxury clothing in the future. There was once news that high-end clothing was deformed after being dry cleaned. The answer the company received was, "We didn't consider the issue of cleaning when designing this clothing." The level of extravagance in both ancient and modern times was comparable. It was precisely because of this that Yang Fei would look at Su Chongqing's clothes and say those words. Empress Zhongsun agreed with Yang Fei's words. She lovingly looked at Su Chongqing and felt that Li Jia Shaolang treated his woman too harshly. By the time Su Chongqing understood the meaning of the Empress and Gui Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the royal family and nobles of the Tang dynasty have some misunderstanding about the concept of being thrifty? However, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and her expression immediately became miserable. He had to admit that women were born actresses. His beautiful superior's expression at this moment was very much like a young lady who was poor and had been wronged. The only thing missing was a weeping beauty. "Your Highness, Gui Fei Nyang, you may not know, but Wang Yu is currently carrying a debt of nearly 3 million yuan. If he doesn't have the money to pay off the debt by the end of the year, I'm afraid he will be sued and beaten. It's a pity that his parents are dead, and he is being humiliated. He almost couldn't even keep his lord's grave. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to wear new clothes?" Her words weren't false. Empress Zhongsun also knew the situation and felt that Li Jia Shaolang wasn't easy. Empress Zhongsun said, "That child has suffered. Why don't I help him pay off the debt?" Su Chongqing hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness, Wang Yu is stubborn and definitely won't accept charity." That day, Yu Shernan's secret supervisor also wanted to pay off the debt for him, but he refused. Empress Zhongsun sighed. "AI, then what should we do?" Su Chongqing suddenly smiled and asked, "Your Highness, I have an idea. It can benefit the imperial family and also help my Li family get out of trouble. I don't know if Your Highness is interested." "Oh, there's such a good thing. Let's hear it." Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang were very curious. Su Chongqing told them all about the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and analyzed the profits in detail for Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, as well as the current financial problems the carriage company was facing. Due to the lack of sufficient funds, the four-wheeled carriage company's development was very slow and the market demand was abnormally large. In fact, this wasn't a whim of the beautiful superior. Originally, she had discussed with Li Wangyu whether or not to pull Ching Chumo and the other dandy families into the company. The four-wheeled carriage company was really too big a cake. It was so big that the Li family and Dingzhou village couldn't eat it all. If they weren't careful, they might even choke to death. This wasn't an alarmist talk, but the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage transportation business actually had too much profit in it. Li Wangyu only relied on Fang Xianling and the Imperial Edict of Chang and city's special franchise. It was difficult to resist the greedy eyes of the aristocratic families. According to Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu's analysis, to meet the needs of many merchants in Chang'an City, at least 1,000 four-wheeled carriages were needed. Even if the average daily profit of a carriage was the same copper coins, the Shunfeng Express might make a profit of 1,000 strings of coins a day in the future. Millions of coins, but only a day's profit. It could be imagined how big this cake would be. Before she and Li Wangyu discussed how to invite the dandy families to invest in the carriage company, she unexpectedly met Empress Zhongsun today. If they wanted to choose a partner, was there anyone more suitable than the imperial family in the world. No matter how greedy the aristocratic families were, they didn't dare to extend their claws to the imperial property. And once the imperial family invested in the Shunfeng Express, not only could they solve the initial capital needs of the development of the carriage company, but they could also find a group of managers from the imperial family who could write and calculate. Why not? Su Chongqing believed that Empress Zhongsun would not refuse her proposal, which was a win-win choice. Sure enough, after she explained the key points, Empress Zhongsun didn't hesitate to decide to cooperate. Empress Zhongsun was not only the master of the harem, but also all the imperial property was under her jurisdiction. She could decide the cooperation with the Li family in one word. This empress will offer 800 horses and 5,000 strings of copper coins. Niece, how much can you give this empress? Empress Zhongsun looked at Su Chongqing with interest, wanting to see how she would answer. Su Chongqing didn't hesitate at all and directly replied, Your Highness, the imperial family will take 50% of the carriage company. The Li family will take 30%, and the villagers will take 20%. What do you think? Okay. Empress Zhongsun nodded with satisfaction and was very satisfied with Su Chongqing's proposal. But I have two conditions, and I hope Your Highness can agree. Before Empress Zhongsun spoke, Su Chongqing quickly said her conditions. I hope that the Shunfeng Express will still be managed by me, and the imperial family will send accountants and managers to supervise. Is that okay? Okay. Empress Zhongsun nodded again. She didn't want to take this property away from the Li family, which was not her original intention. Su Chongqing couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that he would get such a big backer for his family when he accompanied the little girl to stroll in the street today. Chapter 165. After settling the matter of the imperial family investing in SF Express, Su Chongqing only felt that a large stone had been lifted from his heart. The Li family had a backer, and the carriage company also had the capital to develop. She believed that with her management ability, she could complete the monopoly of Chong An's transportation business within a year. After making an appointment with Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang to teach yoga in the palace the next day, Su Chongqing led the trembling little girl Perrin out of the Tang dynasty's palace. Seeing that it was getting late, she prepared to return to SF Express to meet Niu Yong and then return to Dingzhou village to share today's unexpected harvest with Li Wangyu. Empress Zhongsun considerately asked the palace maid to prepare 2 horses for them to ride. Su Chongqing disliked that kind of hat that was connected to a circle of long black muslin. After wearing it, it would cover the face and body. The conical hat was stuffy, so she never wore this kind of thing called a hedgerow when riding a horse. But she didn't expect that today she would get into trouble because she didn't bring this hedgerow. The Zheng family of Xinjiang was one of the 5 families and 7 kings of the Tang dynasty. The ancestors of the Zheng family of Xinjiang could be traced back to the Zheng state that was enfeoffed by King Xianwang of Zhou. After the fall of the state, the royal family still used Zheng as their surname and Xinjiang as their capital. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the Zheng family gradually developed into a noble family. When the Tang dynasty was established, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was the most prominent Zheng family in the world. There was a saying that the Zheng family of the world came from Xinjiang. The Zheng family of Xinjiang had many officials in the imperial court. The head of the family, Zheng Yuanshou, was an official in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Zheng Yuanshou's cousin, Zheng Shangua, was the Minister of War, Civil Affairs, and Works in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The other members of the Zheng family of Xinjiang held the positions of General, Minister of War, Commander of the Army, and so on. Not only did the family have such great power in the imperial court, but the Zheng family of Xinjiang had been doing business for generations. The wealth of the Zheng family was piled up like a mountain. The number of horses, fields, grains, silk, and jewelry was comparable to the Pai Lupi's imperial treasury. Just the interest from the loans alone was no less than 100,000 strings of cash every year. It could be said to be the richest in the world. The luxurious lifestyle of the Zheng family in Xinjiang was well known in Chang, and just in Chang and city alone, there were 600 to 700 servants in the Zheng mansion. Every day there would be banquets, singing and dancing, bathing, sightseeing, luxurious clothes, and delicious food. Zheng Kongbua, the eldest son of Zheng Yuanshou, the head of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, was 20 years old, but he was a famous playboy in Chang. And unlike Cheng Chumo and the other top playboys, Zheng Kongbua could be said to be the top scum of the Tang dynasty. Although Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others loved to play around, they knew when to stop and did not use their family's power to do evil. But Zheng Kongbua, on the other hand, kicked a widow's door, dug up a family's grave, drank the mother's milk during confinement, and scolded a big blind man as a mute. It could be said that the top of his head was oozing pus, and the soles of his feet were covered in ulcers. Furthermore, Zheng Kongbua also had a huge hobby, which was that he loved beauties the most, especially the women of good families. He would often bring his men to snatch women from the common people and make merry every night. Because of this, the people in Chang and city who sued the Zheng family almost broke the drum of grievance of the Chang and County and Wanyan County. However, the Zheng family in Xinjiang had power and money. These people who complained were often coerced by the Zheng family or used both the carrot and the stick. They paid a small sum of money and sent them away. Now in Chang and city, when Zheng Kongbua brought his men to the streets, they could almost achieve the effect of clearing the streets, and people could not wait to avoid them. On this day, Zheng Kongbua was idle and bored, so he led a group of servants and was ready to go to Ping Kong Square to have fun. The Zheng mansion was located in Daning Square, which was not far from the imperial city. When they came out of the square, a group of people shouted and shouted as they went to Ping Kong Square in the south. When they arrived at Wangxiamen Street, Zheng Kongbua's eyes suddenly lit up. What a beautiful girl! There were 2 rouge horses in front of them, and one of them had a young lady sitting on its back. Although her figure appeared thin and frail, she had the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon, and was indescribably beautiful. Beside her on the horse, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl, who also looked lovely. When Zheng Kongbua saw her, he felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. This woman was delicious, and she was his type. He did not care about the people coming and going on the street, and they were near the imperial palace. He waved his hand and was ready to let the troops surround them. He had done this kind of thing many times, so he did not have any scruples. In Chang and city, no one dared to interfere with the Zheng family's business, including those martial marquises who were patrolling the streets. When he thought that he could drag this young lady back to the mansion, press her on the bed, and wantonly ravage her, he felt hot blood rushing to his body. He did not even intend to let go of the pretty girl. Although she was young, she also had a unique flavor. Today's luck was really good to be able to meet such a pair of beauties as soon as he went out. He, Zheng Kongbua, was going to have a second chance today. Just as Zheng Kongbua felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat and was impatiently preparing to have his troops surround them and capture them, a servant beside him said softly, "Young master, those 2 horses seem to be horses from the palace. Look at the horses' buttocks. There's a brand from the palace." Horses from the imperial palace? Zheng Kongbua was slightly stunned and reached out to stop the troops. He looked up carefully and found that the buttocks of the 2 rouge horses indeed had a mark of the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty. Damn it! Are these 2 bitches from the imperial palace? Zheng Kongbua was full of anger. He thought that he could capture the 2 beauties back to the mansion and enjoy himself, but he did not expect to meet people from the imperial palace. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid enough to rob Pai Lupi's women. That would cost him his head. Even the Zheng family of Xinjiang could not protect him. Zheng Kongwa knew his own limits, at least. Seeing the two beauties go farther and farther, Zheng Kongwa looked at the graceful back and felt very unwilling. He waved the horsewhip and said, "Let's go and see if they are from the imperial palace." A group of people followed the two beauties in front of them and went to the East Market. Zheng Kongwa, the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, took a fancy to Su Chongqing and the little girl Perrin. After they came out of the Taiji Palace, they talked and laughed all the way to the East Market. No one noticed that a pair of wretched and greedy eyes had been staring at them. If Empress Zhangsun had not arranged 2 horses for them, they would have been taken into the mansion by Zheng Kongwa at this time. It was lucky. Zheng Kongwa and his people followed the beautiful boss and Perrin all the way to the yard of the Shunfeng Express carriage in the East Market. Seeing the two beauties, he took a fancy to today riding into the yard of the carriage. Zheng Kongwa immediately asked the servants to inquire about the two women's background. At the door of the carriage, several villagers of Dingzhou who did not carry goods were squatting on the ground and chatting. The servants of the Zheng family used the pretense of looking for people to get information from these simple men easily. When he came back, his face became quite strange. "Did you get the information? Are the two beauties from the imperial palace?" Zheng Kongwa asked impatiently. The servant shook his head and said, "Yes, they are not from the imperial palace. They are from the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County." Zheng Kongwa was stunned. Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County? Is there a noble surnamed Li in my dynasty who lives in that Dingzhou village? The servants and troops shook their heads again and again, which made Zheng Kongwa slap his thigh regretfully. "Damn it, I made a mistake. They are clearly the young ladies of Tian Shilang's family. Go, rush in and grab the two beauties for me." The troops of the Zheng family responded loudly and jumped off their horses. They grinned and rubbed their fists and rushed to the carriage, ready to take them by force. Chapter 166. At present, the drivers of the Shunfeng Express were all farmers in Dingzhou village. Because there were not many carriages in the carriage company, there were not many farmers in the carriage company. Suddenly, they saw more than a dozen big men rushing to the carriage company. The farmers who were squatting at the door were all shocked. Seeing that these people were not friendly, the farmers immediately stood up and blocked the door of the carriage company. Some smart ones immediately turned around and ran to the carriage company to inform others. They were not ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. With the guidance of more than a dozen experienced soldiers in the village, the farmers in Dingzhou village all knew how to fight. "Stop, who are you? What do you want to do?" A farmer shouted loudly. The leader of the Zheng family shouted, "Go away! Who dares to stop the Zheng family of Xinjiang?" "Zheng family of Xinjiang? Have you all made a mistake? We are a carriage company. Go away, Zheng family's work. Do we need to explain it to you farmers?" The leader of the troops ignored him and shouted to his men, "Rush in and catch them. Young master will reward you handsomely." While speaking, the troops of the Zheng family had rushed to the door of the carriage company and waved their fists at the farmers. Zheng Kongwa's troops did not put these farmers in their eyes at all. They rushed over one by one with a grim smile, intending to beat the farmers blocking the door half to death, and then rush into the carriage company to kidnap the people. After the name of the Zheng family of Xinjiang was revealed, the few villagers who were blocking the door hesitated for a moment. The name of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes of the Tang dynasty was too well known. Even these farmers knew that this was the top aristocratic family of the Tang dynasty and could not be easily offended. But seeing that the troops did not say anything and directly attacked, some farmers were caught off guard and took a few punches. They were beaten fiercely and waved their fists back, regardless of anything. For a moment, the door of the carriage company was in a mess. There were only a few farmers at the door of the carriage company. They were surrounded by more than a dozen troops of the Zheng family and were about to suffer. But then he heard Su Changqing's clear voice from inside the carriage. "Stop it." Having received the manners report, Su Changqing led Niu Yong and the others out of the carriage, wanting to see what exactly had happened. After Su Changqing appeared, the Zheng family troops stopped for the time being. The villagers quickly retreated and blocked Su Changqing's former bodyguard, afraid that they would be injured by this group of people from the Zheng family. "Everyone, did you make a mistake? We are Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. I wonder what business you have with us," Su Changqing asked in a clear voice. She wanted to clarify things first to see if there was any misunderstanding. Their carriage company did not receive any transportation orders from the Zheng family in Xinjiang, so they did not have any dealings with the Zheng family. Why did the Zheng family's troops come to their doorstep with such ferocious expressions? It would have been better if the beautiful boss did not appear. When her beautiful figure appeared at the door of the carriage company, Zheng Kangwa's evil thoughts were aroused. Zheng Kangwa pushed away the troops in front of him from the back and came forward with a lewd smile. He smiled at Su Changqing and said, "Young lady, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family wants to find your carriage company to transport goods. Young lady, please come with me to the Zheng mansion to discuss. Young master, if you need to transport goods, we will arrange people to negotiate with your mansion. Please don't block the door of our carriage company." Su Changqing saw this man's pair of peach blossom eyes staring at her lustfully. She felt disgusted and immediately said perfunctorily. Zheng Kangwa smiled and said, "How can other people come to discuss? My goods are very important. I need to talk to young lady personally. Young lady, you won't not give face to the Zheng family in Xinjiang, right?" Su Changqing did not want to be entangled with this person and coldly refused. "I'm sorry, we can't do business with your mansion. Please find another place." "Young lady, you don't want to give face to the Zheng family?" Zheng Kangwa suddenly put on a straight face and shouted at the troops of the Zheng family, "Go! Capture that young lady and bring her back to the mansion. Lowly servant, you don't want face." As soon as he said this, the villagers of Dingzhou village were suddenly awakened. It turned out that the reason the Zheng family came knocking on their door was not for anything else but to snatch Madame Su, because they were afraid of the Zheng family's power. The villagers who did not dare to act freely all clenched their fists and angrily glared at the troops of the Zheng family. As long as they dared to rush forward, the villagers of Dingzhou village would dare to risk their lives. They dared to touch the goddess of wealth of Dingzhou village, the lifeblood of the entire village. Su Changqing was also angered by Zheng Kangwa's words to the point that his face turned frosty. He said coldly, "In broad daylight, under the clear sky, your Xinjiang Zheng family dares to be so lawless?" As if he heard a funny joke, Zheng Kangwa raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha! To you farmers, our Zheng family is the law. Young lady, why bother to be a farmer's slave? Isn't it good to pleasure under this young master's crotch? This young master promises to make you wish you were dead. Ha! You." The beautiful superior was so angry by Zheng Kangwa's filthy words that her body trembled, and she was speechless for a long time. Zheng Kangwa continued to tease, "Lowly servant, as long as you serve this young master well in bed, this young master promises you endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank in the future. That's right, bring that young lady along too. Today, this young master wants to eat both young and old." His words angered Niu Yong to the point that he could not restrain his anger. Niu Yong did not wait for Su Chongqing to speak and rushed out of the main door. He waved his iron fist and rushed towards the Zheng family troops. When the villagers who were blocking the entrance saw Niu Yong rushing forward, they all rushed forward and fought with the Zheng family troops. At this time, in the carriage, there were no more than 10 villagers of Dingzhou village, while the Zheng family troops numbered no less than 20 to 30 people. However, although Zheng Kanghua's troops had a lot of people, they had already been spoiled by the luxurious lifestyle of the Zheng family. Those who could be recruited into the Zheng family troops were originally fierce soldiers in the army. However, ever since they joined the Zheng family, especially the troops that followed Zheng Kanghua, they had been indulging in debauchery and committing atrocities every day. They had long lost the courage they had in the past and could only bully some ordinary people. At this moment, the group of villagers led by Niu Yong rushed forward and barely resisted for a few rounds. They were somewhat unable to withstand it and retreated in a mess. Zheng Kanghua was so angry at the clumsy performance of his own troops that he stomped his feet. "Trash! You bunch of trash! Go! Beat this bunch of farmers to death." The 20 to 30 troops gathered again after being yelled at by their own Lang Jun. Relying on their numbers, they turned back and fought with the villagers again. After all, they were in Chang and city. Regardless of whether it was the Zheng family troops or the villagers of Dingzhou village, they did not use weapons. Therefore, Niu Yong's abilities could not be used. Instead, he suffered some losses because he was missing an arm. Seeing that the villagers of Dingzhou village were in trouble, Niu Yong suddenly lifted his leg and kicked a troop in front of him. He shouted, "Retreat to the carriage and defend." The villagers immediately clustered around Niu Yong and fought as they retreated. They all retreated to the main door to defend. The width of the main door of the carriage was only enough for 5 to 6 people to stand side by side at the same time. For a moment, the Zheng family troops' advantage in numbers was not effective, and they were blocked at the entrance. When both sides were in a deadlock, a copper whistle was heard. It was the marquises of the East City who had heard the news and rushed over. Chapter 167. Seeing the marquises of the marquis shop arrive, Zheng Kanghua coldly snorted and waved his hand to signal his troops to retreat. Although he was arrogant and did not put these marquises in his eyes, he was not arrogant enough to kidnap people in front of them. After all, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was only one of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, not the royal family of the Tang dynasty. If this matter was reported to the government, it would be troublesome. When Su Chongqing opened the carriage business in Chang, and he had already taken the initiative to visit the Cheng family. Although he did not say it explicitly, he meant that he wanted Lu Guogong to take care of them when it was convenient. Cheng Yaojin naturally did not refuse. After knowing that the carriage business was opened in the East Market, he ordered the housekeeper to pass a message to the colonel of the East Market marquis shop to take care of the Li family's business. The colonel of the East Market marquis shop was called Qin Xian, a collateral relative of Qin Xiong. The Qin family had a good relationship with the Cheng family, Yuqi family, and other military leaders. This could be seen from the fact that these playboys could gather together to eat, drink, and play. Of course, the reason why Qin Huaidao, Qin Xiong's son, was not invited to play with the playboys was because Qin Huaidao was only 3 years old this year. He was too young. Therefore, with Lu Guogong's words, Qin Xian naturally obeyed. He also often sent marquises to patrol the streets of the East Market to prevent Chang and ruffians from causing trouble. Today, the Zheng family suddenly made trouble. 20 to 30 Zheng troops surrounded the carriage business. This gave Qin Xian a headache when he received the report. He was a small 8th-grade general and a collateral relative of the Qin family. How could he dare to go against the Zheng family of Xinjiang? But if he allowed the Zheng family to cause trouble, and Lu Guogong found out, he would not be able to get away with it. In a dilemma, Qin Xian ordered all the marquises of the marquis shop and rushed to the carriage business. He planned to see what happened first and think about whether he could mediate. It would be best if he could resolve this conflict. When Qin Xian saw that Zheng Kangbo was there, he felt a headache. Why was it this playboy? He didn't need to think to know that today's incident must have been caused by Zheng Kangbo, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who was used to being domineering. As the colonel of the East City marquis shop, Qin Xian often interacted with the Zheng family's eldest son. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zheng family of Xinjiang was powerful, he felt that even death wouldn't be enough to wipe out this guy's crimes. No matter how disgusted he was, Qin Xian could only smile and salute Zheng Kangbo. "Young Master Zheng, may I ask what brings you here today?" "It's fine." Zheng Kangbo replied coldly, "There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now." He wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't openly announce the fact that he had taken a fancy to a beauty and wanted to snatch her back to his residence. Although Zheng Kangbo knew that in Chang and City, none of these marquises dared to meddle in the affairs of the Zheng family. But no matter what, this was not a glorious matter. Therefore, he only wanted to send these martial marquis away, and then let the troops rush into the carriage to kidnap them. "Young Master Zheng, look, there are so many people coming and going in the East City. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't look good for everyone. Why don't you give me face and let this matter go?" Qin Xian didn't dare to offend Zheng Kangbo, so he could only plead softly. Zheng Kangbo glared at him. "Get out. When is it your turn to meddle in my affairs? If I give you face, who do you think you are?" Qin Xian's face stiffened after being scolded, but he didn't know what to say. But in his heart, he was cursing this bastard. "Who do you think you are? Relying on your family background. Bastard. No matter what, I'm still an 8th grade general of the Tang dynasty. You're just a foppish man who doesn't even have an official title. What right do you have to shout at me? You're a dog dressed like a fly. Why didn't God send down lightning to strike him to death?" But although he cursed in his heart, Qin Xian still had to keep a smile on his face and continue to persuade. "Young Master Zheng, it's not that I want to meddle in your business. It's just that Lu Guogong said that I should take care of this Shunfeng carriage company. You see, I have no other choice." Zheng Kangbo was stunned. "This carriage company is the property of Duke Lu's mansion?" Qin Xian shook his head. "No, it's just that the owner of the carriage company has some relationship with Duke Lu's mansion." His words made Zheng Kangbo hesitate. Although the Zheng family of Xinjiang was one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes compared to Duke Lu, who had military power, it was still not enough. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were noble, but they didn't have much influence in the military of the Tang dynasty. The founding dukes under the sage, whether it was Li Shaogong, Yuqi Jingde, Li Jing, Duan Jixuan, Lu Hongji, Zhang Liang, Chai Shao, Qin Xiong, Ho Junji, and other dukes, they were not the same kind of people as the traditional aristocratic families. Zheng Kangbo wanted to give up, but he felt that it would be too shameful to leave like this. Plus, he was still thinking about the 2 beauties, so he was even more reluctant to leave. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Xian continued to persuade him. "Young Master Zheng, if this matter reaches the ears of Duke Lu or those imperial censors who have nothing better to do, it will be bad for you." Zheng Kangbo suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Who the hell said I did it? My troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. What's wrong? Can't I?" Qin Xian was stunned. "What the hell? Enjoy the scenery?" Zheng Kangbo stretched out his hand to summon the head of his troops and whispered a few words in his ear. The head of the troops immediately nodded with a sinister smile. Under the command of the head of the troops, the 20 to 30 troops of the Zheng family immediately scattered. except for nearly 10 people who continued to block the entrance of the carriage company. The others all scattered around the carriage company and directly surrounded it. Moreover, not only did they surround the carriage company, but they also pulled out the weapons they carried with them. It looked like they would attack if there was any disagreement. When the villagers in the carriage company saw that the other party had used weapons, and they could only use wooden sticks as weapons at most, they did not dare to rush out, and could only guard the entrance. If Li Wangyu were here, he might have adapted the modern poem Broken Chapter to exclaim at Zheng Konggua's shamelessness. You stand outside the door to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery are looking at you from inside the door. Humph, surname Qin, as you can see, my troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. However, if someone offends them and something unpleasant happens, it has nothing to do with my Zheng family. Zheng Konghua snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Xian from the corner of his eyes. This put Qin Xian in a difficult position. Zheng Konghua asked the troops to surround the carriage company, obviously wanting to trap them. However, he could not force the people of the Zheng family to leave. He could only watch the troops of the Zheng family and scrupulously besiege the carriage company. Su Chongqing saw that the troops of the Zheng family showed their weapons and worried that the villagers of Dingzhou village would be at a disadvantage. He quickly ordered Niu Yong to close the door of the carriage company. Zheng Konghua sent people back to the residence to mobilize a group of troops. In addition to the 20 to 30 troops from before, there were more than 100 people surrounding the Shunfeng carriage company. He had made up his mind to trap this group of farmers and make them obediently hand over the two beauties. Qin Xian was at his wit's end. He could only take the marquis of the East City marquis shop to watch from afar. He was somewhat undecided. He did not know if he should report this matter to the Duke Lu's residence. However, he did not want to completely offend the Zheng family of Xingyang. He pondered for a while before making a decision. Blocked in the carriage company, Su Chongqing and Niu Yong also understood the plan of the Zheng family. They wanted to trap them to death. It was indeed a wild ambition. Chapter 168. With the Wuhou from the eastern city's Wuhou shop present and the Dingzhou village's guards, there was no need to worry for the time being that the Zheng family's troops would charge into the carriage and kidnap them. However, there was no food stored in the carriage, and they did not consider the possibility of being besieged. 1 or 2 days was not a problem, but if it was too long, they might not be able to hold on. But what the Zheng family displayed was an attitude of being unwilling to leave the matter at that, making Su Chongqing's head ache. She was an elite in the business world and had never faced such a situation, so she was at a loss. But Niu Yong was very calm. After comforting the villagers and Su Chongqing, he decided to return to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. After arranging for the villagers to guard the door, Niu Yong rushed out of the encirclement of the Zheng family troops and rushed to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. When the evening drum of Chang and city sounded, and the gate of the Eastern Market was about to close, a dozen riders rushed into the Eastern Market before the gate was closed. After the drum sounded, the shops in the Eastern Market closed, and the customers went home. In such a big Eastern Market, nighttime entertainment was not allowed. The sun was about to set, and the bustling Eastern Market during the day had become empty and quiet. More than a dozen horses' hooves stepped on the bluestone road, making a light sound of hooves. Lang Jun, are we going to kill them directly, or what? Niu Yong suffered a big loss during the day, but now his eyes were burning with anger. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang had mobilized more than 100 troops, Niu Yong did not put them in his eyes. Li Wangyu rushed all the way to Chang, and he had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. He naturally knew about the Zheng family of Xingyang, the top family of the Tang dynasty. If possible, he did not want to have a conflict with them. But since the Zheng family wanted to target his beautiful boss and parent, then no matter how powerful the Zheng family of Xinjiang was, Li Wangyu would have to fight them to the death. Although Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in his previous life, he still had the fierceness of a village boy. Since you dare to touch my woman, I will fight you to the death. Although the Zheng family of Xinjiang was a giant to him and Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was not necessarily afraid of them. If he was really forced into a corner, he would dare to take out the black powder and let the Zheng family of Xinjiang see the power of modern weapons. In the future, even elementary school students knew about the 4 great inventions of China: gunpowder, papermaking, compass, and printing. Li Wangyu believed that he was still capable of producing gunpowder that changed the history of human wars. When he was young, Li Wangyu's village had a small firecracker workshop. Later, it was shut down because it was unsafe. Although he had never personally made gunpowder before, he was still very clear about the basic process. If there was a need, he could succeed after a few experiments. Li Wangyu wasn't as impulsive as Niu Yong. The journey had allowed him to calm down. Don't worry, let's observe the situation and then make a plan. Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to contact Su Chongqing and ask about the situation before thinking about how to solve the situation. Purely using force to fight with the Zheng family of Xinjiang was not the best choice. He and Su Chongqing did not care, but he did not want to implicate the 127 families of Dingzhou village. If he really angered the Zheng family of Xinjiang, then he could only turn the world upside down, and then take the 500 villagers of Dingzhou village and retreat to the Qinling Mountains to be savages. The threat of the Zheng family of Xinjiang for the first time made Li Wangyu feel that it was not easy to be a small landlord in the prosperous Tang dynasty. He vaguely had a desire for power in his heart. In order not to disturb the Zheng family's troops, the riders slowed down and slowly moved towards the carriage. When they turned a corner and saw the carriage, Li Wangyu signaled everyone to dismount. He planned to observe from the dark before making a plan. Just when they passed by a closed shop at the corner, the shop's door was suddenly opened from the inside. A figure flashed out and grabbed Li Wangyu, wanting to drag him into the shop. This sudden turn of events gave Li Wangyu a fright. Behind him, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others also drew their weapons. "Xiao Lang, it's me," the person quickly whispered. Li Wangyu looked up and could not help but laugh. The person who grabbed him was not someone else, but the fatty Cho Kuan. "Brother Cho, why are you here? Why are you here?" Li Wangyu quickly asked everyone to put away their weapons and turned to ask Cho Kuan. The fatty first pulled everyone into the shop. Even the horses were led to the backyard of the shop. He then ordered the shop assistant to reclose the shop's door. Only then did he pull Li Wangyu to sit down and talk. "Nonsense! This is my family's grain shop. Did you forget that your Miss Su rented my courtyard?" Cho Kuan said snappily. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that the courtyard Su Chongqing rented from the Cho family was actually next to the Cho family's grain shop in the East Market. Between the Cho family's grain shop and the carriage shop, there was only a 10-meter wide alley. Today, Zheng Kongbua brought people to surround the carriage shop, which caused an uproar in the East Market. However, the merchants in the East Market did not dare to provoke the Zheng family of Xinjiang. They just silently shook their heads and whispered to each other that the carriage shop was in big trouble. Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan naturally also received the news and were very anxious. For Li Wangyu, the Cho father and son both wanted to be on good terms with him. However, today's matter involved the Zheng family of Xinjiang. The Cho family was a merchant family. Even if they had a small family property, they could do nothing. The Cho family sent someone to Dingzhou village to deliver the message, but they missed Li Wangyu and the others. Cho Kuan simply ran to his family's grain shop to see if he could help. The carriage shop was surrounded by more than 100 troops of the Zheng family. Cho Kun could only watch helplessly. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Xiaolang, now the situation is like this. What do you plan to do? Cho Kun told Li Wanyu what he knew about the situation. Knowing that the one who caused today's absurd matter was the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Li Wanyu also felt a little toothache. What AF *King be *starred. He actually dared to bully him. Li Wanyu suddenly had the urge to go and make explosives. Suppressing his anger, Li Wanyu asked, I want to get in touch with Chongqing first. Brother Cho, do you have a way? The fat man shook his head. The Zheng family's troops have surrounded the carriage shop. Even the alley between my family's grain shop and the carriage shop is guarded. Unless we force our way in, there is no way. Damn, this is really a little troublesome. Li Wanyu silently weighed in his heart. Should he directly use force to break in and save his beautiful boss? Is there any way to get in touch with Su Chongqing? Damn, the modern era is more convenient. A phone call can solve the problem. When he was depressed, a thought flashed through Li Wanyu's mind. This method seems to be reliable. Chapter 169. Li Wanyu suddenly smiled, which made Cho Kun, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu puzzled. Xiaolang, why are you smiling? Fatty asked curiously. Li Wanyu said, Hee, I just suddenly thought of a way to contact Chongqing. What way? You'll know in a while. Brother Cho, help me prepare a few things. Li Wanyu told Fatty the items he needed, but Fatty was stunned by what he heard. What the hell is this? Can he use these things to contact Miss Su, who is trapped in the carriage? Fatty shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem reliable. However, Fatty immediately asked the shop assistant to help Li Wanyu prepare. Fortunately, the things he wanted were not complicated, so they were easily found. 2 hollow bamboo tubes, thick mulberry paper, and thin copper wire. The other things were simple, but the copper wire was rare. In the end, the shop assistant of Cho family knocked on the door of a jewelry shop in the east side of the city and found a copper wire about 10 meters long for Li Wanyu. Obviously, Li Wanyu thought of the telephones he played with when he was young. He wanted to make one to contact Su Chongqing, who was in the carriage. Actually, cotton thread could also be used, but the copper wire had a better effect. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would know that sound was transmitted through vibration. The copper wire's metal structure was tightly rehearsed, so the loss of sound transmission was small and the self-made phone had a better effect. He used thick mulberry paper to seal one end of the bamboo tube, making it like a drum's resonant cavity, and then he put the copper wire through the mulberry paper and fixed it. Without much effort, the 2 ends of the bamboo tube were connected to the telephone. Xiaolang, what is this thing used for? Fatty couldn't understand what Li Wanyu wanted to do. Li Wanyu pretended to smile mysteriously. Hee, you'll know in a while. Let's go, we'll find a place to send the telephones over. Compared to the other areas of Chong and city, the land in the east side of the city was worth an inch of gold. Therefore, the shops here were usually 2 stories tall, or even 3 stories tall. The Cho family's grain shop and carriage shop were 2-story-high shops on both sides, and in the middle was a 10-meter-wide alley. Everyone went up to the 2nd floor of the shop and quietly opened the window to look outside. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there were still Zheng family troops holding torches in the alley below, guarding the alley to prevent anyone from jumping over the wall to escape. Li Wanyu saw that the carriage shop's windows were tightly shut, so he had Niu Wu pick up some small pebbles. Across the alley, he continuously threw the pebbles at the window on the 2nd floor opposite. The slight sound of pebbles hitting the window frame traveled far in the night, attracting the Zheng family troops who were guarding the alley to come over and take a look. Li Wangyu and the others quickly shrank back to avoid being discovered by the Zheng family troops below. That troop held a torch and looked around. After confirming that no one had escaped, he cursed and left. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to continue throwing pebbles. After a few more pebbles, the window on the second floor of the carriage shop opposite was silently opened. Because there were no lights on the opposite side, it was dark and they couldn't see clearly. Li Wangyu and the others didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would attract the Zheng family troops. Niu Wu, think of a way to throw this bamboo tube into the opposite window. Li Wangyu picked up the bamboo telephone he made and ordered in a low voice. Niu Wu nodded. Although he didn't understand what his Lang Jun wanted to do, he still picked up the bamboo tube. He shook it slightly in his hand and aimed it at the open window across from him. He then reached out and threw the bamboo tube over. The bamboo tube, with thin copper wires, drew an arc in the night sky and accurately flew into the window on the second floor of the opposite carriage shop. Lang Jun, it's done. I threw it over. What do we do next? Don't tell me you want to pull a rope over? Niu Wu asked. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. No need. Just wait. When Chongqing sees it, we will be able to contact them. That's it. Fatty had a face of confusion. He couldn't figure out how throwing the bamboo tube would allow them to contact Madame Su in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just waited quietly by the window. He believed that when the villagers in the carriage shop saw the bamboo tube and didn't understand what it meant, they would definitely ask their beautiful superior. In the future, this was a toy for children to play with. Their beautiful superior would understand at a glance. As expected, not long after, the copper wire was slowly pulled tight by the people in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and picked up the bamboo tube. After the copper wire was pulled tight, he whispered into the bamboo tube, "Chongqing, did you hear that?" Fatty, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu all looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at an idiot. Did Li Jia Shaoling lose his mind? Could it be that he expected Madame Su's voice to come out of the bamboo tube when he was talking? However, before they could persuade Li Wangyu, they suddenly heard a clear female voice come out from the bamboo tube in Li Wangyu's hand. "Hey, is that Wangyu? I heard it. Immeasurable deity, Buddha above. This bamboo tube really came out with a voice. In the exceptionally quiet night, the soft voice that came out of the bamboo tube was unusually clear. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Fatty and the others feel as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot. Everyone dared to use their heads to guarantee that this voice was definitely Madame Su's voice. Is Li Jia Shaoling really an immortal? This ordinary bamboo tube was refined into an immortal item by him? If not, how could Madame Su's voice come out from the bamboo tube? At this moment, the waiter of the Cho family's grain store directly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. He wanted to receive Li Jia Xiaolong's blessings. He was directly worshipping Li Wangyu as if he was a bodhisattva. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't have the time to pay attention to the reaction of this group of Tang Dynasty's country bumpkins. He hurriedly asked into the bamboo tube, "Chongqing, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Perrin and I are both safe. It's just that the Zheng family's people are blocking the door, so we can't leave." "That's good. Don't worry. First, tell me, why did the Zheng family suddenly come knocking on our door?" Li Wangyu asked. Su Chongqing's voice came. "I'm not sure. This afternoon, Perrin and I just came back from the palace, and the Zheng family came knocking on our door." "Wait, what palace?" Li Wangyu thought he heard wrong. What did Su Chongqing mean when she said she just came back from the palace? "Hee, do you know who I met today?" Su Chongqing told Li Wangyu from the beginning to the end of today's encounter with Empress Zhangsun, then going to the Taiji Palace, and Empress Zhangsun becoming a shareholder of the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. Her words made Li Wanyu dumbfounded. He didn't expect that when he was dragged to drink wine by Chung Chumo and the other playboys, his beautiful boss would do so many things. She even met Empress Zhongsun of the Tang Dynasty and invited her to teach yoga in the Taiji Palace. What made Li Wanyu even more amazed was that Su Chongqing actually persuaded Empress Zhongsun to become a shareholder of the carriage company. Haha, this is really a blessing from the heavens. After learning this information, Li Wanyu raised his eyes and looked down at the Zheng family's troops who were holding torches and besieging the carriage company. Zheng family of Xinjiang, you deserve this bad luck. Chapter 170. Li Wanyu was originally anxious and worried, but after hearing the beautiful boss's words, he immediately relaxed. Xinjiang's Zheng family was really looking for trouble. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company that Empress Zhongsun wanted to invest in was actually besieged by the Zheng family's eldest son. Did they want to rebel? Not to mention that the beautiful boss was now Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang's yoga instructor. How dare they want to snatch it back? It was simply provoking the lion, after listening to Su Chongqing's words in the bamboo tube. Fatty Chokuan didn't have time to study why there was a sound from the bamboo tube, but began to feel lucky that their Cho family had a close relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Otherwise, where could they find such a thigh to cling to in the future? He was sure that the Li family's prosperity was in front of them. If they could have a relationship with Empress Zhongsun, why would they be afraid of Xinjiang's Zheng family? However, Li Wanyu was thinking about how to use Empress Zhongsun to dig a huge hole for Xinjiang's Zheng family and let them jump into it. Knowing that Su Chongqing had a jade pendant given by Empress Zhongsun, Li Wanyu was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked the beautiful boss to find a pocket, put the jade pendant in it, and slide it along the copper wire in the middle of the intercom. Not long after, a brocade bag was hung on the copper wire in the middle of the intercom and slid into the window along the copper wire. Li Wanyu stepped forward and carefully took the brocade bag and took out the jade pendant. Fatty Chokuan quickly moved the candlelight in the room and looked at it closely. After seeing the jade pendant clearly, the fatty couldn't help but gasp from the root of his teeth. This was indeed the jade pendant that represented Empress Zhongsun's identity, the carved phoenix, and the 8 seal characters. Ding has fire virtue. She is a phoenix. Behind the jade pendant clearly showed the meaning of the jade pendant. He looked at Li Wanyu with a bit of respect in his eyes. The Li family of Hu County was really extraordinary. Chokuan admired his father's unique vision even more when his father asked him to have a good relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Xiaolang, what are you going to do now? Hee, the Zheng family has kicked an iron plate this time. Li Wanyu played with the jade pendant in his hand and pondered for a moment. Then he lowered his voice and whispered to everyone. Fatty, Niu Yong, and the others nodded repeatedly. He then communicated his thoughts to Su Chongqing through the microphone. His beautiful boss immediately understood his thoughts and naturally did not object. The matter of digging a hole for Madame Zheng of Xinjiang was thus settled. Don't worry, Lang Jun. When the door opens tomorrow, I will go and do it. Niu Wu patted his chest and promised. Li Wanyu then looked at Cho Kuan. Brother Cho, when this matter is settled, I will definitely compensate your family for your loss. Fatty Cho Kuan chuckled. There's no need for compensation. However, I wonder if my Cho family can join Xiaolang's Shunfeng Express Carriage Company? Well, Li Wanyu hesitated. Now that Empress Zhongsun had joined the carriage company and occupied 50% of the shares, it was not up to him to let the Cho family invest. Xiaolang, my Cho family doesn't ask for much. Her Highness, the Empress, and Xiaolang's shares. My Cho family naturally does not dare to think about it. I only ask that my family be allowed to buy some shares from Dingzhou village. My family will not treat the villagers of Dingzhou village unfairly. Fatty Cho knew what Li Wangyu was worried about and quickly expressed his thoughts. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and felt that it was feasible. He nodded. Brother Cho, you can discuss this matter with the old village chief. As long as he agrees to transfer some shares, I have no objections. Fatty Cho was overjoyed to get Li Wangyu's approval. This matter was proposed by him on his own initiative, but Cho Kuan believed that even if his father, Cho Yuan Liang, knew about it, he would only praise him for doing a good job. If the Cho family could invest in the carriage company, even if it was only a small share, it would allow the Cho family and the Li family to have a closer relationship, not to mention that they would have some connection with the royal family. For a merchant family with no status to speak of, this was much more important than earning more copper coins. After discussing tomorrow's matter, Li Wangyu drove Fatty Cho and the Niu brothers out of the room. After the light bulbs left, Li Wangyu whispered into the microphone with Su Chongqing for a long time. But Li Wangyu did not dare to say anything about Aphrodite until he hung up the phone. Delay for as long as possible. The night was silent. The next morning, when Chong and City's morning drums sounded, Niu Wu rode out. The carriage company next to the Cho family's grain store was still closed. The Zheng family's troops also refused to retreat. They surrounded the carriage company so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qin Xian's subordinates, Wu Ho, also watched from afar. The three parties were in a deadlock for the whole night. Zheng Kongbua naturally did not stay here last night. After he let the troops surround the carriage company, he led his people to Ping Kong Fong. He spent the whole night drinking and playing with women. Until it was almost noon, Zheng Kongbua kept yawning. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he was still hungover. He swayed from side to side, on horseback. Under the protection of the troops, he came down to the East Market. This group of farmers still won't fucking open the door. Zheng Kongbua looked at the closed carriage company door and cursed. The leader of the troops nodded. Lang Jun, are we going to waste time with them like this? Or should we just break the door and rush in? Zheng Kongbua glanced at Wu Ho, who was not far away. No need. Let's first surround them and play with them. Ha! It's been a long time since something so interesting happened. Anyway, there shouldn't be any food in the carriage company. Let's starve them for 2 days. Send someone to the restaurant and bring me a table of food. Today I will drink and have fun in front of the carriage company. Yes, Lang Jun, you go rest in the shade of the tree. I will do it right away. The leader of the troops asked someone to lay out a mat for Zheng Kongbua under the shade of the tree opposite the carriage company. He also ordered someone to send a table of food to the restaurant. Not long after, the doctor of the restaurant, led by the troops of the Zheng family, brought a table full of food and wine to Zheng Kongbua. Under the deterrence of more than 100 troops of the Zheng family, the road in front of the carriage company was almost cleared. The people coming and going in the East Market would rather take a detour than come near here. On both sides of the street where the carriage company was located, there were many merchants and Chong and residents who were watching the fun. They whispered to each other, "Are these people from the Zheng family of Xingyang? Why did you surround this carriage shop all of a sudden? I heard that the eldest son of the Zheng family took a fancy to a young lady in the carriage company and threatened them to hand her over." Ah, then they are really unlucky. How can it be good to be targeted by the Zheng family's playboy? In the house where I live, there was a young lady who was kidnapped by the Zheng family. She was humiliated for several days before being released. After returning home, she hanged herself. How pitiful! That family carried the body and went to Wanyan County to beat the drum and complain. In the end, they paid the family 10 copper coins. Tisk, tisk, 10 copper coins to buy a life. The Zheng family is really overbearing. Isn't that right? God is blind. Why didn't he strike this bastard with lightning? Sure, lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. The carriage company is definitely finished. Look at the marquee shop. Even the marquis doesn't dare to interfere with the Zheng family's business. The onlookers discussed animatedly, but they could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the carriage company was doomed today. While Zheng Kongbua was happily eating and drinking, he did not notice that on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store, not far away, through an open window, Li Wanyu was watching him with an expression of watching a play. Chapter 171. Cho Kuan, who was accompanying Li Wanyu, was slightly anxious. Xiao Lang, why aren't your troops back yet? There won't be any changes, right? Don't worry. They should be back soon. Li Wanyu replied confidently. Just as he finished speaking, Niu Yong suddenly said, Lang Jun, I saw Niu Wu. He's back. Li Wanyu and Cho Kuan looked in the direction that Niu Yong was pointing. On the street not far away, Niu Wu was riding a horse slowly towards them. He immediately grabbed the bamboo mouthpiece and said, Chongqing, Niu Wu is back. We can start now. Got it. Su Chongqing's voice came from the mouthpiece. Be careful. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Zheng Kongbua was still eating and drinking when he inadvertently raised his head. Suddenly, he saw that the door of the carriage house opposite was open. There was no one at the door. He suddenly became excited. He thought that the carriage house was finally ready to compromise after being surrounded by them for a night. Zheng Kongbua threw down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. These farmers are finally willing to open the door. Men rush in and invite the two beauties out. Ha ha! The leader of the troops immediately waved his hand and led the troops into the carriage house. After the troops of the Zheng family rushed into the carriage house, they found that there were only a few four-wheeled carriages in Noda's courtyard. There were no signs of the farmers. Mother Asterisker, this group of field workers actually dare to hide. Search, find them for me. Be careful not to hurt the two women that Lang Jun wants. The leader of the troops shouted at his men. Yes, the troops of the Zheng family responded and prepared to search around. But just as they dispersed, something unexpected happened. A few buildings in the carriage house suddenly emitted thick smoke. Before the troops of the Zheng family could react, the fire had already engulfed those buildings. The sudden fire in the carriage house not only shocked the troops of the Zheng family. Outside the door, Zheng Kongbua, who was waiting for his troops to bring the two beauties out, was also shocked. What's going on? Who set the fire? These idiots. Zheng Kongbua stomped his feet and cursed. In his opinion, this fire should have been set by his own troops. In fact, he had asked them to do this kind of thing many times. But did these bastards not have brains? Don't you know where you are? The Tang dynasty is the most prosperous place in Chang and city. Are you afraid that others won't find out that you've set fire to it? Without waiting for Zheng Kongbua to let the servant beside him call out to his own troops, Qin Xian, who had been watching from afar, rushed over with the marquis of the marquee shop. Young Master Zheng, you... Qin Xian's face was filled with indignation. He pointed at Zheng Kongbua for a long time before he could speak. He really did not think that the Zheng family's eldest son would be so daring. In broad daylight, he ordered his family to charge into the carriage and set fire to capture people. Qin Xian knew that he could not do anything to Zheng Kongbua and could only hatefully stomp his feet, and turned to Wu Hou behind him and instructed, "Quickly go and gather water bags to extinguish the fire. Do not let the fire spread. Go." Since ancient times, fire prevention had been the most important thing in China. People were used to using all kinds of wood as building materials. Whether it was the people or the imperial palace, fire prevention was the most important thing. Even in the imperial palace, because of fire, it was not the first time that the palace was burned down. In the Tang dynasty, the responsibility of fire prevention was more important than public security. But fortunately, when Chang and city was first established, there were sufficient preventive plans on how to prevent fire. The wide road was the best place to isolate the fire. Like the burning carriage, even the nearest building was separated by a 10-meter wide alley. It was very difficult for the fire to spread. Qin Xian led a group of Wuhou into the carriage and began to use water bags to extinguish the fire. Zheng Kangbo was also in a difficult situation. He cursed those stupid troops in his heart. Looking at the burning houses in the carriage, his face twitched. He secretly thought that things were not good. Seeing his own troops retreat from the carriage, Zhang Kangbo decided to slip away first. Before he could order his men to flee, he saw a one-eyed man respectfully leading a large number of men and horses, escorting a carriage in front of him. Zheng Kangbo did not want to complicate matters at this time. He did not have time to see who this group of people was. He called his troops and was about to leave. But before he could move, he heard a cold and angry voice from the carriage. "Guards, take down all the people of the Zheng family. For me, don't let any of them go." "Yes." A group of fierce soldiers guarding the carriage immediately rushed to the Zheng family's troops after receiving the order from the person in the carriage. The Zheng family's troops naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They wanted to resist, but they were beaten up by this group of guards until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats. Many of the Zheng family's troops were beaten to the ground. Then their hands and feet were skillfully tied with cooked beef tendons. Zheng Kangbo was shocked and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" "I am Zheng Kangbo, the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Who dares to touch me?" He never thought that there would be people in Chang and city who dared to touch his Zheng family. Zheng family of Xinjiang? How powerful they are. Today, I want to ask Madame Zheng, who gave them the courage to set fire and kidnap people in broad daylight in Chang and city. As the voice fell, the curtain of the carriage was opened. Empress Zhangsun, with an angry face, came down from the carriage with the help of a palace maid. She was followed by concubine Yang. Your Highness, Zheng Kangbo was angry at first, but when he saw Empress Zhangsun coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he could not speak clearly. His body trembled like a sieve, and he directly collapsed to the ground. As the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, he was taken to the palace by his father to attend several banquets in the palace. Naturally, he knew Empress Zhangsun. Zheng Kangbo did not expect that he just wanted to grab two beauties. How could he attract Empress Zhangsun? Thinking of the marks on the backs of the two rouge horses yesterday, he thought, are these two beauties really from the harem? Zheng Kangbo regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wished he could slap himself several times. As for the Zheng family's troops who originally wanted to resist, when they heard their Longjuan's words, they were so scared that they all knelt down. Empress Zhangsun did not look at Zheng Kangbo, who was paralyzed on the ground. She anxiously looked at the burning carriage and ordered the guards on her left and right, "You also go help put out the fire. Quickly go and rescue Lady Su." Yes, the guards responded and rushed to the carriage without hesitation. With the help of Empress Zhangsun's guards and the quick response of the East City's marquee shop, the fire in the carriage was quickly put out. Su Chongqing led the little girl Perrin and the villagers of Dingzhou village out of the carriage under the protection of the palace guards. "Chongqing thanks Your Highness and concubine Yang for saving me." Su Chongqing curtsied to Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang. "Lady Su, are you okay?" Empress Zhongsun asked with concern. Su Chongqing did not suffer any injuries. Except for the traces of smoke on his body and face, he was not injured. Su Chongqing shook his head. I'm fine. When the fire started, I was protected by the villagers and hid in the cellar. Empress Zhongsun nodded. That's good. Fortunately, your family's song came to the palace today to inform me of this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chongqing's face was miserable. He curtsied to Empress Zhongsun again. Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not protect the imperial family's property and let the carriage be burned down by the evildoers. Lady Su, what are you talking about? What crime did you commit? The carriage was burned down. How can you be blamed? Empress Zhongsun did not care that she was pregnant. She hurriedly went forward to help Su Chongqing up. She turned her head and glared at Zheng Konghua, who was completely stunned. Xinyang's Zheng family is so powerful. They even dare to set fire to my property. Good, very good. Today, I will ask Zheng for an explanation and see if the world is still the world of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongsun's words made Zheng Konghua feel dark. The carriage was the imperial family's property? How could this be? He had clearly asked the troops to find out that the carriage was the property of a family surnamed Li in Dingzhou village in Hu County. When did it become the imperial family's property? Zheng Konghua was naturally not an idiot. When he thought that his troops set fire to Empress Zhongsun's property, he felt that the sky had collapsed. Zheng Konghua, who was originally sitting on the ground, had a blank mind at this time. He could only murmur, "This is impossible. This is not true." Not far away by the window on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store, Li Wanyu and Fatty Cho, you looked at this scene and laughed very happily. Li Wanyu dug a hole for Zheng Konghua, but he did not expect that Zheng Konghua would be so cooperative. He jumped without hesitation, and his posture was beautiful. Full marks. Chapter 172. Last night, when Li Wanyu learned that his beautiful boss had the jade pendant given by Empress Zhongsun, he was relieved. No matter how arrogant Madame Zheng of Xinyang was, as long as Su Chongqing showed the jade pendant, the people of the Zheng family in front of the carriage would naturally withdraw. But Li Wanyu, the cynical man, did not intend to let Madame Zheng go so easily. If he only relied on the Empress jade pendant to scare away Zheng Konghua, he would be sorry for himself and his beautiful boss. If his thoughts were not smooth, he would not be in a good mood. In order to make himself happy, Li Wanyu did not hesitate to dig a huge hole for Zheng Konghua. Niu Wu went out early in the morning. According to Li Wanyu's order, he took the jade pendant and went to the Taiji Palace to see Empress Zhongsun. Li Wanyu asked him to ask for help from Empress Zhongsun, saying that Su Chongqing was trapped in the carriage and could not go out. Today, he could not go to the Taiji Palace to teach yoga, so he asked Empress Zhongsun to help. Since Empress Zhongsun was willing to give Su Chongqing the jade pendant, she would not turn a blind eye to her beautiful boss's predicament at that time. As long as Her Highness sent the palace guards to help the carriage, the next step of the plan could be carried out. In fact, several buildings on fire in the carriage were set by the farmers themselves. After a discussion last night, the beautiful boss asked the farmers to lay a lot of straw around the buildings to ignite the fire. The reason why Li Wanyu said to Cho Kuan last night that he would compensate for the loss of these buildings after they were burned. When Li Wanyu saw that Niu Wu led the people in the palace, he would immediately inform Su Chongqing to open the gate of the carriage and attract the troops of the Zheng family into the carriage. Then he would immediately set the buildings on fire. He just wanted to frame the Zheng family and let their yellow mud fall on their crotch. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Countless people saw the troops of the Zheng family rush into the carriage like wolves and tigers, and then the carriage was on fire. No one would believe that it was not the troops of the Zheng family who set the fire. Even Zheng Kongwa thought that it was his troops who set the fire. Even those Zheng family troops who had rushed into the carriage thought that it was one of their own who had set the fire casually. At that time, dozens of Zheng family's troops had rushed into the carriage, and the scene was chaotic. Even they themselves were not sure if the fire was set by their own people. Li Wangyou's plan was very successful, but he did not expect Empress Zhongsun to come in person. Fatty Chokuan was also a little nervous now. Xiao Lang, why did Her Highness the Empress come personally? Could something have happened? It's fine. Isn't it better for Her Highness to come in person? This time, the Zheng clan will find it even more difficult to escape this calamity. Li Wanyu comforted with a smile. That's good, that's good. The fatty was very respectful towards the royal family and aristocratic families. He was afraid that today's matter would bring about some trouble. Sure enough, as Li Wanyu expected, he stood by the window and looked from afar. He saw Empress Zhongsun say a few words to her beautiful boss, and then take her boss to get on her carriage. Before Su Chongqing got on the carriage, he glanced at Li Wangyou's window and made an okay gesture to him from afar. Looking at the eldest son of the Zheng family, who was dragged away by the palace guards like a dead dog, Li Wanyu punched his palm. It's done. Empress Zhongsun would not let go of the foppish young master of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. The farce caused by the eldest son of the Zheng family had finally come to an end. When the Zheng family troops were dragged away by a group of palace guards like wolves and tigers, it scared the merchants who had been watching the fun. Everyone thought that the carriage company would meet with a calamity this time. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang would be dragged away in the end? This made the crowd in the distance immediately burst into an uproar and talk about it. Brother Qian, what's the background of this Shunfeng Express? They are not even afraid of the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang? I don't know, but I think that group of people just now seem to be palace guards. Palace guards? Are you sure? Sure. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The Zheng family of Xinjiang kicked an iron plate today. I didn't expect that the sage of the Tian family was behind this carriage company. Brother Chow, didn't you ask this carriage company to transport goods? What's so special about this carriage company? This carriage is amazing. A carriage can carry 30 stones of goods and travel 300 miles a day. Gentlemen, if you have any goods to transport in the future, you can find this Shunfeng Express. When the merchants who had tried the four-wheeled carriage said that, a group of familiar merchants around them exclaimed, "A carriage? Brother Chow, are you right? Tut, this carriage is amazing. It seems that I have to rely on this Shunfeng Express to transport goods in the future." A timid merchant whispered, "We have dealings with the carriage company. Will we offend the Zheng family of Xinjiang?" Brother, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. The eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang set fire to the carriage company and was dragged away. From now on, who dares to offend the Shunfeng carriage company? Isn't that courting death? Yes, that's right. It seems that my shop will have to be closer to this carriage company in the future. Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing did not expect that Zheng Kongwa's farce would make the Shunfeng carriage company quickly become famous among the merchants in the east and west of Chang and city. This advertising effect was an unexpected gain. The villagers of Dingzhou village began to clean up the mess of the carriage company under the leadership of Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the retired soldiers. Fatty Chokuan also asked his assistant to help clean up the ruins of the carriage company. The fire of the carriage company did not have a big impact. Su Chongqing originally thought that the layout of the courtyard was not suitable for the carriage. This time, it was just right to rebuild it. Li Wangyu was worried that the old village chief would be anxious, so he sent someone back to Dingzhou village to inform them that the matter had been solved. The old village chief, who received the news, immediately led many villagers to Chang and began to work on the reconstruction of the carriage company. When the carriage company began to clean up and rebuild in an orderly manner, the Zheng family mansion of Xingyang was in an uproar. They knew that their son had caused such a big trouble and was arrested by Empress Zhang's son, Zheng Kanghua's mother. Zheng Lushi immediately cried and made a scene in the mansion. She asked her husband, the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, to quickly save her son. Zheng Lushi was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in Fanyang. She was also one of the 5 families and 7 nobles of the Tang dynasty. Zheng Kanghua was her only son, and she doted on him since he was young. Zheng Yuanshou also frowned in the face of his wife's crying. Zheng Yuanshou was not worried about the trouble caused by Zheng Kanghua. Empress Zhang's son would not do anything to Zheng Kanghua. Zheng Yuanshou still had this confidence. What he was worried about was that the things that were being planned in the imperial court would change because of this. Then, he would lose more than he gained. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yuanshou sent someone to invite his cousin Zheng Shanghua. Zheng Yuanshou was an official of the Honglu Temple. Zheng Shanghua was an official of the Ministry of Works. Both of them were third-rank officials in the imperial court. In Zheng Yuanshou's study, the two of them dismissed the servants and discussed for a long time with the door closed. Only then did Zheng Shanghua leave. Looking at the towering walls of Taiji Palace outside the Zheng family mansion, Zheng Yuanshou's mouth showed a trace of a mocking sneer. Chapter 173. Su Chongqing was taken to the Taiji Palace by Empress Zhang's son. Both Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang promised her that they would tell the saint to punish the Zheng family's prodigal son. Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang guessed that Su Chongqing was not in the mood to teach them yoga today, so they comforted her and asked someone to send her back. Before Su Chongqing returned to the carriage shop in the East Market, the Zheng family of Xingyang came to apologize first. The Zheng family's housekeeper apologized sincerely and offered 200 taels of gold as an apology. This made Li Wangyu rather surprised. Could it be that the name of Empress Zhang's son was so frightening? How could she make the Zheng family of Xingyang compromise and let the matter go? In his impression and memory, the 5 families and 7 Wangs of the Tang dynasty were not so easy to deal with. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, may not be able to subdue them. With hundreds of years of history, there were many talents in the family. The aristocratic families had a high reputation and social status, whether in the imperial court or outside. The most fundamental power of the aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, was not in the imperial court, but in the local area. They had great privileges and power, controlled the politics and economy of the state, and could even compete with the central government of the imperial court. If Pai Lupi did not appease these aristocratic families, the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty would be repeated in the Tang dynasty. The top aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, directly intermarried with each other, forming an indestructible marriage relationship and holding together to maintain their privileges. Their family's sense of superiority once regarded the royal family of Li Tang as a nouveau riche. Li Wangyu had read in the history books that Emperor Tang Wenzong wanted to marry his daughter to the 5 families, but the result was shameful rejection. There was even a prime minister of the Tang dynasty who sighed, "The only regret in this life is that he can't marry a daughter of the 5 families." This showed the influence of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. In Li Wangyu's plan, the Zheng family of Xingyang should not admit defeat so easily. He even planned to use the power of Zoroastrianism to attack the Zheng family's industry with the sweets. Now the housekeeper of the Zheng family came with the gold to apologize, which was full of sincerity and gave enough face to Empress Zhangsun. The several buildings of the carriage shop that were burned down were renovated, which was a matter of 100 copper coins. The housekeeper also promised Li Wangyu that the eldest son of the Zheng family would be sent back to his hometown of Xinjiang to reflect. Zheng hoped that Li would be merciful and let this matter be dropped. Li Jia Xiaolang, this is a gift, please accept it. Please accept it. Today's matter is all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family will go to Her Highness and ask for forgiveness. The Zheng family's housekeeper chuckled and ordered people to place the gold on the table. Although the housekeeper said, the housekeeper of the Tang and family was still, that was still, who was who was who was who was who was who was, and was who was, to the face, throw to the face it, face to the face, and shouted, tis two, and shouted, and then yours sit, get out as far as you can. But in this way, he could vent his anger, but his beautiful superior, Perrin, the old housekeeper Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and the 127 families of Dingzhou village would be in a desperate situation. Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a smile and said, Housekeeper Zheng, I'll accept the gold. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. I won't pursue it. Well, with Li Jia Xiaolang's words, I can go back and explain to my master. So, I'll take my leave. The housekeeper of the Zheng family stood up with a smile. In his view, the Zheng family of Xinjiang had given enough face to this young man, so he naturally didn't dare to refuse. The fact was, Li Wangyu didn't dare to refuse the kindness of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Li Wangyu looked at the back of the housekeeper of the Zheng family with his hands clasped behind his back. A desire for power surged in his heart again. If he, Li Wangyu, had power and influence, how could the Zheng family of Xinjiang dare to do this? When the housekeeper of the Zheng family came to visit, Zheng Yuanshou's wife, Zheng Lushi, also came to the palace in person to apologize to Empress Zhangsun. Zheng Lushi confessed that her son lacked discipline and damaged Empress Zhangsun's property. The Zheng family was willing to compensate. Zheng Lushi gave Empress Zhangsun 1,000 taels of gold as compensation and promised to send her son back to Xinjiang to reflect on his mistakes. Xinjiang Zheng Lushi bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Empress Zhangsun naturally couldn't continue to hold on to Zheng Konghua. She knocked on Zheng Lushi's head and told her to discipline her son well in the future. Zheng Lushi thanked Empress Zhangsun and immediately left, leading Zheng Konghua back to the Zheng family. On the same day, Zheng Yuanshou sent his troops to send Zheng Konghua back to Xinjiang. Empress Zhangsun didn't think much of the debauchee of the Zheng family. In her view, he was just another good-for-nothing from an aristocratic family who didn't live up to expectations. Empress Zhangsun was surprised that the Zheng family of Xinjiang could bow their head and admit their mistakes so quickly and compensate 1,000 taels of gold. However, she didn't think much of it. In the evening, Empress Zhangsun ordered the palace servants to send the imperial meal to the Li Zheng Hall. She was going to accompany Pai Lupi to eat. The Li Zheng Hall was where Pai Lupi's study was located. Usually, official business was handled in the Li Zheng Hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the hall, Empress Zhangsun saw Pai Lupi angrily scolding a chamberlain, complaining that the tea he poured was too hot. Empress Zhangsun waved her hand, having the trembling eunuch kneeling on the ground withdraw. Only then did she turn her head to say to Li Erxiao, Erling, why are you so angry? Be careful not to hurt your body. Guanyin maid, I'm fine. Pai Lupi saw Empress Zhangsun appear and slightly suppressed the anger in his heart. It's just some imperial court matters. Empress Zhang saw that it was an imperial court matter and didn't ask anymore. She was born in a famous family and was well educated. In fact, she was also very proficient in imperial court matters. However, Empress Zhang adhered to the principle of the imperial harem not interfering in politics. Every time Pai Lupi asked her opinion on government affairs, Empress Zhang never expressed her opinion and kept her mouth shut. The more Empress Zhang didn't express her opinion, the more Pai Lupi liked to ask her opinion. Once, Pai Lupi forced Empress Zhang into a corner. After being forced to say to Pai Lupi, she said, "A hen leads the morning. Our family is poor. You care?" The meaning of these words was, is it okay for a hen to crow? Thus, she dispelled Pai Lupi's idea of asking her about government affairs. However, because of this, Pai Lupi trusted Empress Zhang even more. Empress Zhang saw that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood, so she picked interesting things to talk about to ease her husband's mood. She saw that she caught the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang today. In the end, she said with a smile, "This Zheng family of Xinjiang is tactful. They compensated me with 1,000 taels of gold. I invested in Li Jia Xiaolong's carriage company, so I don't have to pay a single copper coin." Empress Zhang said this as a joke, but Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "What? There's such a thing? What about the eldest son of the Zheng family?" Zheng Lushir took him back. "Why? Is it inappropriate?" Empress Zhang asked. Pai Lupi slapped the table gloomily. "Zheng Yuanshou, that old man. I hate that I can't pull out my sword and cut him down." His words stunned Empress Zhang. She didn't care whether the imperial harem was interfering in politics or not. She quickly asked what happened. Chapter 174. Pai Lupi originally did not want Empress Zhang to know about this, but after thinking about it, he could not hide it any longer. He sighed and told her about what had happened in the imperial court today, which angered Empress Zhang. Before the locust plague appeared in the Guanyi circuit, the officials in the imperial court had already received reports from the various counties and prefectures. Pai Lupi had also gathered the important officials many times to discuss countermeasures. But before Pai Lupi could make up his mind to exterminate the locusts, the 100 Cavalry Department reported that there had been undercurrents in Chang, and recently pointing to Pai Lupi as the cause of the locust plague. The change of Xuanwu Gate. The rumors on the streets attributed the locust plague to the change of Xuanwu Gate, accusing Pai Lupi of not cultivating personal morals, killing his brothers, imprisoning his father, and incurring punishment from the heavens. This was the wrath of the heavens. Pai Lupi was furious at the time and ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the source of the rumors. This was originally just a rumor on the streets and would not cause a stir in the imperial court. Who would have thought that today, when Pai Lupi wanted the officials to discuss how to deal with the locust plague, a bomb was set off against him in the imperial court? The one who set off the undercurrents was an 8th-rank imperial censor. This young imperial censor bypassed the censor Wei Zhang and directly presented a memorial to Pai Lupi in the imperial court. In front of hundreds of officials, he accused the locust plague of being the wrath of the heavens because of the massacre in the 9th year of Wuda. The forbidden blood gate, together with the sword, has been ridiculed through the ages. It is the wrath of the heavens that caused the locusts to descend from the heavens. Your Majesty, please issue an edict of self-punishment to save the people of the world. The young imperial censor did not care about imperial censor Wei Zheng's attempts to stop him. Under the gazes of the officials and Lier's towering rage, he said these words. He wanted Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-punishment and apologize to the world. The imperial court was shocked. Pai Lupi was unable to restrain his anger. He ordered Wei Zheng, the censor, to investigate and then left in a huff. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was quite magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have ordered people to drag the censor out of the hall and flog him to death. In fact, Pai Lupi didn't need the 100 Horsemen department to investigate. He already knew who was behind this. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, the Huaxiao imperial court had been controlled by the aristocratic families. The establishment of the Tang dynasty also relied on the support of the aristocratic families in Guangzhou. Moreover, the aristocratic families in Shandong still maintained the centuries-old tradition of reading and teaching the classics, so they still enjoyed a superior political and social status. Even though Pai Lupi was committed to weakening and destroying the aristocratic families, there was nothing he could do to them for the time being, unless he wanted the Tang dynasty to fall into war again. Since Pai Lupi wanted to deal with the aristocratic families naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their doom. This time, they used the locust plague to turn it into a divine punishment to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation. This was a card played by the aristocratic families. Without this memorial, Pai Lupi could have issued an edict of self-condemnation because of the locust plague. He could have imitated King Wu of Zhou and said, "The people have sinned, so I punish them." Then he would have ordered to exterminate the locusts. Not only would he not lose face, but it would also increase his prestige as an emperor. However, if someone pushed the bucket of sh*T to his head and used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation, it would be impossible. If Li Er really did so, his dignity as an emperor would be thrown to the ground by the aristocratic families. He would even have to step on it a few times, and it would never be picked up again. Using an 8th-rank censor to put Pai Lupi on the fire pit, the aristocratic families were really good at this. The Zheng family of Xinjiang was the most active aristocratic family in the imperial court. Pai Lupi was almost certain that the Zheng family was behind today's matter. If he had known about Zheng Kanghua's matter earlier, he might have been able to use this foppish son of the Zheng family to force the Zheng family of Xinjiang to make concessions. However, he didn't expect the Zheng family of Xinjiang to react so quickly and apologize to Empress Zhongsun without hesitation before sending Zheng Kanghua back to his hometown in Xinjiang. Pai Lupi could only let out a long sigh. He had to find another way out of this situation. After Empress Zhongsun learned about what happened in the imperial court today, it was too late for regrets, and she was secretly angry. However, it was Pai Lupi who comforted her, fearing that the 6-month pregnant empress would have a miscarriage. Leaving aside how Pai Lupi comforted his wife in Chang and city's Taiji Palace, in the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County, Li Wanyu was also feeling uneasy as he looked at his beautiful superior, who was talking to Aphrodite. On the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu saw that he couldn't hide anymore, so he gritted his teeth and told his superior about Aphrodite. His beautiful boss, who had a smile on her face, had a frosty look on her face. She did not say a word. Li Wanyu begged and pestered her, but he still couldn't get her to look at him. Even the Niu brothers didn't say anything as they felt the pressure from their beautiful boss. They looked at Li Wanyu with a look that said, "Lang Jun, you're on your own now." Li Wanyu was speechless. Why were all women like this? What was the point of having a Cold War so often? His ex-girlfriend from university was the same. Whenever there was any friction between them, she would give him a Cold War and often wouldn't speak to him for a week, as if he were a stranger. Li Wanyu didn't expect that his University of Pennsylvania graduate and goddess-like beautiful superior would be the same. Even the little girl, Pei Lan, didn't give him a good look. She looked at him with eyes that were about to roll up to the sky. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost wanted to grab this little girl and give her a good spanking. How rebellious! It was fine if his beautiful superior was like this, but even a little girl like you dared to be like this. After returning to the Li family of Dingzhou village, both the old butler Li Heng and Ma Zhou acutely sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right when they came out to welcome them, so they wisely kept their mouths shut. Su Chongqing jumped off the horse's back and didn't even look at Li Wangyu as he pulled Pei Lan towards the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu was afraid that she would get into a conflict with Afro and was ready to follow them with cold sweat on his forehead. If they really got into a fight, he would be able to mediate. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Niu Yong whisper to Niu Wu, "Erlang, watch carefully. In the future, you'd rather offend Langjun than Mrs. Su." Big Brother is right. Mrs. Su's aura is really scary. Niu Wu nodded his head vigorously. Ma Zhou chimed in from the side. "Indeed, my teacher is no match for Mrs. Su at all. I could tell from the start. I wonder if Mrs. Su and Afro will get into a fight?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu nodded in unison, meaning that they would. "See my foot! See my foot!" Li Wangyu really wanted to find a baseball bat and beat these three rascals out of the door. Who would want such a troop and disciple? He had forgotten that he had also thought that his beautiful boss and Afro would get into a fight, and was even prepared to mediate the situation. On the other hand, the old butler Li Heng stood at the side with a chuckle and had no intention of going to the backyard to mediate at all. Li Wangyu dawdled in the front yard for a long time and stretched his ears out to see if there were any sounds of fighting in the backyard. However, he didn't hear anything even after waiting for a long time. After thinking about it, he straightened his clothes and prepared to go to the backyard to see what was going on. As he dawdled into the backyard, he didn't see the expected scene of the main wife scolding the mistress and the mistress resisting unwillingly. Su Chongqing was actually chatting amiably with Afro in an unusually harmonious atmosphere, while Perrin was fuming at the side. What the hell was going on? Something didn't seem right. Chapter 175. How could Li Wangyu know what Su Chongqing was thinking? In fact, Su Chongqing was already mentally prepared that Li Wangyu would bring a woman home, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Although she hoped to live with Li Wangyu in the Tang dynasty for the rest of their lives, she didn't believe that Li Wangyu, as a man, would still insist on monogamy in the Tang dynasty, where 3 wives and 4 concubines were the norm. Not to mention in the Tang dynasty, even in the future, Su Chongqing was pessimistic about whether a husband and wife could live together for the rest of their lives. Because her father was like that, Su Chongqing went to the United States to study in high school, and then studied at the University of Pennsylvania. Her family's economic conditions were naturally quite good. Her father had a successful career and was famous for his success. However, Su Chongqing's father, who was elegant and graceful in her eyes, also had more than one mistress outside. When she first learned the news from her mother, her whole person collapsed. She didn't believe that her father would do such a thing. Originally, in the eyes of Su Chongqing and all the other people who didn't know the truth, her parents were a loving couple, a model couple. However, Su Chongqing's father still couldn't resist all kinds of temptations. Although he didn't abandon the family and abandon his wife, his behavior made Su Chongqing no longer believe in the constraints of marriage and a man's self-control. After Su Chongqing's mother knew that her husband had an outside mistress, not only did she not cry and make a scene and ask for a divorce, but she also made 3 rules with her father. First, he had to go home every day. Second, he couldn't bring an outside woman home. Third, she had to manage the family's finances. In this regard, the beautiful superior couldn't understand her mother's practice at all. Wasn't she condoning her husband to cheat? It wasn't until a long talk with her mother that she understood her mother's idea. In her mother's words, if she quarreled with her husband and even divorced, those foxes would benefit. As long as he stood on the side of righteousness, Those mistresses would not be able to cause any trouble. However, because of the guilt in his heart, her father treated her mother even better. He happily handed over all the financial power of the family to her mother. In this regard, although Su Chongqing did not completely agree with his mother's approach, he had to admit that she was a smart woman. Even her father was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu. After transmigrating to the Great Tang 1,300 years in the future, without the constraints of law and morality, Su Chongqing did not believe that Li Wangyu would be loyal to one woman. Therefore, Su Chongqing had a premonition that there would be another woman around Li Wangyu. However, no matter how rational Su Chongqing was, no matter how clear her thoughts were, she was still an ordinary woman. She could be considered to have good self-restraint by merely giving Li Wangyu a cold shoulder. What made her even angrier was that Li Wangyu dared to bring a woman home after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month. If she did not suppress him, what would happen? Did he want to learn from Wei Xiaobao? If that was the case, Su Chongqing would definitely not tolerate it. Even if she did not leave the Li family at that time, she would draw a clear line between herself and Li Wangyu. They would just be friends from then on. In Su Chongqing's heart, she would only allow Li Wangyu a chance to make a mistake at most. Otherwise, she would rather live alone in the Tang dynasty for the rest of her life. Therefore, her beautiful superior's cold shoulder was actually deliberately put on for Li Wangyu to see. She felt more heartache for the poor girl, Fu Luo. Li Wangyu had explained Fu Luo's background to her. She was captured at the age of 13, and then sold from Europe to the distant East. If not for Li Wangyu rescuing her, she would probably have been a prostitute for the rest of her life. The beautiful superior, who had a frosty expression on Li Wangyu's face, melted after entering the backyard. After seeing Fu Luo's appearance, the beautiful superior was also greatly surprised. This girl really resembled the Hollywood movie star Angelina Jolie too much. The beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger again, wishing she could pinch Li Wangyu's waist a few times to vent her anger. This bastard pervert! He said that he pitied Fu Luo, but he was clearly lusting after her beauty. Su Chongqing would not vent her anger on Fu Luo. After adjusting her mentality slightly, she began to talk to Fu Luo in a pleasant manner. Although Fu Luo was the daughter of a Byzantine noble, she was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she be a match for Su Chongqing, an elite who had cultivated for many years? After a few sentences, Fu Luo had begun to address Su Chongqing as sister, as if she were treating her beautiful superior as a caring sister. The girls' giggles echoed between them now and then, as if they were best friends who had known each other for years. Perrin, on the other hand, was rather jealous. She felt that her sister Chongqing was in danger of being snatched away by this ugly woman. When Li Wangyu sneaked into the backyard, stealthily he happened to see Perrin glaring at Fu Luo angrily. Her lips were so pouted that a bottle of oil could be hung from them. Li Wangyu was rather dumbfounded by what he saw. What was going on with the three women at home? Seeing that there was no sign of a fight, he tried to sneak away again, only to be glared at by his beautiful superior, who had already discovered him. "Come here." "Yes. What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" When Li Wangyu saw that his beautiful superior seemed to be smiling, he immediately began to act cute shamelessly. He imitated the eunuchs in TV dramas, flicked his sleeves, and bent over to ask. Su Chongqing couldn't help but laugh at his behavior, but his beautiful superior immediately wiped the smile off her face and coughed lightly. "Don't be so cheeky. Don't think that this is the end of it. If it weren't for Sister Fu Luo's sake, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Let me ask you, will you still bring women home in the future?" Yes, you're right. I won't. I promised the chairman that I won't bring any more. Li Wanyu said with a flattering smile. Fu Luo and Perrin were both stunned. Their Longjuan's behavior was simply too shocking for them to accept. How could the two young ladies of the Great Tang, who had never been baptized by feminism, accept the way Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing interacted with each other? Perrin couldn't help but cover her little mouth with her hand, afraid that she would cry out in alarm. She looked at Su Chongqing with a worried expression and thought to herself, is it really okay for Sister Chongqing to talk to Lang Jun like this? What did Lang Jun mean when he said he would make a promise to the chairman? Su Chongqing sneered and stared at Li Wangyu seriously. Li Wangyu, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I promise to leave this house. I'm a man of my word. A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wangyu's forehead as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't have any intention of having multiple wives and concubines. He had saved Fu Luo out of pity. But judging from Su Chongqing's words, why did it seem like he was allowing him to take Fu Luo into his room? Is there such a good thing? Li Wangyu really wanted to look up at the sky and see if the sun had risen from the west. Chapter 176. In the end, Aphrodite still ended up staying with the Li family, although her identity was still a bit unclear. In fact, even Su Chongqing's identity was still unclear in the eyes of the old steward Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and Ma Zhou. But ever since Aphrodite moved into the house, Li Wangyu began to feel unhappy. With another woman, not only did nothing unsuitable for children happen as he had hoped, even his original benefits were cancelled. Aphrodite was brought into his room by his beautiful superior, making Li Wangyu completely give up on the idea of secretly eating her. And his original benefit of being able to hold hands with his beautiful superior was also cancelled, making him very depressed. But Li Wangyu's depression only lasted for a day because the next day, Cheng Chumo and the group of wastrels came to Dingzhou village again. Zio, what kind of sacred sunfire are you going to collect for the Zoroastrianism today? How exactly are you going to do it? Cheng Chumo roared as soon as he entered. It's a secret, you'll know at noon. Hearing Li Wangyu's answer, the group of wastrels couldn't help but want to beat him up. This kid was really too infuriating. That day, at the Zoroastrianism temple, Li Wangyu said that he was going to collect the sacred sunfire for the Zoroastrianism. Not only was Sabeo Milman surprised, but the group of wastrels was also very curious as to how this sacred sunfire could be collected. But no matter how they asked, Li Wangyu just said, "It's a secret, you'll know in 3 days," to send them off. Li Wangyu's deliberate mystery piqued the curiosity of the group of wastrels. No one could figure out how Li Jiaxiaolang was going to collect the sacred sun fire. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and the group of wastrels felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. So early in the morning, as soon as Chang and city gates opened, a group of people rushed to Dingzhou village, urging Li Wangyu to hurry to the Zoroastrianism temple. Li Wangyu and Miraman had originally agreed to meet at noon, but they couldn't resist the urging of these rich playboys. They had no choice but to say goodbye to their beautiful boss and follow them out. They rode to Chang and city. Along the way, Cheng Chumo and the others talked about how the Li family's carriage company had been burned down by the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They only found out about this after the fact. Originally, she wanted to help Li Wangyu vent his anger, but unexpectedly, Madame Zheng had already sent that bastard Zheng Kongbo back to Xinjiang. This group of silpants naturally couldn't go to the Zheng family to cause trouble, so they could only mark the Zheng family's black mark in their hearts. Cheng Chumo and the other Debachi clans were not on the same boat as the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. Although Cheng Yaojin's wife was the first daughter of the Chui clan, he was still most loyal to Pai Lupi. He didn't have much contact with aristocratic families. Furthermore, the incident that had happened in the imperial court the day before yesterday had caused Cheng Yaojin and the other generals to be even more furious. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's prohibition, they would have probably taken their weapons and attacked these aristocratic families. Ziyu, when that Zheng Kangbo returns to Chang, and we brothers will definitely help you vent your anger. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyo's shoulder and comforted him. Feng Yai also patted his chest and assured Li Wangyu, "That's right, Ziyu, don't worry if that bastard dares to return to Chang, and we will definitely teach him a lesson." Li Wangyu was greatly moved and saluted the group of silkpants. "Many thanks, brothers. Ha ha. After today's matter, I will treat you all to a drink. Are we still going to that Hu wine shop?" Chai Ling Wu's eyes lit up when he heard about drinking. Li Wangyu was speechless. These bastards, they still mentioned the Hu wine shop. Hey, the group of people chatted and laughed as they quickly entered Chang. And when the group of people entered Liquan Square, they found that the square was already crowded with people, so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The silkpants and Li Wangyu were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It wasn't the Lantern Festival today, so why were there so many people in Liquan Square? Yuchi Baolin shouted, "Those in front, move aside. What the hell are you all doing here?" After he shouted, not only did no one move aside, but he also received a lot of rolling eyes and mockery. What is this big idiot shouting about? Can't he see that there are people here? That's right. Why are you all squeezing? We want to go to the Jia Temple to watch the show. Today, there is a powerful person in the Jia Temple who is going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. Who doesn't want to witness such a miracle with their own eyes? Why should we move aside? I heard that the powerful person who can collect the sacred fire is 8 feet tall, and his waist is also 8 feet wide. His fists are as big as a mill, and his arms are as thick as pillars. When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost fell off his horse. Was he a freaking ball? An alien version of a ball? Damn, the society was indeed very important. It was only right to not believe in rumors and not spread them. It turned out that Jia Temple's Jia Temple was afraid of being held accountable for the extinguishing of the sacred fire. So he simply spread the news in Chang and that the Jia Temple was going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. In the Tang Dynasty, there was an extreme lack of entertainment among the people. After hearing about this bizarre event, not only did all the Sushins in Chang and come, but even the ordinary citizens of Chang and came to Liquan Square to watch the show. As a result, more and more people came. Liquan Square had become a sea of people, and even the streets outside the square were almost filled with people watching the show. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he was sweating like a waterfall. In the current situation, he and the Silkpants couldn't enter the Jia Temple. He didn't know if the crowd would be disappointed if he, the main character, didn't go in at noon. Fortunately, this awkward situation didn't last long. Milamon, who was in the Jia Temple, also noticed the crowded situation outside the Jia Temple. He quickly asked the priests to go out and help the Silkpants. With a group of Jia Temple priests leading the way, Li Wangyu and the Silkpants finally squeezed into the Jia Temple through the gate of Liquan Square. Fortunately, only the priests and priests of Jia Temple were allowed to enter today. The other residents of Chang, and including the believers of Jia Temple, could only watch the sacred fire collection ceremony outside the gate of the Jia Temple. It had to be said that the residents of Chang and were very gossipy. In order to watch the show, someone quickly brought a ladder. As a result, the top of the Zoroastrian temple's wall was instantly filled with people who came to watch the show. Some of the bolder ones even sat on the wall, causing the faces of the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple to twitch. Xiaolang, what else do you need to prepare to collect the sacred fire of the sun? If you need anything, just tell me. I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. When Milamon saw Li Wanyu, he immediately greeted him. Whether Li Wanyu could collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone today was a matter of life and death for him. He couldn't help but pay attention to it. Li Wanyu said, "Prepare a large block of ice for me, as well as some tools for cutting ice. Also prepare a room for me." Block of ice. Milamon and the Silk Pants were all stunned. Why would he want ice? What? Don't you have ice in your Jia temple? Li Wanyu asked. Milamon shook his head. No, of course we have ice. How big do you need? I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. The rich and powerful in Chang, and all dug ice cellars to store ice for use in summer. The Jia temple of the Sogdians didn't lack copper coins, so naturally, they also dug ice cellars to store ice. Li Wanyu said, "The size of a millstone is fine." Milamon nodded and immediately ordered the priest to prepare the things Li Wanyu needed. After the ice and the tools for cutting ice were delivered, Li Wanyu ignored the burning eyes of the Silpants and directly shut them out of the room. He started to busy himself in the room. The collection of the Olympic sacred fire in later generations focused the sunlight in the center of a concave mirror to generate high temperature to ignite the sacred fire. In addition to the concave mirror, the magnifying glass that he played with when he was young could also focus sunlight and play the role of igniting the fire. Li Wanyu naturally didn't have a magnifying glass. He only knew that glass was probably made by burning sand. But if he really wanted to make glass in the Tang Dynasty, it would be a fantasy. But in addition to glass, grinding ice into a convex lens like a magnifying glass could also play the role of focusing sunlight. Although there would be many bubbles and cracks in the ice, and its transparency was far less than glass, the diameter of the magnifying convex lens could still focus sunlight and ignite flammable objects. So Li Wanyu asked Milamon to prepare a millstone-sized block of ice for him. He took the ice chisel tool in the room and began to grind the convex lens of the ice. As the sun gradually rose, the Jia Temple's sacred fire gathering ceremony was about to begin. In Milliman's eagerness, the door finally creaked open. Li Wanyu walked out with a relaxed face. "Sabeo, you can start the sacred fire gathering." Chapter 177. The Sogdian ritual of gathering the sacred fire began with the prayers of the Zoroastrian priests. Dozens of priests murmured their prayers, burning sacred fire, "Burn my broken body. Good and evil, only the light is good. Joy and sorrow, return to dust. Pity my people, they have so many worries." Leading the priests in front of the altar, Milman recited long passages of the Avesta scripture, reciting the hymns of the gods. As mentioned before, the highest level of sacred fire, the fire of victory, was not only a sacred fire, but also an ordinary sacred fire worshipped by believers. For this ritual, Miriam used 3 days to gather the sacred fire worshipped by all the Sogdian worshippers in Chang. And now the highlight of the ritual was to wait for Li Wanyu to gather the sacred fire of the sun and combine the 2 flames into one to complete the ritual. Although the process of gathering the ordinary sacred fire was quite rushed, Miriam believed that as long as Li Wanyu could gather the sacred fire of the sun, it would be the highest level of sacred fire, even higher than the sacred fire worshipped in the Persian temple. After the tedious and solemn ritual was completed, it was Li Wanyu's turn to perform. Li Wanyu's small body could not carry the convex lens of ice the size of a millstone. However, there were foppish sons who fought to help him carry it. When Li Wanyu asked who was willing to help light the sacred fire, the foppish sons almost fought. Clearly, in terms of muscle, the 3 Chung brothers could crush the foppish sons. Even the Yuchi twins could not compete with them. Under the resentful gaze of the foppish sons, the 3 Chung brothers carried the huge convex lens of ice onto the stage. However, Li Wanyu did not intend to reveal the secret of using the convex lens to make fire. After grinding the ice in the room, he asked Milman for some silk and satin and wrapped the ice with the satin. No one could see the original shape of the convex lens of the ice that the three Chung brothers carried out. In the open space of the Zoroastrian temple, the best materials for starting the fire had already been prepared. The oily sandalwood was placed in the bronze cauldron. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, sandalwood shavings were scattered on top of the cauldron to start the fire. It was noon, and the sun shone down from above. Li Wanyu instructed the three Chung brothers to raise the ice-convex lens high above their heads. Then, according to the light spots formed by the sunlight passing through the ice, he instructed the three brothers to adjust the angle of the convex lens. This strange action attracted the attention of the crowd outside the Jada temple and caused a commotion. What kind of trouble is this? Didn't he say that he wanted to collect the sacred sun fire? What are these three big guys holding? Why does it look like a block of ice? That's right, there's a round ice cube wrapped in the silk. Is it used to retrieve the solar sacred fire? I don't understand. How can this ice produce fire? Isn't this nonsense? You can gather flames from ice? I'm afraid even an immortal wouldn't be able to do that. TSK, if I can get some kind of holy flame from this, I'll eat this pile of dog shit. Not only were the onlookers outside the Zoroastrian temple discussing incessantly, but even the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian religion were astonished. When Milman saw this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Was he out of his mind? How could he so easily believe this young man's nonsense and believe that he could collect the solar sacred fire? He wanted to shout out to stop this farce, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Since it had come to this, he would just let this group of dandy do it. In any case, if he couldn't collect the solar sacred fire, his position as Sabeo would come to an end. Since that was the case, he could only pray for a miracle. Chung Chumo held the large ice-convex lens and asked in a low voice, "Ziyu, are you sure you can really collect the solar sacred fire like this? This is not a joke. If you trick the Sogdians, they will really go crazy." "Brother Chumo, you can rest assured. There's no problem at all. Brother Chulian, don't keep swaying. Hold it up properly." Li Wanyu instructed them to adjust the angle of the ice cube while smiling at Chung Chumo. But although he said so, the three brothers of the Chung family didn't have the confidence that the solar sacred fire would really be collected from the ice cube they were holding. Under Li Wangyu's constant instructions and adjustments, the noon sun finally condensed into a large spot of light through the ice-convex lens and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron. Li Wanyu clapped his hands. "Okay, that's it. Brothers, hold on. Don't move around." Seeing him so determined, the Chung brothers obediently held the ice cube high. But because the purity of the ice cube wasn't high, and Li Wanyu's level of polishing was limited, although the light spot was condensed and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron, there was no reaction. Milman became more and more anxious. He couldn't help but walk to Li Wanyu's side and ask in a low voice, "Xiaolang, is this how the solar sacred fire is collected?" Li Wanyu replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, Sabeo, you see, the sun's sunlight has been condensed by me. Soon, the solar sacred fire will come to your temple. Don't worry, wait patiently for a while." These people of the Tang dynasty naturally didn't know what a convex lens was. A convex lens that was thicker in the center and thinner at the edges had a light-gathering effect. After learning the basic knowledge of junior high school physics, he knew that the convex lens would condense the sunlight that shone on its surface into a beam. The temperature would continue to rise until it reached the ignition point of the wood, and then the wood would be ignited. There was once an expedition team that accidentally lost a fire seed in the Antarctic. They processed the ice cube into a convex lens and condensed the sunlight to ignite the fire. So Li Wanyu didn't doubt that he could collect the solar sacred fire at all. But today, for some reason, the light spot of the ice convex lens shone on the wood in the copper cauldron for a long time, but there was no reaction. Time passed by, and Li Wanyu was a little anxious. He ordered the Chung brothers to adjust the angle of the ice cube several times, trying to make the light spot more focused. Millman didn't care about the solemnity of the ceremony and kept walking around the copper cauldron, making Li Wanyu dizzy. The crowd outside the temple watching the ceremony was getting louder and louder. The group of playboys also looked at each other and thought that things were not good. If the gathering of the solar sacred fire failed today, the consequences would be unpredictable. Fang Yai secretly elbowed Chai Lingwu. Brother Lingwu, if Zio can't get the solar sacred fire, we'll have to protect him and rush out. Chai Lingwu wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded. Of course, we'll let the Yuchi brothers and the Chung brothers protect Zio and run first. We'll bring up the rear. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baochi also nodded and secretly rolled up their sleeves, ready to drag Li Wanyu and run away at any time. While the playboys were talking in low voices, discussing their escape plan, they saw the crowd outside the temple being pushed aside by a group of fierce-looking troops, creating a path. Several playboys that Li Wanyu had never seen before swaggered into the temple under the protection of the troops. Yo, is the Chung family's young master playing a monkey, holding up a big ice cube to act for everyone to see? The leader of the group, a young man with triangular eyes, mocked. Li Wanyu was stunned. Where did these bastards come from? They dared to mock Chung Chumo and the others? Chapter 178. When Chung Chumo and his two brothers saw them, they immediately put down the ice in their hands angrily. Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the other playboys also rushed forward and blocked the way of the young men. Chung Chumo rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat them up. Wong, today I'll let you know what it means to have a fist as big as a clay bowl. Seeing that the playboys were about to fight, the young men couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their troops immediately rushed up to protect their masters and protected the young men behind them. Li Wanyu pulled Du He and asked, "Brother Du He, who are these people?" Du He replied angrily, "They are the bastards of the Chui, Lu, and Wang families." He pointed to the triangular-eyed man who had just spoken. "That one with a foul mouth is Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan. The others are Chui Daogu of the Qinghe Chui clan, Chui Hong of the Bowling Chui clan, and Lu Xiang of the Fanyang Lu clan." Li Wanyu was stunned when he heard this. Well, in the Tang dynasty, except for the legitimate sons of the Longxi Li clan and the Li clan of Zhao County, and Zheng Kongbua of the Xingyang Zheng clan, who had run back to his hometown, the rest of the legitimate sons had all come to the Zhuang temple. He had always hated Zheng Kongbua. Now that he heard that these young masters were jackals of the same tribe as Zheng Kongbua, he looked at them with even more disgust, especially when he heard the words Taiyuan Wangs and looked at the triangular-eyed young man. He thought that it was a close call. Was this guy the one who almost became his brother-in-law? "Do these guys have a feud with you brothers?" Li Wanyu asked. He spat hatefully and said, "These bastards are the same as Zheng Kongbua, who provoked your family before. They're all not good people. We don't like them and have fought with them several times. But these cowards always let their own troops get beaten up." Bah! Li Wanyu nodded, understanding in his heart. The 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breath and branch, especially after the Li family took over the world. The Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. These 5 clans were even more united. The aristocratic families even viewed Pai Lupi as a nouveau riche. Naturally, they would look down on Cheng Yao-jin and the other founding dukes who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. The elders of both parties maintained their composure on the surface. Even though Cheng Yao-jin looked boorish, he was actually a cunning old fox in the political arena. But the juniors of these aristocratic families and Cheng Chumo's group were not in the same boat. The two sides had already clashed many times in Chang, and due to various conflicts, Li Wangyu looked at those foppish sons of aristocratic families with disdain. They only knew how to bring a group of troops to put on airs and flaunt their prowess. Li Wangyu had never seen Cheng Chumo and the other top foppish sons of the Tang dynasty go out with their troops. Even if they fought, they would do it themselves. Even Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the other sons of civil officials were the same. Wang Ziqiao and the others, who were protected by the troops, began to clamor again when they saw that they were not in danger of being beaten. Wang Ziqiao mocked, "What, you are playing the people of Chang, and like monkeys, and you don't allow us to say anything?" Chui Daogo said, "We heard that some idiots were going to help the Jia sect collect some holy fire. We originally wanted to broaden our horizons, but we didn't expect such a farce. Haha, it's really funny." Lu Xiong pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. "I heard that you idiots are getting worse and worse. You actually listen to this young man's nonsense. If he can make fire out of ice, I will kneel down and kowtow to you, okay?" Several people laughed and were very proud. Their words made the crowd outside the Jia sect also began to jeer. Bursts of laughter came, making Cheng Chumo and the others blush. Milamon and the other priests of the Jia sect were also suspicious at this time, wondering if they had really been cheated. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry at Wang Ziqiao's words that they clenched their fists. The veins on their necks bulged, and their faces flushed. Although the foppish sons did not believe that Li Wangyu could collect the holy fire from the sun out of thin air, but at this time, everyone was bound together for good or ill. Mocking Li Wangyu was mocking them. Cheng Chumo and the others were speechless by Wang Ziqiao and the others. Their anger was stuck in their throats, and they were very sullen. Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baoqi, and the Chung brothers looked at each other and wanted to directly rush up and talk with their fists. Wang Ziqiao and the others were good at talking. When they saw that Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to fight, they quickly retreated behind the troops and poked their heads out to continue to clamor. "What? Now that we've revealed the truth, you want to attack us out of anger? A group of idiots with nothing but brute force. You were sold, and you still helped count the money. You really lost face for your duke's mansion. Hey, you want to fight? I'm so scared. Haha." The originally solemn Jia sect holy fire gathering ceremony, because of the provocation of Wang Ziqiao and the others, became a mess. The Chang and residents outside the Jia sect also did not mind that things were getting out of hand, for fear that the two sides would not fight. Millie Man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Cheng Chumo and the others, hesitating in his heart whether to throw them all out. Li Wangyu quickly reached out to stop Cheng Chumo and the others. "Brothers, please wait. Why do you have to fight with them? Don't ruin the Jia sect's holy fire gathering ceremony because of them. Jia sect is still waiting for the holy fire of the sun to descend on the Jia sect's fire altar. Don't lose sight of the big picture." Li Wangyu seemed to be persuading them, but in fact, he was giving Wang Ziqiao and the others a hard time. The meaning of his words was to push Wang Ziqiao and the others to the opposite side of Jia sect, accusing them of destroying the holy fire gathering ceremony. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the priests of Jia sect, including Milamon, looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others with unfriendly eyes. But as Li Wangyu said, Regardless of whether the holy fire of the sun was collected or not, the holy fire gathering ceremony was still in progress. Wang Ziqiao and the others came out so casually and ridiculed Chung Chumo and the others, which really interfered with the ceremony. When Li Wanyu said this, Wang Ziqiao and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly defended themselves. Tian Shaolang, don't talk nonsense. It's obviously you guys who deceived the Zoroastrianism. How is it us who are interfering with the ceremony? How did I deceive the Jia sect? Li Wanyu asked. Lu Xiang pointed to the ice block put down by Chung Chumo and the others. The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other. This ice is water. Water restrains fire. Wood breeds fire. Isn't it obvious? Even if you break the heavens, it is impossible to use ice to collect the holy fire. What he said was common sense to everyone, and everyone nodded again and again, thinking that it was reasonable. Li Wanyu laughed. Then if I can use this ice block to help Jia sect collect the holy fire of the sun, what will you say? Just like you said just now, kneel down and kowtow to us? Do you dare to bet? Chapter 179. Li Wangyu's words made the faces of Wang Ziqiao and the others change. Nonsense! How dare a brat like you do this? Who do you think you are? How dare a man in white speak so arrogantly? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Do you have the right to speak here? Chung Chumo put his arm around Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, He is my brother. You don't agree? Do you dare to bet with me? Lu Xiang, Wang Ziqiao, and the others looked at each other, their eyes fierce. Not to mention that they did not believe that ice could make fire. After being provoked by Li Wanyu, they would not let it go. Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and said, Fine, let's bet. If you can make fire with this ice, we will kowtow to you and apologize. But if you can't, you will crawl out of Lishuan Square today. Do you dare to bet? Hiss, the bet proposed by Lu Xiang made Chung Chumo's teeth ache. He was gambling with his own face. He was really ruthless. If he really lost and crawled out of Lishuan Square in front of everyone, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in Chang. But before the foppish sons could speak, Li Wanyu looked at them and said, Brothers, I promise that I can make fire with ice. Do you believe me? Chung Chumo hesitated for a moment, then slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Zio, I'm going all out. I'll believe you this time. Yes, let's bet. I believe Li Jia Shaolang. I'll bet with them. Damn it, I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me today. Come, let's make an oath. If you don't admit it when you lose, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Fang Yai shouted. Wang Ziqiao and the others sneered and looked at the foppish sons as if they were idiots. They did not hesitate to make an oath and set the bet. Seeing that the foppish sons believed him without saying anything and made a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, Li Wanyu was very touched. Brothers, Chung Chumo slapped him on the shoulder again. All right, Zio, stop talking. Hurry up and gather the sacred fire. I'm still waiting for someone to kowtow to me. Li Wanyu did not act pretentious, nodding his head and letting everyone disperse. He had the 3 brothers of the Chung family carry the ice again, preparing to gather the sunlight and gather the holy fire again. He instructed the Chung brothers to adjust the angle of the ice-convex lens to find the best focal point. The sunlight shone on the ice again, and through the ice, it focused on the wood in the copper cauldron. This time, the 3 brothers of the Chung family were incomparably focused. They carried the huge block of ice without moving an inch. Everyone held their breaths again. Everyone inside and outside the temple turned their eyes to the bronze cauldron. Wang Ziqiao and the others were also a little nervous. They also stared at the wood in the copper cauldron. However, after a long while, the copper cauldron was still the same as before. There was no change at all. Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, Chui Hong, and Lu Xiang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, feeling that today they could make Cheng Chumo and the others lose a lot of face. Regardless of whether Cheng Chumo and the others would keep their promise, climbing out of the Li Quan Square from the Zhan Temple was a loss of face. Wang Ziqiao was even thinking about how to persuade the Zhan Temple Sabeo to make trouble for Cheng Chumo and the others. Just as he was feeling proud and smiling, he heard Niu Shengping suddenly shout, "Look, smoke is coming out of the copper cauldron." His shout made Wang Ziqiao and the others' hearts skip a beat. They quickly turned their eyes to the copper cauldron. Under the noon sun, a wisp of green smoke was rising from the copper cauldron. The wisp of green smoke coming out of the copper cauldron was caused by the sunlight focusing on the wood shavings. Millimon, who was already feeling despair, was overjoyed when he saw this situation. He immediately began to recite the Avesta scripture with a group of Zhan Temple priests. As the Zhan Temple priests recited the scripture, the green smoke in the copper cauldron became thicker and thicker. A flame suddenly rose from the wood shavings, and then the flame slowly began to devour the wood in the copper cauldron. Sacred fire! It's really the sacred fire of the sun, Millimon exclaimed. Witnessing this miracle with their own eyes, the priests and priests of Zhan Temple immediately knelt down. A miracle had come to the Zhan Temple. No one doubted the authenticity of the sacred fire of the sun anymore. This flame was really created out of thin air after the sunlight gathered. The noon sun, after passing through the ice, actually created the sacred fire. This scene was too shocking. Millimon was so excited that his heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His glory and wealth were saved. At this time, Millimon had already forgotten who extinguished the sacred fire in the Zhan Temple altar. He only knew that the Zhan Temple in Chang and city's Li Quan Square had the world's top sacred fire. And all of this was brought to him by the young man from the Tang dynasty in front of him. Millimon didn't have time to express his gratitude to Li Wangyu now. He hurriedly called the priests of Zhan Temple, who were responsible for looking after the sacred fire, to come forward and carefully guard the precious sacred fire of the sun. The priests and priests of Zhan Temple excitedly recited the Avesta scripture in unison, while the Sogdian believers outside the Zhan Temple knelt down and murmured prayers. The sacred fire of the sun had descended on the Zhan Temple in Li Quan Square of the Tang dynasty. This was the supreme glory of the Zhan Temple of Zhan Temple. The residents of Chang, and who were watching the fun and didn't believe in Zhan Temple, at this time saw Cheng Chumo and others really use ice to condense the sunlight out of thin air and create a flame. Everyone exclaimed, "My mother, the 3 young dukes of Duke Lu's mansion, have they become immortals? Using a piece of ice to create the sacred fire of the sun? Amazing, amazing, this is really the means of immortals. Where is the brother who said that if he used ice to collect the flame, he would eat dog shit? Where did he go?" The brother who said that he would eat dog shit ran away. I don't know what these young masters are going to do. There will be a good show to watch. Isn't that right? If these young masters of aristocratic families were to kowtow to the young dukes, then they would really lose all face. Interesting. Li Wangyu saw that the convex lens of the ice was successful in condensing the sunlight and called the 3 brothers of the Chung family to break the ice. He didn't want to reveal the mystery of collecting the sacred fire. If Zhan Temple learned it, it would be worthless. After the ice was broken, Li Wangyu smiled and said to the group of playboys, "Brothers, it seems that someone just made a bet with us. Little brother's memory is not good. What did we bet on?" Yes, someone didn't know life from death and made a bet with us. Feng Yi AI laughed and looked at Wang Ziqiao and others. When the sandalwood in the copper cauldron ignited the flame, Wang Ziqiao and others' faces turned pale. This is impossible. Impossible. How can the ice produce a flame? Lu Xiang looked at the copper cauldron and exclaimed. Chui Daogu was even more unbearable. His body couldn't help but sway. If it weren't for the troops beside him supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. The flame in the copper cauldron began to burn, as if it was roasting them. Their backs began to soak with sweat. Chapter 180. Chung Chumo walked towards them with an evil grin on his face. He cracked his knuckles with both hands. Hey, you guys, now you can kneel down and kowtow. Wahahaha, you bastard. You finally let me vent my anger. Quickly kneel down. Wang Ziqiao now felt dizzy. How did the ice block make the sandalwood in the copper cauldron burn? He began to regret coming to the Zhan temple today to provoke them. Wasn't this the same as sending his face to the door for these playboys to slap? His pale face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Chung Chumo, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Yes, what do you want to do? Do you really want to bully my Fanyang Lu family? Lu Xiang and the others were also regretting. They had forgotten to look at the almanac when they went out today. Originally, they wanted to ridicule Chung Chumo and the others who were not on good terms with them. Who would have thought that the ice block could make the sunlight burn? Today, the few of them could be considered to have been defeated. Their faces were probably going to be completely lost. Wahahaha, you bastards, what are you going to say to me? Don't give me that. If you admit that you don't have balls between your legs, then forget it. I can let you go today. Chung Chumo put his hands on his hips and laughed. He was sweating in his heart just now. If it were not because he was angry at Wang Ziqiao and the others for being too insidious, and because he had an inexplicable confidence in Li Wanyu, he would not have gambled on this matter. His words made Wang Ziqiao, Lu Xiang, and the others pale, but they did not know how to refute. If they really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Chung Chumo and the other playboys, they would never do it. This was worse than killing them. Wang Ziqiao simply snorted. Humph, I don't want to lower myself to your level. Let's go. After that, he was ready to call the troops to open the way for the four of them to slip away. They would rather renege on their gambling debts and bear the infamy of going back on their words than kneel down and kowtow in front of countless onlookers. The bet between Wang Ziqiao and Chung Chumo had long been heard by the crowd outside the Zhan temple. As the saying goes, watching a good show is not a bad thing, so everyone began to kick up a fuss. Normally, Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, Chui Hong, and Lu Xiang were profligate disciples from aristocratic families that absolutely no one dared to offend. But now, under the watchful eyes of countless people, it was unknown who took the lead. Waves of shouts came from Li Quan Lane. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Kowtow, kowtow, kowtow. Wang Ziqiao and the rest were infuriated by the uproar. They felt a burning pain on their faces. They had really lost a lot of face today. They pretended to be deaf and mute, pretending that they did not hear those voices. Under the protection of their own troops, they rushed out of the crowd in a sorry state. After leaving Lishan Square, Wang Ziqiao grabbed Lu Xiang and said, Brother Xiang, I can't take this lying down. We can't just let today's matter go like this. Chui Daogu's face was also gloomy as he gnashed his teeth and said, Today's humiliation is comparable to the humiliation of Han Xian's crotch. I will definitely get my revenge. You're going too far. This was going too far. I swear I can't exist under the same sky with them. But Chung Chumo and those bastards, we can't easily offend them. Our troops don't dare to really make a move against them. Wang Ziqiao and the others were like Zheng Konghua. They were young, but their bodies had long been hollowed out by wine and women. Every time they had a conflict with Chung Chumo and the other playboys, they did not dare to fight personally. They only dared to let their troops fight. But when their troops faced Cheng Chumo, Fang Yayai, and Chai Lingwu, these playboys of the Tang dynasty's top noble families, how could they really dare to make a move? If they injured these young masters, how many heads would they have for Cheng Yaojin to chop off? If they really angered Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these founding generals, even their main families, these aristocratic families, could not protect them. Therefore, there had been several conflicts, and Cheng Chumo and the others had always won, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others depressed. Today, they thought it was an opportunity to mock Cheng Chumo and the others, but they did not expect that they would lose all their face. Chui Hong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Cheng Chumo and those bastards can't be touched, but can that Tian, Shi Lang, also not be touched?" He was referring to Li Wangyu, the only one in the temple who was wearing a white robe at that time. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes flashed with a cold light. "Yes, I can't deal with those bastards of the Cheng and Yuqi families, but your father can't deal with a Tian Shi Lang? I will now send people to watch that guy and see where he is from. Later, I will find someone to deal with him." "Yes, that's right. Your father will kill this reckless guy. Brother Ziqiao, find out who this Tian Shi Lang is. If you don't destroy his family, this matter will not be over." Lu Xiang and the others also laughed. Suppressing people with power was what people like them should do. Idiots like Cheng Chumo, who liked to make a move, were simply a disgrace to the nobles. "Let's go and have a drink. Today's my treat. Find a few young ladies to relieve the heat." Lu Xiang called out to the other playboys and rode away. After Wang Ziqiao and the others fled the temple, the group of playboys laughed loudly. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys naturally would not force Wang Ziqiao and the others to kneel down and kowtow. That would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. But for these playboys who ran rampant in Chang, and there was not much difference whether they kneeled or not. In short, today, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Qinghe Chui clan had lost all face. Under the mocking eyes of the playboys, Wang Ziqiao and the others covered their faces with their sleeves. Under the protection of their own troops, they escaped from Li Quan Square in a sorry state. This made Cheng Chumo and the others unable to help but laugh, feeling very happy. After the sacred fire gathering ceremony in the Zhan Temple, the crowd outside the temple gradually dispersed. But what they saw and heard today would be talked about by the people of Chang. And for a long time, some busybodies, including the Zhan sect, tried to copy what Li Wangyu did that day. They found all kinds of ice and shone it under the sun, trying to find out the mystery of ice. But including the Zhan sect, no one succeeded in using ice to ignite the fire. This made Li Wangyu even more mysterious. Milaman was now more and more certain that the sacred fire in the Zhan temple was extinguished for no reason that day. It must be the work of this young man in front of him. But even after racking his brain, he still could not find the mystery of the sacred fire extinguishing by itself, so there was no way to prevent it. If he did not want this to happen again, it was necessary to be on good terms with Li Wangyu. Otherwise, even if the sacred fire of the sun was enshrined in the Zhan temple, it might be extinguished again one day, and then he would have a heart attack. Milaman waved his hand and asked the clergyman to bring a tray covered with silk cloth. He stretched out his hand and opened the cloth with a smile on his face. "Xiao Lang, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. These gold and jewels are a little token of gratitude from the Zhan sect. Please accept them, Xiao Lang. But I also ask Xiao Lang not to gather the sacred fire of the sun in the future. Is that okay?" On the tray, there was a neat pile of gold ingots, as well as all kinds of sapphires, rubies, and other jewels from the western regions. These gold and jewels, under the illumination of the sun, all emitted a dazzling light, very tempting. Chapter 181. Seeing the tray full of gold and jewels, Li Wanyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Milliman to be so generous. Milliman's generosity, in addition to wanting to have a good relationship with Li Wanyu, was also a hush money. He didn't want Li Wanyu to know how to use ice in the future. If the method of getting fire from the sun was popularized everywhere, then there would be nothing sacred about the Zhan Temple sacred fire. The moment the holy flame was ignited, Milliman even had the thought of killing him to silence him. However, with this group of Silpants backing Li Wanyu, Milliman quickly dispelled this idea in his mind and decided to bribe him with money. Li Wanyu listened to his words and understood that he wanted him to keep it a secret and maintain the sacred feeling of the Zhan Temple sacred fire. Sabeo, you are too polite. You can rest assured that I will keep this matter a secret for Zhan Temple. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Xiaolang. Li Wanyu was also not polite. He smiled and thanked Milliman, then grabbed the gold ingots and jewels and stuffed them into the hands of the playboys. Come, everyone has a share. Brothers, let's divide it. Chung Chumo and the others quickly refused. Today, they were very satisfied to see Wang Ziqiao and the others suffer. How could they have the nerve to take the gold and jewels? Not to mention, these playboys were not short of money, and Li Jia Xiaolang still owed a lot of debt. The gold and jewels on the tray. At a glance, the playboys could roughly estimate the value. It was about 4 or 5 million yuan. This Zhan Temple could be considered a big deal. Li Wanyu saw that the crowd didn't want it, so he threw the gold ingots and jewels back on the tray. Brothers, if you look down on these things, then this little brother also doesn't want it. Fang, Eai, and the others looked at each other. In the end, Chung Chumo laughed and reached out to grab a handful of gold ingots and jewels. Everyone, don't waste Ziyu's good intentions. Come, everyone has a share. Today, let's learn from the people of Jianghu. Divide the gold, and let's go drink a big bowl later. Waha! Hearing Chung Chumo's words, the group of debauches also came forward with smiles on their faces, and each of them grabbed a handful of gold ingots and jewels. To them, the amount of money was not important. What was rare was Li Wangyu's sincerity. 5 to 6 million taels of gold and jewels, the group of silk pants, including Li Wanyu, each received 5 to 600,000 copper coins, which could be considered a small fortune. After everyone put away the gold and jewels, Chung Chumo waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Today at Ping Kong Fong, this old man will treat. We won't go home until we're drunk." Haha, let's go. Let's go home drunk today. After bidding farewell to Milliman, a group of playboys clustered around Li Wanyu as he mounted his horse, laughing and joking as they headed towards Peace Square. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, was laughing bitterly in his heart. He was still in the observation period of his beautiful boss. If Su Chongqing found out about this, he was afraid that it would be quite troublesome. What's more, it was broad daylight right now, just past noon. Was it really good to go drinking? But now it was too late for him to say no. Even if he said that his house was on fire, this group of silk pants would not let him leave. Li Wanyu shook his head. He planned to drink a few cups of wine, and then use the excuse that he could not hold his liquor, and then run back to Zhou village. There were 2 delicate and beautiful women at home, so he did not have much longing for the girls of Ping Kong Fong. The group of Silpants rode their horses into Peace Square, heading towards a brothel in the square. Ping Kong Fong had tens of thousands of brothels, but these brothels were divided into 3 classes. The top-class girls were responsible for staying in the brothel and diligently practicing poetry and painting, singing, and dancing, and would not easily see guests. It was rare to see anyone who was not a high official or a noble family. The second-class girls were responsible for receiving guests in the brothel, and the brothel. They would accompany the merchants, rich young masters, and drink, play, sleep, and play to their heart's content. The most common brothel did not serve any peddlers or commoners to earn a little money. Instead, they were trained to be tour guides. That's right, tour guides. In Ping Kong Fong, even the most common brothel's speech and behavior were much better than ordinary girls. Whether it was a scholar who had just entered Chang'an to take the imperial examinations or a merchant who came to do business, they could all rent such a brothel to accompany them to tour Chang'an's beautiful scenery, explain history, and stroll around the market. Or they could rent a few brothel when they went for a walk in the countryside, where high officials, nobles, poets, and scholars gathered to drink to their heart's content, accompanied by beautiful women, drinking wine, listening to songs, and watching beautiful women dance. How delightful! Therefore, the brothel of Ping Kong Fong was not as simple as sleeping with guests. They could recite poems, paint, and write poems. They could also dance, ride, shoot, and dance with swords. They could be said to be multi-talented. Ping Kong Fong, which was full of beautiful women and high quality, was far from the brothel of the future, which only dealt in the flesh business, could compare. It was also because of this that Ping Kong Fong had a unique charm in the Tang dynasty. Meng Jiao once wrote a poem, riding the spring breeze, the horse gallops, seeing all the flowers of Chang, and in a day. The flowers of Chang, and were not peonies or morning glories, but delicate beauty flowers. Li Wanyu had only come to Ping Kong Fong to sell erotic paintings, but it was his first time entering a brothel. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. Wei Shuyu suddenly winked at Li Wanyu and said with a mischievous smile, "Zio, there will be a lot of your admirers later. Don't be dazzled." What? What the hell was an admirer? Li Wanyu wanted to ask Wei Shuyu what he meant, but this guy pretended to be mysterious and did not explain. When the group of playboys was politely invited to the brothel by the handyman, the brothel's procuress came up to them with a smile. "Young dukes, you haven't been here for a long time. The young ladies in the brothel have missed you so much." This procuress was actually in her 30s, but in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty, she was already old. A procuress was also an old procuress. It was said that the old procuress was an extinct bird. It was said that there were only females and no males. They bred by mating with other kinds of birds. They were very much like prostitutes who were promiscuous, so the brothel's boss was called the old procuress or procuress. Chai Ling-wu, Wei Shuyu, and the others were veterans of the brothel and were familiar with the procuress. They teased, "You Nyangzi, don't you miss us? Young dukes, don't make fun of me. Please come in, I'll call the young ladies." The procuress named you. Nyangzi smiled and led everyone into an elegantly decorated room. She asked the handyman to bring wine and food. Soon, a group of gorgeously dressed girls wearing topless dresses filed in, almost dazzling Li Wanyu's eyes. The topless dresses of the Tang dynasty, except for the noble women, were worn by the prostitutes who entertained people with their beauty. Their white and towering breasts were set off by the topless dresses, making Li Wanyu feel a little thirsty. With the status of Chung Chumo and the others, the ones who came out to receive them in the brothel were naturally the best girls. The young ladies of the brothel were only 15 or 16 years old, which was the age of high school girls in the future. Chung Chumo, these beasts only harm young girls. Li Wanyu despised them in his heart. Chapter 182. When Wei Shuyu saw these girls, he immediately pointed at Li Wanyu and laughed. "Qin Yang, Lian Yang, Xuan Yang, don't you want to know the author of the poems Journey to the Sword and Hui Chong Chun Jiang Shaojing? Do you see this Xiao Lang next to me? Why don't you come over and greet him?" His words made these girls' eyes light up, and they looked at Li Wanyu in a strange way. To put it in modern terms, it was like a fan's eyes were sparkling when they saw their idol, Li Wanyu was also stunned. How could he have fans in this brothel after plagiarizing a few poems? Were these the admirers that Wei Shuyu had mentioned? He didn't know that these girls in the brothel were not ordinary people. They knew everything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their love for poetry was no less than the pursuit of idols by fans in the future. It had to be said that, in the Tang Dynasty, being a poet was really a good profession. Wei Shuyu's words immediately caused Li Wangyu's side to be surrounded by girls. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with tender and admiring eyes. "Is this Li Wangyu from Hu County? Greetings, Mama Shui. I love Longjuan's song, Going Out of the Frontier. Can I sing it for you later? Greetings, Lang Jun. I am Qin Yang. Lang Jun, I am Lian Yang." Li Wanyu was surrounded by a group of girls who were 15 or 16 years old. Although he was a veteran in the future and had watched all kinds of Japanese action movies, he still felt a little helpless. "Zio, why are you still standing there? Why don't you compose a poem in this situation?" Chung Chumo also laughed. "Chung Chumo, are you sure you are not possessed by Song Xiaofeng?" Li Wanyu was speechless and rolled his eyes. But in the face of a group of girls who were looking at him with shining eyes, he couldn't say no. Forget it. If he wanted to compose a poem, then so be it. It was just plagiarism. Anyway, he was used to plagiarizing, right? Picking up the wine that the young lady beside him had eagerly poured for him, he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. Li Wanyu shouted, "Bring me pen and paper." In the Tang Dynasty, poets composing poems in brothels was part of the standard work routine. This brothel's art house had already prepared for it. Immediately, some odd job workers brought over paper, inkstone, brush, and ink. Several young ladies diligently helped him grind the ink. Li Wanyu thought for a moment and decided on a poem to plagiarize. He picked up the brush and began to write. As he wrote, he recited, "For Xiaonyang." Luo Xiongling Bo gave birth to Wei Chen. How could he succeed in visiting his relatives? How can 1,000 cups of green wine be drunk? A face full of red makeup kills people. He shamelessly plagiarized another one of Li Bai's poems, For Seventh Madame Duan, and even changed the title of the poem to For Little Madame Zhu. This poem was not famous among Li Bai's poems, but it was very suitable for Li Wangyu's feelings. He needed to recite a poem. The poem was, "You are like Luo Xiongling Bo, Luo Xiong, giving birth to Wei Chen. How could I get close to you? I really feel a little drunk with 1,000 cups of wine. Who gave you such a beautiful face?" To put it bluntly, it was Li Bai's romantic poem to coax the girls. As soon as Li Wanyu copied this poem, the girls in the room looked at him with even more strange eyes. Every girl felt that this poem was written for them. Now, all the girls recruited by the brothel keeper, Yunyang, all surrounded Li Wanyu. Chung Chumo and the others were not annoyed. As they drank and made merry, they watched Li Wanyu being surrounded by a group of prostitutes. Seeing Li Wanyu's battered and exhausted appearance, everyone laughed. Li Wanyu was surrounded by these delicate and soft girls who kept urging him to drink. A girl who was good at singing and playing the pipa began to sing his poem For Little Madame Zhu. Some who were good at dancing also began to dance. In the room, the atmosphere began to warm up. A group of playboys, under the service of the prostitutes, continued to drink wine. Li Wanyu also unconsciously drank a few more cups. The alcohol went to his head, and he began to teach the girls around him how to play the finger-guessing game. Two little bees flying in the flowers, fly, pa pa, ah ah, kiss kiss. Lang Jun, you are so bad. It doesn't count. Let's play again. The playboys had never seen such a way of playing the finger-guessing game. They were very interested and soon learned it. They began to play the little bees. However, Li Wanyu was starting to regret it. The scene in the VIP room was too King painful to the eyes. Can you imagine the scene of the burly Chung Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin playing the Little Bees game? Especially when the two of them played the same game. The way they puckered their lips and kissed made Li Wanyu feel nauseous and disgusted. He wanted to vomit. In the room, after 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was in high spirits. Li Wanyu was thinking about how to disguise himself and retreat. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to let the playboys let him go, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open and several figures rushed in. Chung Chumo, Fang Eai, and the others heard the noise and glared at the newcomers. They wanted to see who was so blind that they dared to disturb their good mood. When they saw the newcomers, the group of playboys laughed instead of being angry. "Yo, surnamed Wong, are you here to kowtow to us?" Fang Eai clapped his hands and laughed. Was it because there were too many people just now? Come, there are fewer people now. Hurry up and kowtow. The people who rushed into the room were Wang Ziqiao and the others who had just been humiliated by them at Li Quanfang. It could be seen that Wang Ziqiao and the others had drunk too much. Their bodies were swaying, and if not for the troops supporting them, they would not have been able to stand. Wang Ziqiao didn't pay any attention to the profligate son's taunting words. He stared at Li Wanyu with bloodshot eyes and cursed fiercely. "So you, Tian Shaling, are the little bastard of the Li family of Hu County?" Li Wanyu had not yet spoken when Chung Chumo and the other playboys pushed the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Ziqiao. "Surnamed Wang, clean your mouth." There was actually a reason why Wang Ziqiao had rushed in like this. Today, after they had been defeated at Li Quanfang, they had left behind a few troops to follow them and gather information while Lu Xiang, Chui Daogu, and the others went to Ping Kong Fang's brothel to drink, because they had a belly full of anger today. After drinking a few cups of wine, the 4 of them quickly began to get drunk. Just as they were drinking, they saw the troops come back to report that Chung Chumo and the others had also come to the brothel to drink in the private room next to theirs. Originally, Wang Ziqiao and the others were still a little afraid of Chung Chumo and the others. They were afraid that the matter of kneeling and kowtowing would be brought up again, and they would be the ones to lose face. Just as they were about to leave the brothel early, they heard the troops report that they had found out the identity of the white-clothed youth. After hearing that the youth was actually Hu County's Li Wanyu, Wang Ziqiao could not bear it anymore. He slapped the table and stood up. Using the alcohol, he rushed to the room next door, planning to teach Li Wanyu a lesson. The reason why Wang Ziqiao hated Li Wanyu so much was because of the Taiyuan Wang's breaking off the engagement.